Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome. This is our December 3rd, 2020 regular city commission meeting. We're glad everyone is here joining us. Madam Clerk, our first order of business, please.
Our first item is the adoption of our consent agenda.
And Madam Clerk, did you want to go through the two modifications?
Yes, sir. Just one moment, waiting to get that up on the screen, but I'll go ahead and start reading. The first item is 200577, request for proposal, staff ranking, City of Gainesville temporary personnel services. This is a new item. There's file 200536, request to purchase self-contained breathing apparatus, SCBA for Gainesville Fire Rescue Hazardous Materials Team. That's also a new item.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Ariola.
Mr. Mayor, I move adoption of the consent agenda with the two modifications.
Second.
Okay, motion by Ariola, seconded by Jesus Santos, that we adopt the consent agenda with the two modifications as seen on the screen. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion?
No, sir. There are no public comments at this time.
Okay. Good.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. With respect to the consent agenda, I would ask that consent item CA-7, the issue regarding the performance and audit of various programs be removed from the consent agenda, and a discussion had specifically relating to the fuel hedging program, which the city manager opted to implement for the city over my prior concerns. But as we can see from the narrative, which is being rubber stamped here, that hedging program is incurring a loss, unrealized loss of approximately 7 cents per gallon just for the period of October through February 22. There's a corresponding loss associated with it, $154,000 and change. Added to that is another loss prior to that of approximately $10,000. So I think that we should, have a discussion about that. I mean, obviously hedging is a long-term item, but at all times, if you're going to put a hedge in, the time in which that was implemented was probably not the time to hedge. I think anyone, including myself, would have told you that because you want to hedge in times of fuel volatility, not in times when fuel's at all-time low. But I'd ask respectfully that the commission consider removing that item. There's also other items on there on that same item about the police officers and firefighters pension plan, retiree health insurance trust fund, and other items which I think the commission should have at least a cursory discussion about, not necessarily just rubber stamping things that go through the Audit and Finance Committee. I think it's beneficial for those pensioners and others and the city as a whole to have intelligent discussion about fiscal issues, not to just throw them under the table, so that this commission can spend the majority of its time talking about things that have non-core functions to the city. Thank you.
Hey, anybody else wish to speak to adoption of the consent agenda? Commissioner Simmons.
Mayor, to that point, is there anyone from, can we ask someone from GRU to explain the hedge, or?
Well, what I can tell you is this item is an audit of the past performance. If you would like to have a discussion of the hedging program, which is actually a general government, not a GRU item, but we can request that the city manager update the commission on that if that's something you're interested in.
I would be interested in that.
Okay,
Yeah.
so Mr. Manager, we'll schedule for a future meeting, either general policy or city commission, an update on the hedging program. Without objection. Thank you. Okay, with that, all in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed? That motion passes unanimously with Johnson absent. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Our next item is the adoption of our regular agenda with with several updates. File 200554, appointments to the Police Advisory Council, revised backup. File 200564, Coronavirus Relief Fund Program Update. This is a new item. File 200252, text change, amending the Land Development Code relating to two-family dwellings. There was additional backup. File 200550, Equitable Development Update, Inclusionary Housing and Exclusionary Zoning Proposal, remove item.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Jesus Santos.
Thank you,
Mr. Mayor, I move adoption of the regular agenda with modifications.
Okay, I think I heard Commissioner Sacco second first. Commissioner Hayes Santos moved. Commissioner Simmons? Okay, thank you very much. Members of the public would speak to the motion to adopt the regular agenda. Good.
The adoption of the regular agenda. Just want to inform the commission that last night, the RTS Advisory Board unanimously voted recommended the city commission that they remove the name of convicted Congresswoman Corrine Brown, who was convicted of a felony and sentenced to 5 years in prison from the RTS building. I hope at some point that'll be brought to the commission for a up or down vote on behalf of the taxpayers of Gainesville as soon as possible.
Okay, Mr.
Certainly-
Scott, that item's not on this agenda.
But it can be added to this agenda, so I'm making the commission aware of that. Thank you. Secondly, with respect to the city manager, I'd also ask the commission to entertain a more thorough discussion regarding the status of the city manager. At the last meeting, there was a motion made before, it seemed to be pre-scripted before there was any full discussion from the dais, seeming to be a subterfuge to discussing whether city manager should be terminated or not. There was no affirmative vote on that. There was a diversionary motion, if you will. I would encourage commissioners to have an up or down vote as to whether Mr. Feldman should be retained or terminated. That could be had at this meeting on the adoption of the regular agenda. And finally, I'd ask the commission to add an item to this agenda to discuss the numerous shootings and violent crime in our city. Most recently, a block away from City Hall, 2 people were just shot last weekend in the parking lot of Wells Fargo, right next to the Top Restaurant. This commission has a lot of time to write letters and do other things, but I have not seen any commissioner take affirmative action to voice a concern about all the violent crime and all the shootings in our city. And I want to thank our dedicated law enforcement officers. Again, they're not fully staffed. The number of officers on patrol has been limited by the city commission over the past years. This is a big city, and it's hard to enforce crime, particularly when you have issues such as Fletcher's and other things, consuming a lot of resources to have a police presence to deter crime. That, along with community policing, is very effective at deterring crime. This isn't about a police state. This is about giving our dedicated law enforcement officers the resources necessary and the presence necessary to deter all the shootings, the violent crime, and all the bullets flying all over the city. But Mayor Poe, I don't see any leadership from your office on that, or any of the city commissioners expressing any concern, issuing any public statements, or anything of the like. It's just virtue signaling as usual, and I think that's disappointing, because public safety is a core function of local government, and public safety should be prioritized and be priority one for the city commission. And I hope there'll be some discussion about these the violent crime and all the shootings in the city. Because
Thank you, Mr. Scott.
the city's neglecting.
Anybody else
Thank
wish
you.
to speak to adoption of the regular agenda? Adam, you got anybody on the line?
No, sir, there is nobody on the line at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. Back to the commission. Seeing no further lights, all in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk?
Our next item is general public comment.
Okay, we'll take people in the chamber first. Anybody wishing to speak to any items not on our agenda, you are welcome now. You have 3 minutes. When 1 minute is remaining, there will be a yellow light that comes on, and then when the red light comes on, your time has expired. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Nathan Scott. Mayor Poe, each of you and the city commissioners took an oath of office as codified in the Gainesville Municipal Code in section 2.11. The oath of office expressly requires the mayor and the city commissioners to uphold the Constitution of the United States and the state of Florida. Inherent with that is upholding the law. I have 2 letters on city letterhead that were written by you, Mayor Poe, on September 30th and October 21st, respectively. These letters on city letterhead were written to a federal immigration judge using city resources at taxpayer expense, advocating for the release of undocumented persons that were lawfully arrested by federal authorities. inherent in these letters is the repeated use of we, and the city, speaking on behalf of the city, and we. Like, this letter represents the entire view of the city of Gainesville and the Gainesville City Commission. I would like to know, Mayor Poe, specifically, in light of the oath of office you took and each of the commissioners took, with respect to these two letters issued by you on city letterhead, when an affirmative vote of the Gainesville City Commission was taken with respect to these two letters, authorizing you to issue them on behalf of the city, authorizing you to speak for the city, authorizing you to say we in the city numerous times in both letters to a federal immigration judge with no legal basis or citing no legal basis other than just your feelings at taxpayer expense and the use of city resources. I'd like to know specifically where the city commission and you sought authorization from the city commission and what date that was authorized that allowed you to use city resources at taxpayer expense to issue these two letters. And if in fact the city commission did not affirmatively vote to grant you the power to issue these two letters, speaking on behalf of the city, because clearly a plain reading of these letters, we, the city, you're speaking for the city as a whole, you're speaking for the commission as a whole, and I don't believe that was ever authorized. So perhaps you can correct me and tell me when that was authorized, and if in fact it was not authorized, I'd like to know whether the views in these letters are your personal viewpoint or whether they reflect the view of the city, because I don't get that with all the we's and the city being expressly stated numerous times in both of these letters.
Thank you, Mr. Scott.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to make any general public comment? These are for items not on our agenda. Okay, Adam, you have anybody on the line?
No, sir, we don't have anybody on the line at this time.
I'm sorry, and I should have said, Omi, do we have any folks that dialed in, that called in?
No, sir, we do not.
Okay, thank you very much. I did write those two letters. I was not speaking for the city commission. I never said in those letters I was speaking for the city commission. I was speaking as mayor of this city. I was elected by the people of this city. I am the lead of this community, as voters have sent me back to office twice. What immigration and naturalization is doing to some of our local neighbors is heartbreaking. They are breaking up families. They are tearing families apart and splitting them up. I will absolutely use whatever power I have to try to influence immigration judges to keep families together, to support our local businesses, and to add a little dignity to human lives that our neighbors deserve. I am deeply hopeful that with a transition of the White House, this campaign against our undocumented neighbors will end, and they will be allowed to live in peace and experience prosperity along with every other member of our community. So the next time someone asks me to write a letter to try to free somebody that's in prison for showing up to work, for supporting their family, I will write that letter. And I'll write the one after that and the one after that. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Our next item is business discussion item 1, appointments to the Police Advisory Council.
Okay, thank you. We are excited about this. For those of you just following along, recently the City Commission a few months ago took the step to transition the Police Advisory Board from a board directly appointed by the city manager to a board appointed by the commission and making it a public board. We are grateful to all of the applicants that threw their name in. We had 17 people, one withdrew recently to serve on this first iteration of our Police Advisory Board. So we have 11 openings. They're 4-year terms. We're staggering the terms at first here, so the whole board doesn't sort of come up for reappointment every 4 years. And we're excited to hear from some of the applicants. And so I'd first like to offer to anybody in the chambers today, if you are an applicant for this board, if you'd like to introduce yourself, tell us why you would like to serve on this board, and maybe some of the life experience you have that would help make you a good member. And then after we hear from people in the chamber, then we'll go to anybody that might be calling in to introduce themselves as well. Welcome, sir. Let us know who you are.
Hi, my name's Colin Hines, and I put in an application to be on the Police Advisory Council. I believe I have a unique experience in that I've been arrested a few times, and I've seen the positive things that I think law enforcement does. I'm a huge supporter of law enforcement. My personal experience is that the last time I was arrested, I was addicted to drugs, and I think that police officer saved my life. I spend a lot of time in 12-step communities, so there's a large majority of my friends and the people I spend time with that have lots of police involvement. And so I'm a productive member of society, I pay taxes, and I think I've got something to add. Thanks.
All right, thank you so much. Thanks for being here with us today, and thanks for sharing your story. Yeah, and I'm sorry, I should have said at the beginning, between every speaker, we'll come up and sanitize the area. We still would ask folks if you possibly, I know it's hard because it's muscle memory, but if you can avoid touching the lectern or this microphone, it will help, but we know sometimes that's not always easy. Please, go ahead.
Great, thank you, and good afternoon. My name is Norb Dunkel. My wife and I and our son have lived in Gainesville for over 30 years. I've been on the Police Advisory Council since its inception in August of 2010. I've twice served as chair of the advisory board, and probably one of the highlights over the last 10 years of the advisory council has been the creation of the subcommittee of the council that was charged by then city manager Russ Blackburn to look at the programs and services of young African-American males and how that might relate to the Gainesville Police Department. I chaired that subcommittee. We developed the report and recommendations to the City Commission. That was the Reducing Racial and Ethnic Disparity Report. The City Commission unanimously approved that report, and we went for about 2 years putting many of those recommendations into place. At that time, I believe Mayor Poe in 2016 created an ad hoc citizens response group who also developed recommendations, and along with a Nobel report, which is a consultant's report, we now have 3 different reports. So Mayor Poe asked us to take a look at all 3, compare those, contrast those, develop a set of recommendations, which we did. I presented that to the City Commission, and then a follow-up to the general policy meeting on the action that we had taken with regard to that, and again, it was approved unanimously. So I think we've done great work over the 10 years in increasing communication with the citizens. I'd like to continue to do that. We've done great work reviewing closed internal affairs investigations and providing recommendations and thoughts to the chief on those particular reports. I'd like to continue to do that. I'm very excited about the new charge for the council, and I look forward to continuing the great work of the council moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for being with us today. Welcome.
Hello. My name is Danielle Chances. I'm a 27-year-old Gainesville resident. I've been here for a little over 9 years, and this is actually the first time I've applied to be on an advisory council or a board from the commission. If you're familiar with me and my work, you know that I do a lot of activism in and around town relating to gentrification and fighting the criminal justice system. I have never personally been arrested, but I've been spending more than a year and a half working with people who are pre-trial, fight their criminal cases at the criminal courthouse, and so that oftentimes also means going through police reports, understanding police interactions. I also have My boyfriend is formerly incarcerated, and I have a bunch of nieces and nephews, and just through my work, encounter people who have dealt with police, and also my work out in East and Southwest Gainesville has given me the opportunity to interact with individuals who work or who have had interactions with the police. The reason I'm interested in being on this advisory council is because there needs to be more accountability when it comes to police, not just here in Gainesville, but across the nation. There's a reckoning happening right now. I think sometimes people are misled because of the way they see me in the community, but I also do want to be clear that as much as I go out and protest in front of GPD and at the Alachua County Jail, I've also had plenty of meetings with Chief Tony Jones. In fact, when the city manager tried to shut down an event that I was going to do at Bo Diddley Plaza just about 6 weeks ago, it was Chief Tony Jones' support that allowed me to be able to do that event, because he called the city manager and told me he supported me. So in spite of all of my protesting, I'm not protesting to be a pain in anybody's behind, to be a thorn in anybody's side. I'm being there because there does need to be accountability, especially when it comes to internal affairs investigations and what's going on with our police department. If we want to improve relations with our communities, especially out in East and Southwest Gainesville, there needs to be accountability when it comes to police. I don't just talk the talk, I walk the walk, and I think that that's what my reputation says about me. So I don't know if I'm saying anything to help my case here, but I'm just being honest about what my intentions are. I'm not here to throw the book at anybody and be like, you're all horrible and I hate you. But I am here to say, like, there needs to be accountability. I've had good relationships with law enforcement officers and good interactions, and I've also had negative interactions. But if we look at where we're at in the world right now, with what's going on right now, before George Floyd, before Breonna Taylor, what happened with, in Ferguson, all those other things, like, America here is at a reckoning, and we need to make sure that we're being accountable in our community, and that's the only way to build better and safer communities. So that's why I want to be on the board.
Thank you so much. Thanks for being here. Next applicant, please. Mr. Scott, I don't believe you're an applicant for the Police Advisory Board. Is there anybody else here that's applying to be on the Police Advisory Board? Welcome.
Good afternoon. It's difficult talking in these masks, so I do what I can. My name is Mike Perkins. I'm a citizen of Gainesville community. I've been here for the last 5 decades, and I'm an active member of my community. And as an active member of my community, I was contacted by my community members in the Duval community to apply for this position. Currently, I serve this community with a food bank ministry. I've been doing that for the past 2.5 years. We distribute food every day for those who are in need. And we operate that every day except Saturdays, 11 to 1, as well as on Sundays, 1 to 3. Also, a member of my church is a part of the Duval community as well. And I'm an ordained deacon at that facility. I also operate with a mentorship program where we try to give back to the kids in this community, especially those that don't have a father figure. With all of that being said, I have a wealth of experience that I bring to this board in terms of working with the community, in terms of representing our citizenship. I also attend meetings, school board meetings, city commission meetings, county commission meetings throughout the years, representing those who are less disenfranchised individuals, and trying to be a mediator for helping us all to work together and be a one accord. So I believe that I would make a good candidate for this position, because the police are just an extension of us as individuals, and they need individuals such as myself to help them to understand the community, especially now during this COVID pandemic, where we got so many people that are being isolated, so many people who are feeling disenfranchised because they can't get food, they can't get jobs, they're just frustrated, they can't go out. And so, as this gentleman pointed out, crime is up, alcoholism is up, drug abuse is up, violence is up. And it has more to do with the country that we're living in now, what we're experiencing now globally, as opposed to this individual police force. I think the city of Gainesville police force does an excellent job, but it would be helpful to have some citizen input, and that's why I'm here to serve. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Perkins, appreciate you being here. Anybody else here that's an applicant for the Police Advisory Board? Mr. Washington, I don't believe you're an applicant for the Police Advisory Board? This is not public comment, we're hearing applicants right now.
Want to speak to that, so I hear you.
Okay, anybody else here that's an applicant for the Police Advisory Board?
Mr. Mayor, we have one person on the line who is an applicant for the advisory board.
Okay,
Ms.
go
Sheila
right ahead.
Payne. All right, Ms. Payne, you are on the line.
Hi. So I was, when I looked at the agenda, I was under the impression this topic was being taken up at 5:30. I'm calling in because I don't go into public spaces except for the food bank on Fridays where I shop for 100 families. So I have worked a lot with disenfranchised returning citizens. I helped organize District 3 to gather signatures for Amendment 4 so that returning citizens could get their rights back. Let me turn down this. And with the Alachua County Labor Coalition, we have written a white paper on court services. We're looking into that where a lot of abuse is happening. So as I wrote in my statement, I think that the CPD has a problem with activists and activism, and people are always so proud when there's hundreds of people marching, how well they work with protesters. But my concern is that when no one is looking what the police are doing, there's been scandals the last 10 years since I've lived here. I think that most police officers are trying to do the best thing, but I do think there's a culture that's prevalent here that's in every other police department across the country where the police want to be in power and, you don't talk back. And there's too many arrests in Gainesville and Alachua County. And then as I found out, everyone gets high bonds, they can't pay it. We have a lot of people in jail that cannot get out for small crimes. So I would like to see no arrests unless it's some kind of dangerous situation. There should be much more a culture of citizens getting some kind of court appearance because these arrests ruin people's lives. There's a lot of people who end up losing their jobs, their families can't afford to pay rent. And of course, a lot of it's happening in the marginalized communities, which I feel are way over policed. So I think every arrest, no matter how minor, should be scrutinized, whether it was necessary. I think there should be this police council, advisory council should be much more robust than the present one, which I think has people on it who love Chief Jones, which I do too. We also have long conversations. And so other times I've had contact was working with the Human Resources Council. And as you all know, it took over a year to get some of the issues looked at. They ended up being there. These brilliant women went there to talk about issues that had happened in the immigrant community, and then they were ghosted, where no one answered them back. The police captain showed up with no new information. And the last thing I'll say is there's too many high-paid officers in GPD. I agree with people in the community that want active policing in their community, but I see that every time there's a program, somebody gets promoted, gets paid a lot, and then the issue is the lower level people on the beat feel they don't have enough support. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
I
Kramer.
also support Danny. I support Danny getting on the police review board.
Thank you, Ms. Payne. Mr. Mayor, we have no other phone calls on the line right now.
Okay, just one last call for anybody here that's an applicant to the Police Advisory Board. Want to speak, introduce himself?
Mayor Poe, we do have 4 candidates in the Zoom, which I can put them one at a time to speak to their application. All applicants who are currently in the attendee list, if you would raise your hand using your device's raise your hand feature or dial *9 on your phone, and that will raise your hand, and I will put you in order. The first applicant is Jeremy Davis. Let me have just a moment to get him transferred in.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Hold on, I'm promoting you to panelist. All right, he should be a panelist now. Mr. Davis, you have the floor. And you can start your video.
Oh, can you hear me okay? Okay, my name is Jeremy Davis. I'm currently a postdoctoral fellow in the Department of Philosophy at UF. Part of my research involves looking at the ethics of technologies like predictive policing, as well as broader issues related to the ethics of state-sanctioned use of force. My goal in my academic work is to identify and explore complex ethical issues and entertain a wide variety of perspectives about them. And I think this will be an important asset in my work with the PAC. What's essential, I think, about this type of role is the ability to carefully and impartially explore complex, often ethical issues without prejudice or assumptions for the betterment of our community. My research interests are certainly part of my motivation for joining the Police Advisory Council, but I think the much more fundamental motivation for me is that I care deeply about government accountability, civilian oversight, and establishing relationships, especially relationships of trust, between the community and those that are tasked with protecting it. Now, I am a relative newcomer to Gainesville. In fact, my wife and I just moved here in August so that I could begin this position at UF. But whereas some might see my status as a newcomer as a problem, I see it as an asset. I'm coming to this community and these issues with fresh eyes and a clear perspective, and I hope that will be one advantage to my being a part of the council alongside others who are much more established in this community. And just to note, prior to arriving at Gainesville, I lived in Beacon, New York, where I was a visiting assistant professor at the U.S. Military Academy, also known as West Point. And before that, I lived for many years in Toronto, Canada, where I was a graduate student at the University of Toronto. Thanks so much for giving me an opportunity to speak to you all today. Best of luck.
Thank you, Mr. Davis, and welcome to Gainesville.
Thank you.
Okay, our next applicant is Gina Master-DeCasa. If you wait one moment, I will promote her to panelist. And again, if there are any other applicants waiting to speak and you have not raised your hand, please do so by dialing *9 or using your raise your hand feature.
All right, hi everybody. I'm Gina Master-DeCasa, and I work at the University of Florida in IFAS, where I'm the Associate Vice President. And I have served on the Police Advisory Council since 2013. I have been active in neighborhood issues, particularly involving town-gown relations and student issues, especially with codes and the police. I am involved in some other efforts about safety and other things related to students due to my day job, but I'm very passionate about how this all comes together. The other thing that's interesting is I'm a parent of 2 10-year-olds, and so I'm definitely much more connected to the schools and how our public schools are faring these days and what kinds of opportunities are around for our youth and what's not available to our youth. I think that's a big part of the entire puzzle here. The reason I'd like to stay on is really to take the new charge and continue some of the momentum that the starting board has done. I'm happy to answer any questions. I'm happy to visit with anybody if you need more information, but I appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and I believe our final applicant on the Zoom call is Mr. Bob Cohen. I'm transferring him in now. Again, if you are an applicant, please raise your hand using *9 or your raise your hand feature. Go ahead, Mr. Cohen.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here. I'm applying again for the Police Advisory Council. We accomplished a lot. We worked with the police department, with DOJ. We dealt with complex issues such as driving while black and juvenile arrests. We introduced the idea that accountability with webcams, car cams would be a great idea way before Ferguson happened. So we accomplished a lot, yet there's many things we didn't do. We did meet all over the city, but we didn't get good attendance. We didn't push hard enough to let the citizens know that we existed as a liaison between citizens and the city and the police department. So that was the area that I felt we could certainly improve on. If the city commission would like me to continue, that would be my focus, to get us out there and let people know that there is a group that represents a very good cross-section of the city of Gainesville. We're there to listen and we're there to help. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak to you.
Thank you. Anybody else, Ms. Bryant?
I believe that is all we have.
Okay, and just one last call for anybody here, maybe waiting out in the lobby. Anybody here for the Police Advisory Council? Any applicants want to introduce themselves? All right, very good. Thank you all for being here. Thanks for letting us know a little bit about you and why you want to serve on this important committee. With that, we'll turn back to the commission for deliberation. And first, we have Commissioner Sacco.
Mr. Mayor, I was going to make a suggestion, given that we have 3 different types of terms on the ballot, that we vote according to term first, starting with the longest term and then going down to shorter terms, just to make this a little, I guess, easier for us in terms of keeping track of what applicant we're proposing for which terms.
Yeah, I'm happy to consider that. Let's hear from everybody, and but I think what you're saying is we'll have one round where
One round for
everybody
the
would vote for
4-year
3
term.
people. Everybody would vote for 3 people in the first round, and
4 people in the first round for the 4-year term, from longest term to shortest term.
oh, I understand.
That way we just go, who we like to stay on the council the longest, and then the applicants we want midterm, and then the shortest terms.
Sure. I'm going to suggest another way we could do it is if we vote, the folks with the most votes get the longest terms and kind of work back from there. But I'm willing to, I'm willing to hear everybody and whatever works. I don't have a strong opinion one way or the other.
Okay.
So that's a fine suggestion. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. Marie, the clerk, I would like to know the applicants that are member or former PAC members. Do we know if they're, just tell me who are currently members of the PAC? Because what I want to do is retain those members, and whatever amount of time that they have left, give them that time, if it's 3 terms left or 2 or whatever, and that's how we just go ahead and exclude them.
Sure, so I think Commissioner, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's Dunkel, Cohen, and Master DeCasa are currently, or whenever the transition happens, but, right, Mr. Dunkel, the three of you are currently on there.
And so what I would suggest that we know is those three are currently there, that we just extend their time and give them the full time and let everyone else come in under the lesser times.
Okay,
That's just a suggestion. But I would like to address those three first, that way we can do the rest.
sure, okay, I understand
Yes.
what you're saying. Okay, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I did want to get some clarification about how we're doing this. Are we going to the ballot? Are we going to be voting out loud? How are we going to be doing it?
There's no standard procedure, so it's really at the will of the commission. So I think what you heard from Commissioner Sacco is fill the 4-year terms first, and then the second set of 4-year terms, and then the 3-year term last. We could ballot for those. I think with this many people, it's probably most helpful to ballot rather than a person make a motion and decide whether we agree or not.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think that gives the most flexibility. Does that sound reasonable?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have a preference from anything Commissioner Simmons or Sacco offered?
I would prefer that we vote on all of the people that have applied, rather than necessarily retaining everyone. I would just rather us vote on everybody that's
And if you wanted
applied.
them, you could elevate them with one of your votes.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner, still learning the numbers, Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to all of our applicants who came to speak today, either in the chambers or via Zoom. It's really great to see this come to fruition as a result of the community really demanding for more involvement in police matters. So I have a full advisory board that I was prepared to propose. So what I will do is I will get the ball rolling. I am interested in appointing Mr. Cohen, Reverend Greiner, Ms. Master DeCasa, and Ms. Payne to the 4 full terms ending in 2024. And for the second round, for the 4 terms ending in 2023, Uretha Bostic, Danielle Chanzez, hope I'm saying that right, Norbert Dunkel, and Evelyn Fox. And then for the 3 terms ending in 2022, Jeremy Davis, Colin Hines, Michael Perkins, and Tara Richardson.
Okay, thanks. We're going to come back to balloting, but thanks for sharing your preferences for us. I want to hear from everybody first before we tally anything. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and a special thanks to everyone who went to the trouble of applying, and especially those who have come to speak today, whether it's in person, on the phone, or via Zoom. I appreciate you being willing to give of yourself to make this a better community. I will say that we have, from the people who have applied, the applications before us, we could fill a very good board. My hope for this, however, was that we could have more representation from young people in their 20s, maybe even younger, more representation from those folks, particularly young people, young Black people, and young people of color otherwise. I would like to see more representation in that regard. I would be comfortable reopening this, but I'm also comfortable with the people we have. And if there's no appetite for reopening, we could put a good board together here. It's just not exactly, it's missing some of the representation that I had hoped for this. But if there's no appetite for that, we can fill a very good board here. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank everyone who applied and spoke to us today. As for voting, I think we did it. One of the times we did recently, we vote on 11 people. Whoever gets the most votes get the longest terms. I think that's, Mr. Mayor, you brought that up. I think that's an easy way to do it, and allows us to hopefully have the least amount of votes possible when we're going through it. I'm open to reopening, but I'm also open to voting today too. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Commissioner Simmons.
Mayor, I just wanted to, first of all, thank the applicants as well for wanting to commit their time to such a worthy cause. So thanks for all the applicants who are here today and those who are at home watching. And I agree with what you said, Commissioner Ward, as it relates to the diversity of the applicants. We do need to have more people that look like our community apply for this board. I'm open to reopening, but as well, I do think we have some great candidates. But with that being said, when the term limits are up, maybe we can look at the verbiage that we have in the writing and say, okay, we want people that are very active or may have had some type of engagement with police officers. We really want to hear your voice. Maybe we can re-advertise in that way if we choose to continue the voting today. But like, for instance, Reverend Griner, if you didn't know him, you wouldn't even know who he was. And so I think it's important that we have people with that are very in tune to the community to participate on this board. And I wanted to ask Mr. Dunkel a question, if he don't mind coming back to the dais. You were an original?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you just explain to us how that came about? I know you said it was under, I think, Russ Blackburn's leadership.
Correct.
And can you just explain to us, because the reason I want you to stay on for the amount of time that I would like for you to stay on is because you fully understand you were chosen or you were appointed to begin this initial committee. So if you could just let us know how that came about. And you touched on some of the things that you all brought back to the commission and we looked at it, but can you tell us how successful those things were as a committee, and who on your board at the time, who were the people that represent the community that sat on that original board? And do you see the lack of that presence in this applicant pool today? And I know that's a lot.
Thank you. Yeah, there were several questions there. I don't have a set of minutes from August 2010 to tell you who the original members were. I can share with you that I was recommended to Russ Blackburn by a city commissioner at that time to serve on the council. I suspect that was the case for most all other council members. I don't recall there being an open call for applications, so this certainly provides that opportunity for a greater diversity through that open application process. The report, Reducing Racial and Ethnic Disparity, came about again by a charge from Russ Blackburn that he knew from citizens that young black males were being pulled over at a higher rate than anybody else. And his charge was for us to take a very close look at that, look at the program, services, statistics, and so forth. And we realized very quickly that it wasn't just a young black male problem. It was much greater than that. So it involved males and females. It involved Latinx, Hispanics, blacks, and it really involved most everybody throughout the city. So we opened up the report and tried to provide recommendations that we felt attended to everybody within the city. The recommendations varied from taking a look at the pipeline in our middle schools and high schools and how young black males were getting into that pipeline from a very minor incident, and then that not allowing them to really join the workforce because of a record that they had. It involved taking a look at the home setting of the kids that we had in middle and high schools. We recommended both in-car and on-person body cameras. We recommended bias training for the Gainesville Police Department officers and a number of different things. So we had 14 or 15 different recommendations. And over the course of 2 years, I think most all of those recommendations were either put into place and they are now a routine part of what, for instance, training for GPD officers requires, or they're moving forward. I think I recently saw that Chief Jones announced that all vehicles now have in-car cameras. So it takes a while because it's very expensive to do that. We understood that, but we also knew the importance of that. Mayor Poe then announced the Citizens Response Group, and who took another look at that outside of the PAC. They developed a set of recommendations, and a consulting group came in, developed what was called the Noble Report, who developed a set of recommendations, more management recommendations than program or services or policy. Mayor Poe asked us to look at all three of those, analyze those, and develop where we stood. And so that was presented back to the commission. The commission felt very good about that because we had made substantial progress on most everything from the Citizens Response Group, from the PAC, and from the Nobel Report. So we felt very good about that. That then was again presented to the policy group as an update. I think, kind of extending your question a little bit, one thing that the PAC should do is come before the commission and provide more regular updates. You know, whether that's a quarterly or semi-annually report to keep you in tune with all the different things that the PAC is dealing with. And that could be in reviewing internal affairs investigations. That could be our understanding of the training, the things that we're hearing from citizens when we go out on a monthly basis to different parts of the city and the like. I think there should be more reporting back to the city commission. Does that?
Yeah, definitely. And I wanted to have you share that with the public because the PAC has done a significant amount of work, great deal of work, to improve some of the issues that face our community. And under your leadership and the members that I'm looking at on this page that were in the beginning stages of that and having those workshops and having those meetings, you all made substantial process. And like what you just said, to this day, you guys we are implementing some of those recommendations to the day.
Yeah.
And so my whole point was the knowledge that we have, let's continue that. Let's work with the people that from a, I wanna say like a textbook point of view, that have the experience, that was out into the communities early on and started these recommendations. Let's utilize them as a lead, if you will, to usher in the younger generation. And so that was my whole point, because they really have brought, and others have their own opinions, but I think that they have brought a great deal to the table. For example, the school, the pipeline, looking at our schools and not the suspension at our African American students. And so because of that PAC, we were able to zero in on those type of issues. And I just wanted this commission to know certain people on this group, such as Mr. Dunkel, who had played a big role in that. And I would like to keep them on and usher in that generation that we were talking about. Thank you, sir.
Certainly, if I could add, the strongest voice on the council was Rosa Williams.
Yeah.
And I think somebody should visit her and get her to reapply. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. And just one point of correction, the Community Response Council was started under the previous mayor, and then I inherited that, and they finished their work during my first term. Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor. I thank you for the suggestion for opening the APCO pool back up. I agree I'd like to get an understanding of if we did open the applicant pool back up, then are we just extending? Because I do feel strongly about some people that I feel should absolutely be on the board right now. What would that process look like? Do we just extend the time for another, like, say, 4 weeks or so? And then we go through this entire process again, or are we appointing anybody today?
That's our choice, and so the commission could decide, for example, to appoint 7 people and open up an advertisement for 4 additional positions. You know, it's really, you know, we could do the 2 8-year terms, 2 4-year terms, and then you know, I'm sorry, the 2 terms with 4 people, and then, you know, the term ending 22 with 3, open it back up. I mean, it's the will of the commission. There's nothing in our policy that says we have to do it one way or the other.
Okay.
I'm sorry, just one other idea, that we could set a threshold that, you know, we would accept anybody that received unanimous votes or 6 out of 7 votes, and then that would be the number, and open it up for the rest, you know?
Way too many options. I think that, considering the holidays are coming up, I think that if we did some of, you know, your suggestions, then I think it has the potential to get a little bit messy. And I'm thinking that because it is the holiday season, that I don't envision too much work getting done between now and January. So I would suggest that we open the applicant pool back up and then make the decision at our first meeting in January. The reason why we're here, in part, is because a lot of the work and the suggestions of people in the community, for example, like the Dream Defenders, the Gator chapter of NAACP, I think that we could really do some targeted outreach to the groups that brought us here, you know, to be making these decisions in part. So my hope is that we would be able to do some very targeted outreach. I know that Ms. Chances said that she would be interested in even canvassing neighborhoods in addition, and helping our staff to recruit people for this advisory board that are indicative of, you know, our entire community. So I would move that we reopen the search, and that we also get an understanding. I'd like a memo from our charter officer from this office to get an understanding of the targeted outreach that's going to be done to get some additional members.
Okay, so there's a motion to re-advertise and to get an update from the clerk's office on how we communicate these openings to our community.
Yes, and also to communicate with Ms. Chances about her offer to help canvass neighborhoods.
Okay, seconded by Ward. I have some thoughts about the third part of your motion. I don't know about asking one person in our community to be the official outreach person, but I think that if people want to do that, then that's probably more reasonable. Okay, Commissioner Ward.
I'm good.
Commissioner Hayes Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I support the motion, but to the mayor's point, though, I think we should try to open up to everyone on that last person to go out there and talk to people. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Simmons.
Mayor, also, I would support that as well, but not just one person being that spokesperson, and also looking at the language. And I don't know what was actually said in the application. Did we want to add anything additional to it or no? I'm just asking a question.
We could, that gets difficult. I think it's more about where and how we're communicating these openings rather than specifying who.
Okay, that's fine.
I think if more people know about the opportunity, then we'll get a better, not better, that's horrible for me to say. We'll get a more diverse and more extensive applicant pool.
That's fine.
Commissioner Areola?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm hearing from a majority that there's an interest in reopening, which is fine. You know, the longer it stays open, maybe we'll get a few more people to apply. I think that it was open long enough. I think we have a lot of people who have shown interest, and I would hate for us to not at least come to agreement on some of the members who have applied. So, is there any interest in appointing at least some members today?
And I just, for everyone, I know that the current council would be willing to continue meeting if that's what's needed until we appoint one. I mean, I can talk to their chair and, I mean, because there are IA investigations that come forward, there's things that need to be addressed. You know, and so, you know, if this is the action we take, what I'd be concerned about is that if we have nothing, and so, you know, if we don't have enough people for the new council to empower and start making quorum, and we dissolve the old council, you know, we have nothing. If we decide to open it back up, I mean, we could appoint some people today and say that's not the council yet until we fill it out. You know, so the managers council will continue to meet until we get the second group of names and fill it out. And I think that creates continuity, but I wouldn't want nothing while we're figuring this out. Commissioner Ward?
Mr. Mayor, so I wanted to say a couple things. First, that yeah, I would be supportive of, it kind of would be my assumption that the existing council would continue to operate until we appoint the new council. And if we need a motion to that respect, we could do so depending on how this motion turns out, I guess, or we could add it to it. But I fear that if we appoint some but not all today, it gets really messy. And we end up confusing ourselves and the community. So I would prefer that we allow the existing council to operate until we set the new one to work, which should be, you know, a month from now, basically, whenever the first Thursday of January is. But I wanted to reiterate to everyone who has applied, this is not a reflection on you. We could put together a very good board today. I'm just very interested in hearing more other voices that are not represented in the applicant pool. I will be really clear that this is not a reflection on the people who have applied. This is a good pool. I would just like to hear from some other voices as well. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. And we'll need to, I think, Commissioner Johnson, if you'll consider in your motion the time period for when it will be open and when we will close applications. So that can be, so first of all, so clerk's office knows, and second of all, so we can advertise that. Commissioner Simmons?
Mayor, and I was just gonna ask Commissioner Johnson, did she want to add into her motion to allow the board to continue on as it is until we take over?
So for Commissioner, for that, it's the city manager's board, and so
Okay,
you know, it'll be him that dissolves it.
so that goes
And
on without
I
being
imagine he
said
wouldn't do that until
that-
we have something to replace it.
Okay.
Yeah. Commissioner Saka?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could we repeat all parts of the motion one more time, please?
And I'll put a time frame on that. I would like to decide at our first meeting in January, so whatever time frame we need to be able to accomplish that, to reopen the search and to work with community members, interested community members on additional outreach, and to also do specific outreach to the Dream Defenders, the Gator chapter of the NAACP, and get a memo from from our charter officer about the specific outreach plan for the next 3 to 4 weeks.
My concern comes back to a concern that a couple of us had of assigning outreach to certain groups. I think it'd be fine if those groups were informed and told to spread it amongst their members and their community reaches, that this is open and that they should be encouraged to apply. But I don't feel entirely comfortable designating them as part of our outreach team outright, just because
it can get messy really quick if you didn't appoint one group, you did appoint another group. And I know that they've done a lot of work around the topic, but I worry about infighting about, well, you didn't pick my group to be part of your outreach. So I'm perfectly comfortable with them proposing more of their members and bringing in more of their members as applicants, but I don't feel entirely comfortable with that part of the motion, that they would be designated by the city to do outreach.
So the part that you're talking about, is it the last part, working with community members in order to do outreach, that specific part of it? Is that the part?
I think assigning any particular group to be part of the outreach. Just because then we single out individual groups, and maybe we miss one, maybe we don't cover everyone, and I think it gets a little messy that we're designating one over another. Because we could just encourage, like, all 7 of us individually, all the groups that we know, and pass on the information and say, I really hope your members apply and get involved, as opposed to the city officially selecting 1 or 2 or 3 groups and saying, we want you to do the outreach for this.
So I was thinking that people have offered to help us, canvass neighborhoods and maybe do the legwork that we are not, that we have not done in the past in order to get people to apply. So how do we utilize that help is the question that I have, if people are offering their help.
I think a response with we're re-canvassing, or we're re-advertising, here's the information, go on in your groups and do it however you want. I just don't want I don't want them being an extension of the city in the process officially, if that makes sense. So if they can do the legwork, they are more than welcome to share the information. I don't feel comfortable with them, with any particular 1 or 2 groups being official extensions in something like this. Because they may canvass certain neighborhoods that, they may canvass one neighborhood, they may not canvass another. And then we get into a mess of, well, Dream Defenders didn't come canvass my neighborhood for whatever reason.
So I wasn't specifically, what I was asking was that we reach out specifically to the Dream Defenders and the Gator chapter of the NAACP, because that is what targeted outreach means. If there are any other groups that we're missing, then I'm happy to, I think that they should be included as well. Those are the 2 groups that came to mind automatically, because they have been doing a lot of work around this, and they are part of the reason why we're here. And they also make up the young people that we want to see involved in this police advisory group. So I'm not really sure how to do targeted outreach without doing targeted outreach.
Okay, I see your point. I don't know how else to do it. I'm stuck on my, I don't want.
Yeah,
I'm stuck on my point, which I don't see how to get around it, but I also see your point on how we want to get there. I just don't know what the alternative would be.
I just don't think it belongs in a motion. What about the League of Women Voters? What about Indivisible? There's lots of organizations out there that feel strongly about these topics and would be, I think, enthusiastic about helping identify potentially great members.
Yes.
For us to say, you 2 do this, first of all, we can't.
Right.
We can't tell folks to do stuff, but we can make folks aware. And I think that's the job of the clerk's office to have a communication strategy that gets the word out to as broad a group as possible, including the ones that you mentioned.
Right.
But we're not saying you two groups are responsible for this.
No.
Right. So that's why I think we just leave their names out of it, and we ask the clerk's office to broaden the sort of reach of the opening. That we find ways to get word to more folks than just our traditional means, like posting it on our website, that these are up for consideration, and if you know people that would be qualified and interested, then here's the process.
Yeah, I think that that's a great idea. I'm happy to broaden the search. I'm saying that I would like for the clerk's office to include the Dream Defenders and the Gator chapter of the NAACP within that list, in addition to, whatever the other targeted outreach is.
Okay, anything else, Commissioner Johnson?
That's it, thanks.
Commissioner Ariola?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That clarified some of what I was going to say. I would just say to my commissioners, if there's any groups or any people that you would like to serve on the board, by opening the re-advertisement, reach out to them. I think that's the best way to encourage them to serve on the board. It's not picking favorites. It's just sort of, as Mr. Dunkel said, he was encouraged by a commissioner to join the board that was forming. So I think that's a good way to do it. And I would be okay with broadening. And, just as a side-by-side, we had an applicant just moved to Gainesville and realized there was an application. So it isn't as though people aren't aware that this has been there. It's a big step. It's a big commitment to serve on this, and I'd really rather us, get this moving. But I'm happy to go with the majority, so let's just move on. I'll support the motion.
Commissioner Simmons. Commissioner Hayes-Santos.
Maybe a way to get everyone to support it is just to change it to where the clerk will do outreach and send emails out, and just whatever city commissioners find an email that they want to, give it to the clerk's office, and they will send it out to there. That might be a better way to do it, and then everyone's happy.
I mean, if that's what it's going to take to get the support, that's fine. I'm just saying that please, clerk's office, reach out to these two groups in addition to Indivisible and and League of Women Voters, et cetera, like that's it. So if I need to remove that, then that's fine. Removed.
Okay. Seconder? Okay, members of the public would speak to the motion, essentially to re-advertise this. We didn't set a date.
So the first, it would be great if we could choose at our first commission meeting in January. So whatever time frame that looks like. Is that 3 weeks?
So Commissioner, I think that's going to be tough because
Okay.
it's not going to go out until at least Monday. And then we've got the holidays.
Okay.
Our first meeting in January is what, the 3rd?
Is
I
it?
think
I
it's
thought
really
it was
early.
Yes.
later.
Yes, okay, thank
It
you.
is?
Madam Clerk.
Oh, okay. I thought it was
So I think it's more realistic if we shoot for the second meeting.
Yeah,
And
that sounds
so, then we could say advertise for a period of 30 days. And that would give the clerk time to.
Yeah.
Okay, Madam Clerk, did you hear that?
Yes, sir. It will be best if we can bring this back to the second meeting in January. And actually, that date is the 21st.
Okay, and so the re-advertisement would be for a period of 1 month.
Got it.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Good, Mr. Scott.
Good afternoon, Nathan Scott. I support Commissioner Johnson's motion to attract a diverse pool of applicants for the council. That being said, however, I support accountability of our police department, but I have to question the need for the ongoing police advisory council. GPD is independently accredited by CALEA and will likely have to get further accreditation from FDLE in order to be eligible for future grants. But the mayor and Gainesville City Commission continue to actively interfere in the administration and operation of the police department by tying the hands of our dedicated law enforcement officers and telling them how they should enforce the laws of the state of Florida. In my opinion, CALEA should have granted provisional accreditation to GPD, expressing significant concern about the independence of GPD to enforce the law based upon the interference by the mayor and the Gainesville City Commission. Internal affairs of GPD administration, including Chief Jones, are perfectly capable of keeping GPD accountable to the citizens of Gainesville without interference from the mayor and the Gainesville City Commission and additional oversight by the Police Advisory Council. Finally, the mayor and the Gainesville City Commission seem to have no respect for the rule of law. Mayor Poe, you openly acknowledge subverting federal law, clearly violating your oath of office that you took in your letters to the federal immigration judge. Failing to address all the shootings and violent crime in the city, you spend your you spend taxpayer money and city resources writing letters on behalf of illegal persons lawfully detained under federal law, but you don't seem to be concerned about the victims and their families affected by all the shootings and violent crime in our city, as well as families that are broken apart by murder. Thank you.
Anybody else wish to speak to the motion? Hold on, 1 sec, sir, would you like to clean it up? Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Ron Rolls, pastor of Greater Bethel AME Church. I've lived in Gainesville my entire life, but for the past 21 years, I've been away pastoring in other cities. I've now returned a month ago to pastor in my city. I'm happy to hear the conversation. When people hide from accountability, that means they're doing something wrong. And so the fact that you all are making an effort to be accountable, I'm appreciative of that. I happened to stumble upon this topic because this is what I do, engage with government. And so I learned today about this opportunity. I'm extremely interested. I will make sure that I work the community and make sure that voice of social justice is ministry to me. And so I'll make sure that I assist you all without being an official arm of what you do, but to make sure that people that think like me, that law enforcement is good to support, but law enforcement is also, it's necessary to hold them accountable, that they know of this opportunity, and I'll assist you in getting the words out as well as applying myself.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello again. My name is Danielle Chanzes. I'm a community activist and do a lot of stuff. One, I wanted to thank you all for considering reopening the applicant pool. I'm not trying to say this offensively, but the applicant pool that you have right now is pathetic. There's absolutely no diversity. There's barely anybody under the age of 30, and it's not reflective of the community. And I think you all need to ask yourselves why you're revamping the Police Advisory Council, and if you're not going to get new people with new ideas who are directly impacted, who have the most experience, why even revamp the Police Advisory Council in the first place? Secondly, I don't really understand why Commissioner Johnson met so much resistance as to involving community groups, and not just because my name was involved, because I don't care if I'm involved, I'm going to do my thing anyways. But I just want to say, what outreach did the city do to tell people about this? Because the only reason I knew is because I happened to follow the City of Gainesville government on Facebook, and I saw something posted by chance because I was scrolling Facebook that day. Had I not seen that, how would I have known? What outreach did the city do? Think about how people consume their information, how they get their news and stuff like that. So what did the city do to go and reach out to residents of East Gainesville and Southwest Gainesville, people who are directly impacted, people in Porters, people in Fifth Avenue? Absolutely nothing. And then when somebody suggests, why don't you work with community people who work with these individuals who are directly impacted, who have these experiences, there's all this resistance. Doesn't matter who it's doing, but at the end of the day, there was no outreach done, period, by the city. And then you're going, wow, we don't really have a diverse applicant pool. Well, ask yourself why. How did you even reach out to the residents in the first place? That's your answer. So I'm glad that you all are reconsidering opening the applicant pool. It needs to be done. We need to have more diverse people. I mean, even myself, I'm Hispanic. I'm the daughter of a Dominican immigrant, but I'm very white passing. Like, a lot of people don't even think I'm Hispanic. So, you know, that in and of itself, I saw one black man say he applied, and that was it. So we need to, and then we need better outreach. We can't just make a Facebook post. I don't know if anything else the city did, but a Facebook post is not sufficient to notify people about this Police Advisory Council, and there needs to be better methods, and there does need to be community involvement, and that's the best way to get this done. So,
Okay, next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Mike Perkins, returning to the podium. And I want to refer to this gentleman's here's comment about how this board originated. That most of the people that was on that board were appointed by a commissioner, asked by a commission to apply for that board. And I want to say that this commission made an open application pool for anybody that wanted to apply. With that being said, I was contacted by my community, which is the East Gainesville community. So I know my community, which is one of those targeted groups that you're trying to reach, they did that. My office is right on Fifth Avenue. I also reached out. I let other people know what you guys were doing here. So I don't think what's going on here is a reflection of you guys' lack of communication. I think the communication was made. Not only was it made, but it was open. You know, you didn't appoint anybody, you didn't ask anybody, you opened it up and made it a fair and democratic process. That's what you did, and this is what you got. I don't think reopening the pool is gonna change that. You may get one or two other people, but I think you really need to think about what I said previously with the times and the circumstances that we're dealing with right now. We're dealing with COVID-19. We're dealing with people who are scared. We're dealing with people who are untrusting. And the pool that you got is the people who really want to make a difference in their neighborhood. I don't think you're going to do any better than what you've already done. Thank you.
Thank you, and we hope that you reapply if this does get reopened.
I agree with everything that the person who was before me just shared. I'm new to this, so if that's what it takes or that's how it works is to go back and redo it, I think that's fine. I'm perfectly willing to wait, personally. I know for me, the comment I want to make is that I've worked with dozens of guys over the last 10 years in 12-step to hopefully help them stay clean. And it's not really about who I think is going to be clean a year from now. It's about who suits up, shows up, and does the work. And so I just don't know, how much it helps when I'm looking for somebody specific, because it's always the people that surprise me with continuing to show up and continue to do the work that stay clean. So I kind of see that in the rest of my life too, my work life as well. So thanks.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker.
Mr. Poe, I agree with this gentleman to the extent that he said, I don't think you're going to do any better than you already have. That seems quite self-evident to me. I agree entirely with the young woman, I think her name was Danielle. It's self-evident what this commission has done. You've been on the commission for more than 12 years. You first got on this commission more than a dozen years ago. You're not reforming anything. You're continuing with what's here. Now, one of the things that I want to say, I came here last week and told you people are not able to access this meeting. You're quite aware of that. For 52 minutes into this meeting, during most of this discussion, people in this community were unable to come here. They were unable to speak. They couldn't call in. It wasn't streaming. You know this. It's not accidental. There's a greater weight of the evidence. This is something that needs to be in, and will be, in pleadings, not in a public meeting. Now, to the comment of extending this, this young woman is going to have herself disappointed because it's not going to get any better than it is now. This man said that. It will not get any better. Commissioner Ward, I had 3 contacts with him to give him an opportunity to speak about what you did with regard to the red light, the police body cams. You know what it was. The record speaks for itself. In August, the police came to you with a proposal. You gutted it. The facts are what they are. That will be written. Mr. Ward had 3 opportunities to comment on that. He was too busy. Too busy. My sons and I have written an article. John and David are attorneys in Los Angeles County. Both of them have numerous police excessive use of court cases. Last week, David's case, Susan Peck versus Orange County, survived summary judgment on Monell liability. Your attorney will tell you what Monell liability is. That's what you have put the city into, Mr. Poe. You leading this commission after 12 years. John's case, Voss versus also Orange County. Orange County is a Republican county south of LA County. They have problems down there with their sheriff's department. You're turning our police department into something like Orange County with these pretend measures that you're doing. I don't think you're going to do any better than you already have. I agree with him.
Do you have anybody else that's like to speak on the motion?
Hi there. My name is Donald Shepard, People's Representative, and I think that this here is something that I've spoke of before, and I want you to hear this. You cannot run a city without your police departments, without your hospitals, and without the backing of your fire department. Well, those are the three staples of your city. And so supporting this here is for our city. It's not for the individuals who may be for or against this. And that's what I have to say as a people's representative, is that the people count. So we need to remove these mediums. We remove these roundabouts, which were against the fire department because of the factor, and the police department because of the factor that it takes 7.3 minutes to get around the roundabout and 12.2 to get around it with a semi. So that there obstructing traffic is a reason for to remove these roundabouts. The mediums, we know the number of the amount of people that were in accidents and killed because of
Mr. Shepard, if you could just keep your comments on the motion, which is to continue the advertising for the advisory board.
Yes, sir. This is another modification that is being placed before us. So we need to take and address it in a cordial way in the behalf of the people. Thank you.
Is there anybody else that would wish to make any comments on the motion? Okay, we'll close public comment. Back to the commission. Commissioner Ward.
Mr. Mayor, we have three.
Oh, I'm
public
sorry.
comments.
I'm sorry. Yes, Adam. Go ahead, Adam.
All good. So first we have Reverend Milford Griner. Reverend Griner, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, about the Police Advisory Council. I can't speak to other diverse issues, but I can say that I applied to the council on my, can you all hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Okay. I applied to the council on my own free will. No one asked me or made me or told me to do so. I did so because of my sense of public duty in police work and law enforcement and security work that goes back 42 years, beginning in 1978. I can only say that if I'm thankful for the chance to be considered, and if I am selected, I will serve on that council to the very best of my ability with all the skills and training and a police officer at 2 departments that I have in my background. I will serve on that council to the very best of my ability. Thank you all for the consideration.
Thank you, sir. Next we have Ms. Sheila Payne. Ms. Payne, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Sheila Payne. I agree that there should be more outreach. I did do some of my own outreach to some green defenders that I work with on the free grocery store project. And yeah, I think there should be more young people in the affected communities because they're the ones that know what is happening in those communities. And The whole point of having the new police advisory board is to address some of those issues. So thanks so much. I think it's a brilliant idea. I'm really glad you're doing it. I support any outreach to getting more young people in affected communities on this board.
Thank you, Ms. Payne. Next, we have Armando Grande Gomez. Mr. Gomez, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to express some of my concern in some of the comments. I appreciate your colleague, Commissioner Johnson's motion to involve folks. To the young lady that came forward, I guess she had to Danielle. I know Danielle very well. I don't know how she considers herself passing or not passing. I don't think that's relevant or germane to anything, but to the content of what she said, Mr. Mayor, is absolutely very much prevalent and poignant. And to me, it just feels like some up there want to be de minimis or diminish things of people and have diverse voices and diversity of thought of things like people like Danielle, myself, or other people that want to be involved in the board. Right now, when you look at that board, there's not representative thoughts to even having Black males' voices on there, not even close. And I think that it's not just, I want to be careful when we start talking about age or how people, if they pass for a certain skin tone. I think that that's a very dangerous thing. But I also, Mr. Mayor, take some exception of what Mr. Washington said when he says you won't get better by reaching out further. I think that is exactly what Commissioner Johnson was attempting to convey. And we don't want this board to be stacked and have it be a nothing burger when it comes to speaking to social justice, which kind of like this board is like a shell of itself. You really can't speak to anything what matters because it just seems to be, people that of the same thought, just from the University of Florida. And it just seems to be nothing. So to say that nothing else will come from there, I kind of take some gravitas of exception to Mr. Washington's comments and think that takes a lot of nerve, but that's beyond the point. But I think that it shouldn't be just one person involved in the outreach, but I think Danielle's point is made. And I would hate to think that there is voices up there that have an issue with a Latina woman up there or Black men or Black females wanting to assert themselves into an issue that affects our communities. I know some of you could care less up there because it doesn't affect you. But I know 2 of you up there right now on that dais that it has affected. You know it and I know it. I digress. And both of you are younger, so I digress. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grande Gomez. That is all the public comment we have on the lines right now. Mr. Mayor, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Turn back to the commission. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to, I guess, ask, but I think I'm reminding people in the process. I don't think we need people to fill out new applications. Once you fill that, those applications remain on file. So we're not asking people who have already applied to reapply. We're just holding it open for a bit longer. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Commissioner Simmons.
And I also just wanted to thank those who applied and just want to encourage them to do not fall out or not fall out, but to withdraw your application. Just bear with us, and we thank you for applying to sit on this very important board. So I just wanted to let the applicants know that. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So we have a motion on the floor to reopen and do some outreach to various people and organizations to encourage more people to apply. That application period will be open for 30 days, and we will be making this decision at our second meeting in January. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Our next item is business discussion item 2, Coronavirus Relief Fund Program Update, with a recommendation that the Commission modify the Coronavirus Relief Fund Utility Assistance Program to include rent and mortgage assistance and to increase the maximum award amount per applicant based on their individual need.
Okay, thanks. And Commissioner, we'll go ahead and take this up, but I want to talk about some agenda modification here in a second. We've got a few items where there are a lot of folks that are present, and there's some other items that are really just commission and staff items. And I don't want to run out of, I'd rather deal with the ones that have outside people this afternoon when they expected it to be. I did not expect this conversation to take an hour and a half. Okay, Mr. Manager, is this you?
I'll take it. Mayor and Commissioners, as you know, we received a funding from the state of Florida in the amount of approximately $360,000 for the as a replacement to the SHIP money that we would have received this year. The state told us that we could use that money for COVID relief. We set up a program similar to GNV Cares for Neighbors, but based on utility payments for both, for all GRU, AT&T, cell service, and so forth. We have not had as much participation as we hoped. We still have some dollars that are left over at this point that we have to expend by December 30th. We want to reopen the program to be geared towards rental assistance and mortgage assistance like we did originally with the GNV Cares for Neighbors. This action would allow us to do that. We will be recontacting the recipients of the GNV Cares for Neighbors, as well as doing some additional outreach so that we can make sure that this money is not returned to the state. In addition, if we have some success, we may be able to tap another $200,000, give or take, for the same program. So we're going to make this an all-hands effort, but we need to modify the program to include rental and mortgage insurance payments, rental and mortgage payments.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Feldman. Commissioner Johnson?
I'm good, thank you.
Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could we ask someone to ask folks to hold it down a little bit outside? I'm hearing a lot of crosstalk, and it's hard enough to work through this.
Yeah, I can't direct either of the sergeants myself. Mr. Manager, if you don't mind communicating, we've got some commotion outside that's making it difficult to pay attention in the chamber.
Yes, sir. As soon as I finish this item.
Was that it, Commissioner Ward? That's all. Okay. Commissioner Simmons?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Manager, are there other other additional programs that we can utilize this money for other than utility assistance and rental, or are there is there anything else that we can do to assist our neighbors?
So we've been in contact with the state, and the answer to that is no.
Yeah.
We're very limited on what we can use the funds for and how to disperse them.
And what are we still using, like North Central Florida Community Action Agency, or how is the process going? How is that? Are we just paying directly the utility bill and rent bill, or are we doing a third party?
No, in these we have to make the payments directly to the vendors, either the apartment building, the mortgage company, or the utility company.
So if, say for instance, during the process, someone has been accepted, but they do not have the payment in time by the 31st, even though they have been awarded the money, what happened to that funding? If they awarded that money prior to December 31st, even though the process may extend past the 31st, do they still receive the money for the rent on the utilities, or is that rescinded?
No, so the state informed us on Tuesday that we can continue to make expenditures for awards into January,
Okay.
but we have to make the awards by December 30th.
Okay, but it can extend it to January for okay. So, City Manager, the demographics of the initial funding, is it safe to say the recipients have been in District 1 or East Gainesville, or it's just varies? Is it all over the place? Not just focused on District 1 in East Gainesville, because I know the need is everywhere. I'm just trying to get a perception of the needs of District 1 residents and how this particular program is helping, with District One, and how can we, continue to focus in that area or, help residents in District One? Not saying that all of our districts are not in need, but I just wanted to know, particularly District One, what does that snapshot look like for the need and the funding for that area?
So I would say, and I've seen the map, and I'm doing this from memory.
Okay.
But I would say a majority, well, not a majority, I'd say virtually all of the GNV Cares for Neighbors were located in the census tracts that were considered to be low to moderate income census tracts there, and we're predominantly on the east side.
So
I can certainly send you a map.
yeah, please. And I just
of
want
that.
to just encourage that we continue to reach out to all our needy residents, but I'm really focused on District One and the residents in East Gainesville. The need is so great, so I just want to make sure that that we really reach out, and like we just had this previous discussion. I don't know what your outreach looks like, but I'm hoping that we can continue to meet the need of the people. Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Santos?
Mr. Mayor, I move staff's recommendation that we modify the coronavirus relief fund to include rent and mortgage assistance, and we increase the maximum award amount per applicant.
Second. Okay, I think Commissioner Ward was second. Commissioner Santos moved the staff recommendation. Members of the public that will speak to the motion, go ahead.
Nathan Scott. Thank you, Mayor Poe, Commissioners. With respect to this item, this was added at the last minute. There is no backup. Effectively, the commission, noting the December 30 deadline, is being asked to give carte blanche to change the terms of the program, to increase the maximum award amount per applicant based upon their individual need. There's no discussion of what those limits might be. For all we know, you could give $10,000 or something under what's being proposed to any given person. So this is why government is not very well adept at distributing money based on individual applications. As you can see, majority of the applications were started but not submitted. There is a need in the community. No one is doubting that. I think that the money and people need help, but government being gatekeepers is not the best solution here. With respect to the utility issue, it's unfortunate that more neighbors, or whatever term you guys like to call it, I call them GRU customers, but more people did not avail themselves of this. I don't know what the restrictions were, but the low acceptance rate and the low amount of applications that were submitted seem to indicate a need, but ineffectiveness in distributing funds. A more equitable solution, however, might be for the City Commission to give all GRU residential customers some holiday cheer and use some of these funds to credit our excessive GRU electric rates, which the City Commission refuses to lower, and provide financial relief to hardworking Gainesville families. But we're moving this money around now, and it's not that it's not well intended, but if the purpose of the program was for utility assistance and we have unspent funds, then there's a lot of people in need, probably a lot of people that didn't apply. So before you start opening this up and reallocating money to do this, that, and the other thing with no direction and no backup on this item, perhaps a better way to do it, if it was intended and earmarked for utility assistance, is just give all GRU customers a credit to the extent possible and availability of funds. Certainly need can factor into that, but it just seems to be equitable across the board, because again, our GRU electric rates are excessive. I don't think anyone would deny that, but this commission refuses to address that problem. Finally, it amazes me how the mayor and the Gainesville City Commission are willing to accept state and federal money, but openly subvert and thumb your nose at state and federal law. It's just a paradox, Mayor Poe. It's like you want the state and federal money, but you cherry pick what laws you want to follow and what laws you don't want to follow, and that's not your decision. Your oath of office requires you to uphold the Constitution of the federal government and state government, including the laws thereof. And you consistently fail and violate your oath of office. Thank you.
Anybody else like to speak to the motion?
Pastor of Greater Bethel AME Church. I think this right here is something that, especially with the amendment including rental assistance and mortgage assistance, because you're helping out two groups of people. You have owners that are renting properties, landlords that are really suffering. You have evictions on hold because of CDC rules, and so you have people that are struggling. And I think what you really have to make sure that you use, where I just came from in St. Johns County, had a lot of people that needed the assistance, but the process was arduous. And so they would get into it. It would be so difficult because it's a long process. It doesn't matter if you have a master's degree, a doctorate degree. It was a long process, and they would just drop out. I think if you were able to empower community, nonprofits, or entities to be able to kind of be that middle person to help people through the process, I mean, you may already do that. I'm not sure. But I think, and I know we're at the last minute with this right here, we're trying to get something done by December, but maybe in the future, and then maybe immediately now, if we empower entities like churches and other groups to help people through the process, walk them through they don't need anybody to hold their hand, just kind of encourage them, because it's a process that can get very frustrating, that people will drop out. It look like your numbers show that people drop out. Not that the need wasn't there to apply, but people drop out because it's a hard process. If we can have entities in the neighborhoods and the communities that the people trust and that can encourage and help the people through the process, I think you'll be more successful, because the idea is in the end to help people. And there's a broad sector of the community that can be helped. Renters and owners of the properties can be helped through this process.
Thank you. Anybody else like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mayor Paul. This is a great opportunity to speak on this matter because this has been addressed 2 years ago when we mentioned the tiny houses. If these tiny houses were approved, we would have had less homelessness, and we would have had an opening towards getting some of these people in smaller areas of their own. The address of the homelessness, as far as the census, that is a good analogy. I experienced in my drives throughout the city that this here is a severe incident that needs to be addressed. How are we going to address it? By our codes department, our census takers, by our government officials such as yourselves going out and seeing which people need this or don't, a drive throughout neighborhoods, and going to the Alachua County Housing. There's numerous ways of addressing this, and this is a severe need. I have a neighbor who, since last Friday, 2 weeks now, has been homeless because of it. Their trailer box in their trailer had burned, and now they're homeless. And they have an elderly woman who cannot work, the mother, cannot take and walk, so that's how severe some of these people are. 89-year-old woman in the same area I live in, Lamplighter Trailer Park, that is homeless also because of the factor. And where do they go? They have to sneak back in their own units to take and stay somewhat warm over this incident that has taken place of not addressing homeless 3 years ago. This here is severe. And the people that don't want to be homeless, then they need to take and be addressed as not wanting to be helped. And we needed to have names of that. They refuse to give us names. Well, we could pull them off the Motor Vehicle Bureau and get them through that way, or the police arrest records. We can get them that way. But I ask that we address this and use this money to take and help these people. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave, do we have anybody on the line that would like to speak to the motion? I'm sorry, Adam.
I wasn't sure if you were talking to me or not. No, we don't have anybody on the line at this time, Mr. Mayor. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Back to the commission, Commissioner Sacco.
Mr. Feldman, just to confirm, I think it's Housing and Community Development Office is still following up on outreach to those applicants who started the application but couldn't finish?
Yes, ma'am.
Do we have a deadline for when we'll stop that outreach and just increase the amounts to those who managed to finish, or are we going to keep trying until the 30th?
We'll be doing those simultaneously. Our goal is to make sure that we disperse all the money.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Commissioner Johnson.
Mayor, can you remind me how much money that has yet to be dispersed, Manager Feldman?
Under this program, it's about 270,000.
270,000. And how many people began the process but did not finish it, the application process?
I would have to defer to staff. I believe Ms. Harris is in our room here.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ms. Harris.
Development. So I don't have the agenda item in front of me, so I do apologize, but we had about 600 neighbors to start the application and did not complete it. And we did do outreach to those neighbors on several occasions. We've sent emails, and we also did some, attempted to do some phone calls as we hired some temp staff to do that outreach.
Okay, and like Commissioner Sacco said, that's continuing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and how much, is it $2,000 that was the cap for the neighbors? Am I correct about that?
It was $1,250.
$1,250, and what is going to be the new cap, Manager Feldman?
We would be removing the cap and basing it strictly on evidence of need.
I see. And are there any constraints within the program now about us being able to work with nonprofits to disperse some of this money?
I believe we could work with nonprofits. The question would be covering their cost. We cannot use the grant proceeds to cover any of their costs in dispersing or working on there.
Okay, so for example, if a church or a nonprofit entity wanted to volunteer to be able to disperse some of these funds to their needy, to be able to disperse some of the funds, is that possible?
Yes, the more groups that want to help us outreach and gather the paperwork and help people, our neighbors, through the process would be welcome.
Okay, so I'm thinking through logistically how that would work, and if there's any interest on the commission to help to empower some of our neighbors, our nonprofit entities that want to help in this process. Is there an appetite for that? And then can we, just ask the city manager to, put out a call to nonprofits to say this is what we're doing, and we can help you through this in this way, and we won't be able to pay you for it, but certainly, the option is there for that.
And we would have to train up the volunteers. There's, in terms of the state's procedures, even the temporary workers that we brought on, temporary community builders, we had to put them through training, and I have to just check on the availability of that.
Okay. I guess it's not my job to think through the logistics of it, but more about if there's an appetite on the commission to be able to empower our nonprofit community to do some of this work. I was saying that it's not my job to think through the logistics, which is what I'm doing right now, but rather to ask if there's appetite on this commission to help to empower our nonprofit neighbors and churches to be able to do some outreach to get some of this money dispersed. So that's my question to you all. Head nods, yes. Okay. So that, was there a motion that was made already?
Yes.
Okay. Can we add that to it?
To have the city manager's office empower nonprofit organizations to assist our community with application process?
Yes, perfect, thank you.
Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor, and I was thinking on the same lines as Commissioner Johnson as it relates to the nonprofit, and just wanted to know what part can they play in this effort, and like Pastor Ross did come up to the mic and suggest we have a lot of churches. I think if they knew about this and they have members that they can perhaps help them with this process, but I'm concerned about the timing. This is a lot to do. It's the 3rd of December. And you have Christmas coming up, and we have a break relatively short. Next week, I think. So I wish we would have known about this earlier. You know, if we could have known the trajectory of where we were, then we could have tackled this a lot sooner. I'm optimistic and I'm hopeful, but I'm concerned as well because of the timing. This is a heavy lift, and you have to train people. It's a lot to do. But I support the motion, but I think we need to have a plan in place and really go forward and go out hitting the pavement, because this is a lot of work. And I don't know what the city manager plans to do, but we need to do it quickly. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is a good addition. Maybe this will alleviate some concerns from the commission and the manager. When we first came out with Gainesville Cares and we're talking about dispersing some of these monies, a lot of nonprofits in the continuum of care actually wrote to the commission saying that they were not only trained and equipped, but they were also trusted by people to move this process along quicker and get the money to where it needed to go without, an onerous amount of administration from the government. So these organizations are ready. I think for those who are ready to move, it'll be something as simple as connecting points A and B. For the organizations that aren't ready to move, there really isn't time to get fully trained up. But I don't think that should stop us from reaching out to those that are ready to move. I sit on the board of Family Promise, and calls have gone up 300% for need for families who are worried and need this rental assistance. And the people at Family Promise are well trained on all of the necessities and filling out these types of assistance forms and helping people get through that process. So I think it's fine direction, and I want to thank Commissioner Johnson for bringing this up and adding it to the motion.
Commissioner Santos.
Mayor, I'd like to modify the motion to allow a city manager to work with nonprofits to, what was your exact wording?
Help identify and facilitate the application process.
Help identify and facilitate the applications.
Okay. Commissioner Johnson.
Thanking me, David, but I'd also like to just thank Pastor Rolls because he was the one that brought it to our attention, so thank you.
Okay, all in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Let's skip the next item. We'll do it at the end of our meeting. Mr. Feldman, how long is BD for? How long should that take?
It won't take long for us to present. It will be up to how long the commission wants to talk about it.
Okay. I heard that. Okay, let's go ahead and take that item up next, Madam Clerk.
All right, our next item is BD4, Affordable Housing Contract for Sale and Purchase, Housing Trust Group, LLC, with a recommendation that the commission hear a brief presentation from staff, direct the city manager to execute the contract for sale and purchase with Housing Trust Group, LLC, and related documents subject to approval of legal form by the city attorney.
Hello.
Eric,
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
no, go ahead, Eric. I didn't see you there. It's all yours.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and members of the commission. Eric Redfeld. I do economic development work for the city of Gainesville. Nice to see everybody today. This item is regarding a proposal from a affordable housing developer to and you have a contract in your backup to develop a piece of property for affordable housing adjacent to the Cornerstone project over on 8th Avenue Northeast and off of Hawthorne Road. As you'll recall, if you may recall, the City Commission adopted some procedural changes to your real estate policies several months ago, which allowed for the City Commission to make a decision on whether or not it wanted to do a non-competitive solicitation for sale of property if it was involving potential affordable housing development. And I placed the real estate policies updated. That is actually in your backup that you can take a look at. It's the final link under the item. But and the section that is prevailing there is on page 9. But in this case, this particular development group was actually involved in the process that just recently occurred with the city seeking the local contribution. So it's not a brand new potential proposal. It was one of the several that the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee looked at, and then subsequently the City Commission. The developer, I believe, is still interested in potentially doing a project here. They've come to town. They're trying to learn the city a little bit. They've been looking at various properties around the area. We've met with them in the field. The actual project, I think I can probably, if I can share my screen, and just see if I can find that quickly. Let's see. Give me a second here. Is the commission able to see that?
Yes.
Okay. The property that we're discussing here is this particular property. This would be the Cornerstone property along Hawthorne Road. And this potential developer is looking at this property right here, which is, as you'll see, has a U4 zoning. They are also interested, they've already been working in the past with this property owner adjacent to the west. So the city's property is this property here that's designated U4. It's approximately 4.5 acres. This is property that many years ago on city staff, I had worked with the former land rights coordinator on assembling some of this property with the idea that potentially it could be utilized for a future project. And then this parcel here is a separate private owner. And at the time that we originally were discussing the project, the developer HTG had this property under contract as well. We have myself and some of the staff actually met with the developer several months ago in the field and walked the property. They have already expended some money on doing due diligence. They've hired they're working with George Young on some of the site plan layout, and then also air and water on doing some of the environmental analysis on the property. And so I believe that's really, in essence, the project and the location. And we feel like this may be the first opportunity, I believe, for the city commission to think about this opportunity vis-a-vis the changes to the real estate policies that were made. And we feel like possibly this is a group that not only will they be willing to work on this project, but maybe others in the future as well. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Redfeld. Anything to add, Mr. Feldman?
I do. So a representative of HTG is with us today, Jordan Finkelman, who can talk a little bit more about the company and their experience in the affordable housing market, as well as answer any questions that you might have with regard to their intent on project for this site.
Okay, thanks. Welcome, Mr. Finkelman.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today about our company and our project. Yes, so Village Estates is the name of the proposed development. As far as like our company background, we're currently ranked one of the largest affordable housing developers in the state. And based in Coconut Grove, South Florida, we have a total of about, I want to say, maybe like 30 different developments in the portfolio that are affordable currently. Yeah, this site's a great, well-located site for affordable housing. We're still kind of going through our due diligence, and just, from what we've researched, it does look really good. So we would, really appreciate the opportunity to continue working on it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Finkelman.
Yeah.
Anything else, Mr. Manager?
Just for everybody's edification, again, the purchase price would be $840,000. There's a couple contingencies within the contract, including award by the city of the low-income housing tax credit, which the developer would apply for as an applicant in the next cycle for the city. This would add, right now, the project is designed for 96 affordable units into the city, and would be our, as Mr. Redfeld said, our first project under the modified land disposition policy, where we allow developers and individuals to bring us projects and then bring them to the city commission.
Okay, thank you. Turn back to the commission. Commissioner Jesus.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm supportive of the sale, but I do have one question on terms of, are there any clawback provisions in the agreement if they don't do anything, or they don't start construction in 2 years or 3 years or anything like that?
Well, I don't know if I could jump in, but there's an investigation period, which I believe is about 3 years, 2 or 3 years in total time. And, if we don't do anything by then it forces us to make a non-refundable deposit, which, we wouldn't be doing that if we weren't moving forward. If we do that, then, the city ends up with money that, is consideration that you can keep it or whatnot if we don't end up closing. So, I would just add that.
Yeah, Jordan, I think the issue is post-closing to just prevent you from land banking it on there. If that's a concern of the commission, I think we can work language into the final PSA.
Yeah, for me, I would like to have some kind of clawback. I mean, I think it could be extended amount of time. It's not like a super. We haven't had that many applicants or that many people wanted to purchase land in South and East Gainesville. I think anything is good, but I just don't want us to sell property that sits empty for decades that we used to have control over. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Consider putting that in a motion. Commissioner Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. That was a really good point, Commissioner Santos. I'm glad that you brought that up. I also, I have questions about the amount of units available at a certain percent AMI, Mr. Finkelman. I wanted to find out if it would be possible to include more at 30 to 50% AMI instead of the 70% and have that work out. Is that possible?
On average, it has to come out to 60%. So, you know, the state gives you flexibility on, you know, how many you want to do at the various levels, as long as it all comes to 60. So you could do some deeper targeted units, and then less like 70% units.
Wow. So you're
So
saying
that's
that we're
definitely a possibility.
constrained by the state and for how many affordable units we can do at a certain amount, it has to average out to 60% by state statute?
Right.
Or-
Well, you have various options. You can, the most, you know, pragmatic option is 40% of the units at 60%. We will always go to 100%, you know, for the most part anyways, 100% of the units at 60%. So we exceed the federal requirement, but it does have to average at 60%.
Wow. Well, that's enlightening. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, no problem.
You conclude? Okay, Commissioner Saka?
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. So I'm very supportive of Commissioner Hayes Santos' point on taking back the property if no development doesn't come out of it. But I also had a question, why this particular parcel and why not elsewhere in the city? Was it a matter of cost? Was it a matter of location?
Right. So part of it is zoning. It had the correct zoning, that, and also size. You know, having this site as four plus acres is kind of like on the low side of what you need to get the amount of units that we're looking to build and the amount of affordable housing to be provided. So that's really like one of the main factors. A lot of the other sites that we took a look at and we're currently still evaluating are smaller in size. So you'd have to kind of break it up and have the units separated. You might have a building here, a building there, separated by a street, which is not, you know, it's not something that we really would like to do. It's more conducive to building a community, having it all together and all the amenities on the same site, and as you can imagine.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you. I'm supportive as well. They're putting skin in the game in terms of deposits. So I think that the offer is sincere. However, I would also like to listen to the other commissioners and say that if we're going to include that type of a clause, I think that it should be lenient, at least in its timetables. But I think it's a sincere and generous offer, so I think we should go with it.
Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I came in on the tail end on Manager Feldman was saying something in the contract that they can apply for credits, I believe, in the next cycle, something you were saying?
Yes, ma'am. So there's a provision within the contract that that there will, I'm not sure if it's in the contract or in our letter of intent, but the project needs to be a 9% tax credit project to make it work. And that would mean that they would have to be the recipient of the low income housing tax credit, which they would be applying for in the next cycle, or some future cycle if they're not awarded it, but they're ready to go. So that's a process that ultimately does come back to the commission.
Okay, so I'm concerned about that clause, because that process, I believe, is an open process for everybody that may want to take interest or have an interest in receiving that credit. And so in the letter of intent, or either in this contract, it stipulates that they will receive the tax credit in
No,
the
it
next
just-
cycle or the future cycles, or help me understand.
It basically says that this is a 9% deal, and if they don't get it, they don't have the wherewithal may be a bad word, but they wouldn't have to move forward with the project and we would keep the property. As the commission may or may not be aware, low income housing tax credits is the primary incentive for affordable housing in the state. And Alachua County, or the city of Gainesville, is restricted to one award per year on there, which we have made to be a competitive process. And so one of the keys on participating in the process is having control of the property, which so in order for HTG to apply, they need to have a contract with the city for this property. If they don't have it, then they're not going to score to get the award. But we're not talking about any assurance of this. And if they don't get the award, they only have the option still continuing with the project if there's another mechanism for them to do that. If they do get the award, then that's part of the due diligence on this, and then we would expect them to proceed.
So we're putting the chicken before the egg.
Well, they can't participate in the process unless there's control of the property.
And so, and again, my concern is a competitive process.
You have the Affordable Housing Advisory Council, which you sit on. They have to make the recommendation to the city commission.
And that's absolutely right. And you're putting us in a position where we may feel that we have to award this tax credit to this person. I just think you're putting us the advisory board in a not so great position, city manager. I don't like this approach because it's in a letter of intent or in a contract that they can get tax credit in the next cycle or the following cycle upon purchasing this property. I don't think that's fair for the advisory board to be put in that position to make that determination when that comes around next cycle. I don't think that's fair. In addition to that, the location of the affordable housing units, and we had this discussion, maybe not with this particular developer, but you're looking at a location where we feel as though the advisory board members and the group, the board that I sit on, that we need to start looking at economic development and not put so many affordable housing in one area. We discussed right down the street, you have Lake Road apartments, you have Tiger Bay across the street. You already have an abundance of affordable housing towards low moderate income housing with no grocery stores, no healthcare facilities. And so here again, we're looking at 90 or so units, that another footprint. And what I'm afraid of is that we're making this footprint like it is a framework to put affordable housing adjacent to other affordable low income communities. And I think we need to look at, and I know the zoning says that it's a residential zoning, or I'm not sure if that is what the zoning is, but it was right for this developer to look at this area because of the zoning and the acreage. What I would like to see, maybe that this developer have a conversation with someone in the planning department and look at how we can make this a mixed use area, residential combined with commercial or general business. I just think this particular location is not suitable for another affordable housing development. Now, granted, the purchase price is wonderful, I get it, but as a person that sits on the board, the Housing Advisory Board, with this type of provision, it's unfair. And I feel like you're going to be holding the advisory board hostage. So so that's the way I'm looking at it. That's the way that I'm perceiving this to be. And if you can tell me differently, that's the perception that I have.
So, Commissioner, I would stress the independence of the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee. On there, this project was submitted. It didn't score well because they don't have control of the property. And it, to some degree, it is a chicken and egg. And the commission has said that affordable housing is a priority. On there, we have very limited parcels of city-owned land that we can put up for affordable housing. We can certainly can't put up property that we don't own. On there, we have interests of a affordable housing developer for a project, and I certainly understand, the issue about concentration of housing on there, but also if we want economic development, grocery stores, healthcare, we need rooftops in order to create the marketplace for that to happen. And so there are a lot of pieces that are all going to need to move together to create that lift in there. Housing, transportation, economic development, they all need to happen as close together as we can make them happen. What we will have, if we don't have this project on that land, is what we had on that land for several years, and that's just a vacant piece of land with no interest.
And we can't make that assumption, Mr. Feldman. You can't say that. We're working diligently to look at ways to develop in that area. We're looking at, you yourself putting together Caper's team to look at all of the city's assets, look at all the city's available property. So that's not a fair assessment in my opinion. And I'm just simply stating, if it wasn't in the letter of intent, if it wasn't written in the contract that they will be eligible for tax credits during the next cycle or the cycle preceding or after that, that's a concern to me because you're putting the advisory board in a situation they should not be in. It's a competitive process. Period. It's a competitive process.
It was in the letter of intent. I do not see it in the contract. And
that needs to be addressed. I'm through, Mayor.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Following up with some of what Commissioner Simmons said, I have a question, Mr. Finkelman. How possible is it to work in some retail on this site?
So, yeah, great question. To be honest, it's going to be extremely difficult. The reason being that if you look at an aerial of the site, on the south, there's about an acre or so, maybe a little less, of power lines that, are about like 150 feet deep. So you can't even really do much in that area. That would be one potential retail frontage that you could have. On the north side, you would try and get to Hawthorne, but the problem is you're too far away. The property doesn't go up that far north. There's a little road that that takes you to the property, but there's no visibility. So retail is really out of the question. There could be other potential uses other than residential, but there's really not much, especially with the zoning on the site. So that's really, one of the main reasons why affordable housing is, really, going to be the best option at this site. Those power lines are very expensive. millions and millions of dollars to move that, and that's not something that I think the city has any interest in pursuing at this time.
Okay. I agree with Commissioner Simmons about affordable housing in specific areas of town. And as we do kind of build out our affordable housing strategy, I would like for us to consider, as she mentioned, making sure that there's some type of retail or mixed use within the area or on the site as part of the plan. I have another question, Mr. Finkelman. If should this project move forward, what is your company commitment to using minority and women-owned contractors and or subcontractors in the development?
Yeah, I mean, we would definitely consider that. We wouldn't, be committing our entire construction contract to that. But we definitely have worked with that in the past, numerous occasions. So, it's something that we'd be open to for sure.
Yeah, that's something that I have an interest in. Certainly, this commission has discussed in terms of procurement. So it's something that I would love to be at the forefront of your decision making should this project move forward. Thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm a big proponent of mixed use, but looking at this parcel, I don't believe it will be effective because the roads that it touches are roads that don't have very much traffic at all, and you do need that for I think for mixed use to be effective. Also, to the developer's point, the zoning is not really, there's not that many options in U4 allowed. Density is one of the biggest things to get more retail and other grocery stores and other things in East Gainesville, and we need beds. I 100% agree with you on Commissioner Simmons on the concentration of affordable housing, but we have a project here that someone wants to develop and put beds, create some beds and create affordable housing. And I believe we should move forward on it. So I would move that we go forward with staff's recommendation with one modification, that we ask for some kind of clawback after closing if they don't develop in some period of time.
Okay, motion by Sato, second by Ariola, to move the staff recommendation with one addition, that there is a period of time after which the city will has the right to regain the property. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just looking at the map and knowing the geography there and what's there, we're going from, again, that strip of power lines, heavy power lines to the south, not frontage on Hawthorne Road, which would be ideal. If it fronted on Hawthorne Road, it would be a no-brainer to put retail there, but it doesn't front on Hawthorne Road. It is, however, a football field away from retail and potential retail and former retail. And the more heads and beds there are, dollars on rooftops, as they say, the better chance of that grocery space being rented by a grocery store again, purchased, whatever the program might be. The thing holding back grocery operations in that former Food Lion lot or space is the number of people who live within distance of it. So I do hear you, Commissioner Simmons, regarding the position this puts the board in. I hear that concern, but I'm looking at this lot and thinking, what in the world are we going to do with it otherwise? It's a lot that continues to just exist there on the city's books, doing nobody any good at all. And we talk about this at every single meeting, that we have a dearth of available, quality, affordable housing. And if this is an opportunity to do that with restrictions in place, that we get it back if it doesn't work. And if we could continue to remind the people we're working on this with, that that local hiring and minority hiring is paramount to what we're trying to accomplish here. I think it's a thing that on balance works well for the community. So that's why I'm going to support this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Before we go around again, I support the motion. First of all, I don't feel like we are in a position to be turning away folks that want to come to our community and build high-quality, affordable housing. I absolutely agree with Commissioner Simmons' point reiterated a couple times about needing to have better options of affordable housing more evenly distributed throughout the geography of our city. It's something we need to work towards. We do not have the incentive packages in place right now to make that happen. That's something we'll be working on over the course of this coming calendar year. Even with those, we still will not have enough affordable housing. We have an incredible backlog, and when we get people that come here that want to pay the city good money for an unused piece of property next to a big parcel that has all the potential in the world for commercial and retail. I mean, all that's built in there, it's been condominiumized, and as new housing emerges in that area, you're going to get a branch of a bank, a bodega, a small restaurant or coffee shop that want to move into that cornerstone area. I understand the point about the decision of the committee, but first of all, I have complete faith in the objectiveness of the committee. And second of all, if another project in either of these years comes along that's better and ranks higher, then that's even better for the city because that means it's an exceptional project. So, I don't want to send a message to folks that are actively trying to build affordable housing in our community that we're not open for business. This $840,000 can go towards a higher, better use, whether it's a community land trust or other incentive packages for future affordable housing, and gets us moving closer to our goals. So I don't want to make perfect the enemy of the good here. And unfortunately, I think sometimes that we do that. But we have this in front of us right now. It's a good offer. It's a great offer. It's not a perfect situation, but I can't allow that to dissuade me from allowing them the opportunity to try to make this work and allow for 96 more families to have a place that they can afford in a nice new. You saw their proposal. Beautiful amenities. A real community space built for families. It's just it's a great potential project, and I'd like to see it advanced through this action today. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. So let's do this. Let's take affordable housing off the table and let's look at the deal. Okay, let's look at the deal. If you have a developer that wants to develop something in East Gainesville, they have the property already purchased, they have sufficient zoning where they can do a project that can transform a whole district or transform East Gainesville. They can come in with, if zoning allowed, they can come in with housing, retail, commercial, you name it, it can happen. And they want to do this next year or in the near future. They come to my advisory board that I sit on and say, hey, advisory board members, we have this wonderful presentation. We have this a wonderful opportunity that's going to transform this area. We need to look at, in order for this to take place, we have to utilize tax credit. And so the board members are like, wow, this is awesome, this is great, they can make it happen, this is what we've been looking for, this is what the community needs. But wait a minute, hold up, stop. We promised the tax credits to the guys down the street to build 92 and 96 units, because that was part of the letter of intent, or that was in the contract, so we're obligated at this point to do that for this group. I want to ask the city manager or the developer, without the tax credits, with the purchase of this property, will you be able to build the affordable housing without the tax credits?
Definitely not.
Say that again?
Yeah, definitely not.
No, so it's a no. Without the tax credit, you cannot develop affordable housing unit on this particular parcel.
Correct.
Period. Even if you pay $800,000, you cannot build affordable housing without the tax credits.
Correct. Even if you gave us $800,000, we still couldn't do it.
So the objective advisory board, that's objective, that was created for a purpose of affordable housing and to make East Gainesville, in my opinion, transformative. We're putting them in a situation that they have to make, or they can't make. Just for instance, if that scenario was to take place. So we would lose a bigger deal, potentially, because we have committed to something that I guess you all are going to commit to. You're going to commit to a developer who cannot develop without the tax credits. I wouldn't have any issue if he wanted to develop on that parcel without the tax credit. I could entertain that. But he needs the tax credit. And it's supposed to be a fair process in getting tax credits. I don't see that here. Let's take affordable housing out of it. Let's just take all that out of it. I'm looking at the process. I don't even have the letter of intent in the backup. Do you guys have it in your backup? I don't have it. Where's the letter of intent? I'm not voting for this.
Mr. Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor. Where is the letter of intent, Manager Fellman?
It's not in the backup. We certainly, I believe I'd sent it previously months ago when we got it, but I will certainly redistribute it again.
Thank you. Yeah, if you can actually email it to us while we're up here, that would be great. Should this project move forward, would you be open to adding to the motion to get a list? I understand that it's not mandated and we can't mandate anything, but I'd certainly love to get an understanding of how you all would be working with minority and women-owned businesses. Can we add that?
So the request is just for the developer to send how they might reach out and include. Yeah.
And who they are ultimately working with when they do, if they do.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Okay, seconder, okay? Okay, Commissioner Ariola nodded his head that he is. Mr. Johnson, do you conclude?
Yes, thank you.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make it clear that there's no obligation for this development to receive tax credits. This is like every other, when all these tax credit developments come through, usually 4 or 5 a year, they do the exact same thing that they're doing with us city property. They go get an option on a piece of property, and they don't actually purchase the property unless they receive the tax credits. And that's in essence what they're doing here, that every other one of those developments usually, except for the one we get this year, they own that land a lot of times. But a lot of times that's the case, is they just have an option on a piece of property. And that if they receive the tax credit, then they go forward with the project and they purchase land and they build it out. There's no obligation for the tax credits they're given. Hopefully, to the mayor's point, hopefully there is another project that scores higher that's even better, because that means we're getting better affordable housing. But I think we should move forward with this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Simmons?
Commissioner Hayes Santos, you was talking so fast. Can you slow down and explain that to me again?
Many of these the projects that do these tax credit projects, they get, in essence, what this company is doing here is getting an option on the property. They can purchase this property if they receive the tax credits, and that's what a lot of these developments do. Is they go find a piece of parcel of land, they get the rights to be able to purchase the property if they receive the tax credit. If they don't receive the tax credit, they don't move forward with the purchase of that property. So it's a similar thing that a lot of they're just doing it with the city versus doing it with a private owner. This past time, it was the Gainesville Housing Authority and they owned it, but many other times, a lot of the projects that do submit, that's kind of what they're part of their development process. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so that's my point. They purchase the property if they receive the tax credit, or they already own the property and look for a tax credit, or in this case, they're purchasing the property in hopes of receiving the tax credit. So if they do not receive the tax credit, they're going to give the property back. And so if they do receive the tax credit, if someone else has an excellent project and the tax credit goes to someone else, you're putting the board in a position where you have someone that has purchased land in a letter of intent, and that's what I want to see. I want to read the letter of intent. I don't even want to entertain this anymore until I read the letter of intent, because that's going to tell it all. So I'm done with this conversation. I just think that it's unfair for the members of the advisory board to be put in this type of situation, and whatever the letter of intent states, if I stand corrected, I stand corrected, but I want to see the letter of intent and what's in that letter of intent.
Is it all right if I say one thing?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so with regard to closing, we will only close if we have the award of financing. So if we don't get the tax credits, then we don't close. So at that point, we'll just terminate the contract and give you back the land. So we're not going to actually close on the land unless we get the tax credits. You don't have to worry about us giving you back the property.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Shepard, if you'll please stay at least 6 feet away when you're talking to anybody else, especially our officers. These sergeants have to go out and protect public safety and life, and we can't have them catching the coronavirus. So just stay at least 6 feet away when you're talking to them. Thank you. Okay, we got a motion on the floor. Let's turn it over to members of the public.
Good afternoon, Nathan Scott. I want to echo the concerns raised by Commissioner Simmons and Commissioner Johnson. The fact that the city manager has not included the letter of intent for backup is indefensible. The citizens, the taxpayers, should have access to all information relevant to agenda item. Where's the transparency that you promised us, Mayor Poe? So I think those points are well taken. I also think that the point made by Commissioner Hayes Santos with respect to a reverter clause, not sure how that would be necessarily accomplished. I can think of some ways from a legal perspective in the contract, but I do think that that is worthy concern also. This is a unique situation, commissioners, where the appraised value is $179,000 for this parcel. The offer price is $840,000. So this is one of the rare instances where the city commission is being asked to approve a purchase of a property above at fair market value and not giving something away repeatedly like you're going to be asked to do on the next agenda item and all the other giveaways you've given away in the past. So I think that we need to focus on affordable housing. One political faction has run Gainesville City Commission for over 2 decades, and you failed to address this affordable housing problem, Mayor Poe, before it became alleged crisis. Furthermore, you claim it's a crisis, but how can it be a crisis when the city commission, including you, Mayor Poe, has failed to expend all available state SHIP funding from 2017, 2018, and 2019. Over $500,000 unspent money that you reallocated to GNV Cares. That is just systemic issue of the administration and management of city government, just like this letter of intent's not included in the backup. If you guys were paying attention to the farm, you might have more chickens, but you're not. You're virtue signaling and writing letters about illegal immigrants and everything else. So again, this is a rare instance where the purchase price seems to be fair market value as opposed to you guys giving something away, but I'm astonished that you're not listening to some of the concerns raised by your colleagues. You're frankly pretty dismissive in the wake of a valid point being made that the letter of intent, as stated by 2 commissioners, is not even included for your consideration or the public. I think this item should be deferred until such time as the public and the city commission has all the relevant information before it. I'm not questioning the purchase price, and I appreciate the economic constraints that the developer has in terms of tax credits, but Commissioner Simmons was spot on to say you're putting the tax credit advisory board in a bad situation by tying their hands. So please postpone this item. I think, again, the purchase price is what it is.
Thank you.
But
Appreciate your comments.
you guys should listen to your colleagues on the dais. Thank you.
Anybody else like to speak on this motion?
All right, I've exceeded my quota. Ron Rose, Greater Bethel, I've exceeded my quota, so I'm gonna leave after this comment right here. Commissioner Simmons, I appreciate what you brought, the information that you brought. Y'all, I'm trying my best to come here as a working teammate of the city, but I am a fighter when I feel like my people are being done wrong. I thank you for that information. I grew up on that side of town where the sheriff's department is. There used to be a Winn-Dixie. Right across the street over there used to be a Food Lion. Commission, listen to what your colleague is saying. All money ain't good money. I think the idea is good, but don't wait for my community to be gentrified before you give incentives. I don't know it for a fact, but that appears to be a food desert. I'm sitting in my mind, I'm thinking, what's in a mile radius? What's close? Good, healthy food. And we're saying it's gonna come when the homes are built. This body right here, don't sit and wait for my community to be gentrified before you bring in the resources, and then it's not a food desert anymore. It's not. It's improved. The quality of life is improved, but my people don't live there anymore. I hear you. A lot of stuff that you say is good. I appreciate a lot of stuff that you say, but I'm also watching your actions, your body languages, and how you're dealing with my people to the core. It's good money, but all money, it's money, but all money ain't good money. So listen to what she's saying. The affordable housing is good. You don't always want to stack it in the same area. But sometimes affordable housing still plays a role in gentrification. And so I need for you to make sure that you invest in my people, provide incentives to make sure that we're not in food deserts and other situations like that. And so I'm listening close, and I want to be a friend. Please.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker.
Donald Shepard, and my comment on this is there's a lot of history here in this partial, and letter and intent not being in your agenda here is crucial. Letter of intent not being publicized to the public is crucial. There's an old cobblestone church in this area also. And everybody knows when contractors come in, everything just about gets bulldozed. So letter of intent would let us know what is going to be touched, what isn't. But obviously this hasn't been a topic for you. I thank you, Mr. Simmons, for addressing the topics in which you had. They were very crucial. I appreciate that. This here is a piece of land in East Gainesville that is a historical particle that my godfather, James P. Wilmot, took and developed. And their contractors took and made East Gainesville what it was. So are we going to take and destroy this just like we did the Duck Pond area? I'm thinking this is what's going to happen. So these citizens that live in this area should have received a letter of intent of what coming into their area. Therefore, they could be here like I am. I didn't even know of this meeting until I walked through the front door. It wasn't publicized. So I want to take and state that as the people's representative, we need some intentional move in the behalf of the people. Thank you very much.
All right, Adam, and we got anybody on the lines?
Yes, we do, Mr. Mayor. First up is Mr. Armando Grundy Gomez. Mr. Gomez, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I want to point out something that I find really interesting. Mr. Mayor, one of your colleagues there was asking some very fair questions, and a lot of you all seem to be texting, and I don't know, are you texting Mr. Feldman? Because it's interesting when she's asking a question and you all are in your phones and texting away, which, by the way, is public record and should be public record. I find it really interesting, not only disrespectful, but you all seem to routinely do that to either Commissioner Simmons or Commissioner Johnson. And I find that really rich. So here's my question for a public records request, because I know Mr. Feldman's computer is not on the city network, but I would like a copy of that contract, because I find it interesting that expressing local intent for a local business, we have a lot of no bid contracts from this manager and a lot of business in South Florida. So a lot of these folks and vendors are coming not locally, but coming from South Florida. So I would like to get a copy of this contract, and I would like to get a copy of any communications regarding this land trust. And I don't need it from Caper, because the last time, Mr. Manager, or not Mr. Manager, Mr. Mayor, when I asked for this record, your finance director, Miss whatever her name is, wanted to take 4 to 5 weeks to act like she didn't understand. My English is articulated pretty well, and you can understand when I'm requesting something, and I think she seems to have a problem understanding that. So let me be very clear what I'm asking for. Is a contract regarding this agreement, what you're talking about now, this one, and I want to be very crystal clear. And I also question why the city manager's computer is not on the city network. Why is it separated? Just a curious question. What's there to hide?
Thank you, Mr. Grundy Gomez. We do have another caller. That is Mr. Brian O'Brien. Mr. O'Brien, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Adam. Am I live?
Yes, you are, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Adam. Mr. Poe, commissioners, a couple of things today. I would like to recognize Commissioner Simmons for her courage in standing up to the continual railroading of the citizens in Gainesville not getting the best deal, and the facts of these deals being obfuscated and hidden from the public. This is a major problem across the country, not just in Gainesville, but Gainesville is really a poster child for the way that the big developers and folks came along with the Regimen, Poe and group before Lee Feldman, but Lee has certainly brought the full cadre of South Florida folks with him. You know, the idea that we're going to give away this and that and the other, and most citizens have no idea of how many other perks these developers are picking up. This is like a buffet, folks. These developers are coming up and getting all kinds of free services, from planning assistance and market studies of the properties. The commission is changing zoning to give the developers what they want. Sure, stacked duplexes one on top of the next. And the idea that the letter of intent is not in the file is just absolutely unbelievable obfuscation. So Commissioner Simmons, thank you very much. As to the prior caller's request for Lee Feldman's non-city computer communications, sir, I'm sorry, but the city of Gainesville does not abide by the sunshine laws of the state of Florida. What you will end up with is an enormous invoice of the city telling you how much it will cost for you to obtain those records. They are dedicated to not providing transparency, and I find their moniker that it's a city designed for the people, whatever nonsense they've been pushing out there is completely disingenuous and untrue. It is a good point that seeking the text messages from all the commissioners and Mr. Feldman would straighten a lot of this out, because we'd find out what's really being said, and all of the puppet masters who are giving these commissioners their instructions could be brought out into the public venue. I look forward to making some requests down that line, and I really think that anybody listening that's interested, Gainesville Citizens Care, go to our website. Let's get together and work on this effort together. We're going to need some firepower to get this council to work in the daylight. They have no intention of doing so without demands from the court.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. We appreciate it. Mr. Mayor, that is the last caller on this issue. The floor is yours.
Okay, Mr. Grundy Gomez, if you're listening, the contract is attached to the item. You don't need to make a public records request. It's already available. If you just want to open the item, it's the first item in backup. Back to Commissioner Simmons.
Mayor, I just wanted to say that I know there's a motion on the floor, but in light of a missing letter of intent, I think we all need to have an opportunity to look at that and look at it very carefully before you make a vote. So I'm going to ask that we just move this item maybe later tonight, until we can get a letter of intent. I don't know what you all think about that, but I don't think we should vote on it without all the information in front of us. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, seeing no further lights, we do have a motion on the floor. All in favor of the motion to approve the recommendation with the addition of the forthcoming information on the use of women and minority-owned businesses for the contracting work. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion passes 6-1 with Simmons in dissent. All right, next item, Madam Clerk.
Okay, our next item is business discussion item 5. Phalanx Defense Systems LLC requested debt forgiveness with a recommendation that the commission hear a brief presentation from staff, direct staff to forgive a portion of the debt regarding job creation in an amount not to exceed $120,000 based upon further audit and verification of required documentation, and direct staff to forgive a portion of the debt in the amount of $20,000 for provision of a city requested pedestrian path and bike trail over the eastern portion of the premises, and direct staff on overall requested debt forgiveness.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk.
Good afternoon again, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, Eric Redfeld. The item before you is generated by a request by Mr. Coates at Phalanx Defense Systems for some consideration of forgiveness of the provisions in the promissory note and mortgage that were set up as part of his acquisition of the old Armory property, the Armory Reserve property back in 2016. For those of you who are not on the commission at the time, the property was came back to the city, and the city commission decided to go through an RFP, a solicitation for reuse and development of the former property. And at that time, in May of 2016, the commission authorized staff to begin negotiations with Phalanx Defense System. They were the top proposer. And in September of that year, the city manager was directed to execute a purchase and sale agreement with Phalanx for disposition of the property in the amount of $635,000, and that was the appraised market value of the northern portion of the subject property. And at that time, the purchase was secured by a mortgage that was provided by Phalanx. It was a $635,000 mortgage at 0% interest, payable within 10 years. So due and payable in September of 2026. Importantly, it was stated if not paid or earlier forgiven, because attached to the mortgage document was a promissory note, and you have that in your backup, as well as the mortgage document. And essentially, the way the deal was set up was that Phalanx Defense Systems could receive forgiveness if they put a certain amount of capital improvements into the project and the building, and then subsequently also employed individuals that met certain criteria in and around Phalanx Defense Systems, the property itself, or met income qualifications, or had a veteran status. Subsequently, in 2018, just a few years ago, the city commission, we brought back to you basically an itemization that Mr. Coates provided of the capital improvements that he did put into the building. That itemization, he actually provided us receipts. The actual expenditures were in the neighborhood of $533,000, which exceeds the $335,000 forgiveness that he could get for that. So the commission provided that forgiveness. So in your backup now, you'll see this amended promissory note, which is the remainder of the $635,000. That's the $335,000 that was forgiven for capital improvements, leaving $300,000. And the idea was that in subsequent years, Mr. Coates would come forward and request forgiveness of $200,000 of that $300,000, based again on employment. In your backup, you have a letter from Mr. Coates that is what I consider a certified letter or a certification that he's giving that there were 23 employees that met the criteria and the tier setup of forgiveness for job creation that's in the amended promissory note. And the total relief there or forgiveness that could be provided totals $120,000 of the $200,000. Mr. Coates did provide us some additional backup documents to back up the tier designation of those employees. However, in your recommendation, staff has basically stated is that we feel like it's we can recommend that the not to exceed $120,000 be provided, but it's got to be provided based on additional verification of the documents that would substantiate the jobs. I've had some conversations with the auditor's office, and I feel like it would be appropriate for myself and staff in the auditor's office basically to do that review of those documents to make sure that we have a consistency there. And so that's what we're recommending. The other portion of our recommendation that's really outside the agreement, but I think the management is willing to support is that, as you all know, Reserve Park was developed in and around the property by the Wild Spaces Public Places program. And at the time that the park was being planned, Wild Spaces Public Places was able to secure a pedestrian and bicycle easement on the property. You have a copy of that easement in your backup. It was contemplated at the time that there would be some compensation for the provision of those easements. However, that was never fulfilled. And so I believe the management feels that the $20,000 could be provided. That's based on a calculation that was done on based on the appraisal of the land by the land rights coordinator. And so we feel that's another component of this that could be forgiven. Mr. Coates, I know that is in the audience today, and I believe he has a fuller presentation of what he's seeking. I believe he's seeking overall forgiveness of the entire remaining $300,000. As staff, I do respect Mr. Coates and his operations out there in the neighborhood, and I think he's been a very motivated public citizen and done a lot of philanthropic things, but I think it's also my job as staff to make sure that the provisions of the agreement that are in place are adhered to. So that's why we're making the recommendation that we are.
Okay.
I believe that's all I have for you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bredfeld.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Feldman, anything you want to add at this time before we turn to Mr. Coates?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Coates, welcome.
All right. Hey, take a nice deep breath. I like to be that guy that doesn't yell at you guys up here. I'm James Coates, CEO, founder of Phalanx Defense Systems, and Mayor Poe, City Commissioners, Manager Feldman, and City staff, thank you for just what you do before we get started. In late 2015, we started a journey that had many twists and turns, ups and downs. We started navigating the RFP process to buy the abandoned Armory building on Northeast 8th Avenue. What started as an intimidating process ended up revealing to everyone involved how much the city of Gainesville and its leadership truly cares about its citizens, its culture, and its future. As all interested parties gathered in the parking lot of the old Armory, people whispered, stating that the building appeared dark, lonely, forgotten, broken, and overwhelmingly neglected. These are adjectives described and used to describe myself. As a homeless child born with health issues, I learned that things that were dark, lonely, forgotten, broken, and neglected could be healed, made better, and become beacons for change. In late 2016, after a competitive bid process, we won the RFP and started transforming the property. The transformation took more than 5 months, and 100 local tradesmen and women, carpenters, electricians, architects. We moved in March of 2017, and the results were and are spectacular. Here's just a little bit of the history since we moved in. In September of 2017, Alachua County was one of the counties that was hit with a hurricane, at which time Phalanx pivoted its newly renovated space to house more than 50 of the neighborhood families and local law enforcement and members of the National Guard. For the next 3.5 days, we served more than 2,000 meals to these people and these families of the first responders and military. We then utilized our equipment and vehicles to clear surrounding trees and roads at no expense. And I lost my life-size Poe X-Wing from Star Wars. Actually took flight. In the summer of 2018, Phalanx, in its efforts to aid the city with creating a larger, more accessible family community park, we gave access an additional acre of our campus so that the park could be accessed from the Northeast 8th Avenue side. In the summer of 2018, Phalanx created an exclusive working relationship with FAMU and the president of that university, Dr. Robinson, to develop an internship program for various engineering students and the youth of East Gainesville. In 2018, we acquired and donated land in Duval to Youth Build and Riker House and started an entrepreneurship program to teach the youth of that community how to manage and grow their own properties in their own community. In early 2019, Phalanx was able to acquire and then donate to Lockton High School more than $200,000 in robotics equipment and vehicles. In early 2020, the world came face to face with a pandemic that has shaken the foundation of our civilization. During these trying times as a community, we witnessed the city of Gainesville and its leadership pivot quickly and responsibly to take care of its citizens. To support your initiatives, Phalanx utilized its robotic cutting machines 24 hours a day to aid in the creation of more than 20,000 N99 masks directly for North Florida Regional Medical Center, the VA, and Shands. We did this at no charge to support our superheroes. We leveraged our supplier relationships and were able to secure and distribute more than 10,000 gallons of hand sanitizer to the city of Gainesville, Alachua County, and surrounding counties when hand sanitizer was impossible to acquire. We did this at no charge. Phalanx was able to pivot quickly and implement safety protocols and stay open without fear of spreading the virus. We have not and did not and will not apply for any PPE loans or any funding to support us because we want our city of Gainesville businesses that need it to have access to it. To aid our fellow business owners, we pivoted again to focus our spending locally and replaced many of our out-of-state vendors with local businesses such as Top Tier Graphics, All Florida Engraving, Renaissance Printing, Alta Printing, Tech Toy Box and Selling Factory, and many others. We also chose to continue the final leg of our renovation plan and hired a local roofing company that guaranteed that the funding would stay here in Alachua County. To put a roof on the Armory, we hired a local architecture company to execute the plan that you guys now see. When you drive by, it's bright, it's beautiful. Then finally, we hired a local company to insulate, seal, and rejuvenate the exterior of this amazing historical building. What you've heard today are examples of change related to a unique partnership that has been created between the city of Gainesville, a business, and a community, its citizens. The relationship should be used as an example for other businesses to invite them here to East Gainesville. to create more unique business opportunities like mine, and to empower more communities like East Gainesville. Throughout our time in East Gainesville, we have watched amazing neighborhoods grow and transform. Children ride their bicycles and play basketball around our campus. Families watch their children play in the amazing park. Home values have increased. Infrastructure has been improved. What was once overlooked is now a shining star in East Gainesville. It's shining with pride, with love, with feeling of community, even in these hard times. I realize we're here to discuss debt forgiveness of up to $120,000 for the jobs that we've created here in East Gainesville. But I'd like to ask you at this time to please consider forgiving the entire $300,000 mortgage. I realize it's a unique ask, but it's also a unique time where non-traditional solutions and pivoting equal success and health for a city and its citizens. In a recent business meeting, I was asked, how would I continue to aid in the growth and economic development of East Gainesville? Phalanx will conduct yet another pivot. A pivot that will showcase East Gainesville and honor its rich history and historical significance. Today I reveal to you Reserve Station. For the last 3.5 years, Phalanx has created many successful businesses out of its East Gainesville Armory location, which will now be called Reserve Station. Businesses such as Stealth Operator, DKX Advanced Manufacturing, Trust and Verify, and our national philanthropy division, Superheroes for Hope, PDS Defense, and of course, Phalanx itself. Our technologies have saved hundreds of lives around the world. Reserve Station, our existing Phalanx Armory, will be home to the East Gainesville Entrepreneurship and Apprenticeship Program, co-chaired by myself and City Commissioner Gigi Simmons. This program will work in tandem with the Alachua County Chamber of Commerce to identify and grow businesses in East Gainesville and overall invest in our East Gainesville youth and teach them entrepreneurship, business management, and guide them through the creation of a business. Reserve Station will offer businesses manufacturing, shop, and conference center space, all intertwined around our superhero philanthropy museum and existing manufacturing facility. Phalanx has earned a reputation in this community for being problem solvers, for being innovative, passionate, successful, and philanthropic. We have invented many life-saving technologies, invented many machines, and the business models that have made our businesses successful. Many of us share our knowledge and our processes through various city, chamber, and UF-led entrepreneurship programs. And now it's time that we start sharing those talents in our unique campus with our local entrepreneurs. During this time, Reserve Station entrepreneurs can watch, learn, and participate in our existing businesses as we conduct our regular operations. More important, they will learn how to intertwine philanthropicness as we continue to do our work with Shands, Ronald McDonald House, Make-A-Wish Foundation, and Dreams Come True. They can do all this while watching and learning to grow their own businesses. As Reserve Station continues to grow, we have already developed relationships with local developers to expand our campus with affordable housing, retail, lab, and commercial space so that we can be there as the community continues to grow. This isn't something that will happen. This isn't something we're waiting on funding for. This is something I have already started. We have already completed the renovations on the armory, and as I'm speaking, we are reconfiguring our factory so that we can start this January 1st. We are excited to start this new chapter of change, growth, and healing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cook. Okay, back to the commission, Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for everything. You're an amazing citizen of our community, and Phalanx is an amazing corporate citizen. I truly do appreciate everything you've done for our community over the past few years. And thank you. That being said, we're the stewards of the city dollars, and I do believe that we should hold true to the agreement that was agreed to in the purchase of the property, as it was a competitive process at the time, and I think what we agreed to then kind of holds true to that competitive process that we had at the time of why you got the contract and why you got the property. So I would support us moving forward with the debt forgiveness as outlined in the contract. I would also support the payment for the easement as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons. It wasn't. Let's go ahead and hear from let's go ahead and hear from everybody. Let's go ahead and hear from everybody, and then we'll get a motion.
Wanted to say, Mr. Coates has done a wonderful job at East Gainesville. He and I and many other members in the community, and like many of us here, value East Gainesville. And the process, as I remember, I believe it was in 2013 or 15, I believe. It was very competitive. It was very competitive, and just the history of that building itself means a lot to this community and for Mr. Coates. And I'm just talking about the history, for him to keep it intact and have it be such a major part of this community is a great deal for East Gainesville. You've done a wonderful job with the youth in the community. You're always there. You know, you're very reliable. You give back. And so again, I wasn't a part of this commission when this deal was made. I understand legally we have an obligation, and so I'm here to entertain anyone's thoughts. But as far as I'm concerned, I think we should honor the agreement. And whatever others have to say, I'm willing to listen and have a discussion about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Coates, for all of the work that you have done in East Gainesville and you continue to have a commitment to. I'd like to ask, why do you need this debt forgiven?
Sure. So as we develop the property more, each debt reduction allows us to add new facilities to our existing building and also expand the campus. We already have master plans built for the front of the property and the back of the property. And until we're able to be debt-free, we basically can't have that sort of debt-to-income ratio hanging over our head, so to speak.
Okay, so you own the land and you own the property, is that correct?
We do have a mortgage with you guys, correct?
Okay. Manager Feldman, can you let me know or just enlighten me about any other debt forgiveness that we have done in the past?
I'm not aware of any.
Okay.
I mean, what you do have debt forgiveness that is structured here for specific performance. So the out of the entire mortgage, first, as Mr. Bredfeld said, you had the capital improvements, which led to some debt forgiveness. Mm-hmm. Then you have the job creation, which will lead to up to $200,000 of debt forgiveness, and then $100,000, which was never intended to be forgiven, but what we're recommending is $20,000 of that be forgiven in exchange for the easement, where I believe Mr. Coates should have been compensated by the city for that.
Okay, so I'm in favor of sticking with the original debt forgiveness plan. I am concerned about the precedent that this would set for the future. It was very, apparently some of you all were on the commission when this happened. I was not, but from what I've been hearing is that it was a very competitive process, and this was the outcome, this contract, and I am very hesitant because of the precedent that this would set, regardless of the wonderful work that you do and continue to have a commitment to in our city. So that is where I stand. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ariel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And what an amazing story from the very beginning. And now to hear your vision for Reserve Station, you know, it's like this is going to be the gift that just keeps on giving back to the community. And the more young leaders that you inspire, it's an exponential opportunity for growth. And so, you know, as an elected official here, I'm just humbled by the impact that Phalanx Defense Systems, that your leadership, and all the people whom, you know, I've had an opportunity to meet several of your employees, and the impact is just going to be so widespread. There's no way to quantify it. I'm in agreement with my colleagues. I'd like us to move the recommendation on points of the eligible debt forgiveness and the 20,000 provision for the pedestrian path, and that we take no action on the overall requested debt forgiveness.
Okay, motion and second that we direct staff to forgive a portion of the outstanding debt regarding job creation in the amount of not to exceed $120,000. I think that Mr. Bredfeld said he would work with the auditor's office to verify those numbers. Direct staff to forgive a portion of the $20,000 debt for the pedestrian, the recreational path that was up to this point donated, and direct staff, I guess that would be it, actually. Madam Clerk, excuse me, the second was Hey Santos, the motion was Areola. Mr. Coates, where you stand today is beyond the wildest dreams. See, you get me choked up. You get choked up all the time. You get me choked up. It's beyond the wildest dreams of any of us that were part of that process. We saw that same building you did, and it was overwhelming. And we knew we wanted something amazing and transformational, but how to get there? I mean, it's asbestos-filled, just hulk of a building. And, you know, the feds weren't really helping us out a whole lot there, were they? To see what it is today, and to see how it's grown, it's never been stagnant. I mean, every 6 months it's something different and better. And I mean, I miss my X-Wing fighter, I do. But beyond that, it's better and better and better. I don't know who else that could have been there would have been so enthusiastic about Reserve Park and being such a partner, and I know how much that means to the neighbors that live around there. And so you know, we need 1,000 phalanxes, and we need 1,000 James Coates. You're such an incredible asset to our city. If, as my friend, you owed me $300, I'd say buy me a beer and let's forget about it. But that's not the situation that any of the seven of us are in. And, you know, I concur with Commissioner Johnson's concern about setting a precedent, but I also am concerned about the folks you competed against and saying, wait a minute, if I knew that was part of the deal, I would have structured it differently, and maybe I could have been you know, the one. I can't even remember who else applied, and I'm glad that you won it. You know, I'm not going there, but you know, you're an entrepreneur, you're a business person. You know, I think, wait a minute, like if I knew that was on the table, then I could have structured my ask a little differently. So I do get concerned about that, and two, I want to be consistent. I don't want that to preclude the city and you to continue to look for opportunities and find where we can add value to transformation that neither of us could do by ourselves. I think that public-private partnership is critical to our ultimate success. And you are the type of visionary that can help us figure out what that means, especially for that particular part of our city. So, you know, I just thank you for all you've done. I understand the missed opportunity that $200,000 in forgiveness might mean, that it's, you can't accelerate or do everything that you're hoping to do in the near future. But I hope this also gets you some of the way there, and then allows us to keep working together on all those other things, because you constantly surprise me in the best way.
Thank
the
you
best
all.
way.
Thank you.
Especially during this pandemic. I think there's so much that you did, and the agility with which you did it. And I know it's not you. You'd be the first to say it's not just you. You had an incredible team that chose to step up, and it was look, man, it was an inspiration to me when I was overwhelmed trying to do my job, and I said, look at what James and those guys are doing, and they're not grousing about it. They're not complaining that it's someone else's responsibility or who's going to step up, and you just set the example. So
thank you.
I thank you for that. But I do support the motion on the floor. Going back to Commissioner Santos, you good? Okay, going back to then going to Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Coates, for coming today, and thank you for all the work you did. When we met a few months ago, I was impressed by you, and everything you'd gone through and achieved. And so thank you for all of your efforts for our city. I do have one question though, because there is one precedent I would like to set, and it's to continue to foster that public-private relationship. And so I'm in support of the motion as it is now, only because it is forgiving some of the unforgivable debt, some of the unforgivable loan, because you've made some improvements and easements to our community. And so what I would like to ask Mr. Feldman is, having set this precedent, does that allow for future loan forgiveness if we have similar improvements or easements granted?
So from my standpoint, it would, but I would also advise you that you should ask your attorney that question too.
Ms. Sala, do you have an opinion?
Hi, Mayor and Commissioners. As I understand it, what you're approving is what's already embodied in the note. In other words, forgiveness for job creation upon verification of certain documents. And then as to the other $20,000, it does appear that the city received something of value for that. So I think the facts are what they are for this, and as long as there's a public purpose for the forgiveness of the $20,000, which staff has articulated in this agenda item, then I think it's unique to this transaction and wouldn't set a precedent necessarily.
Thank you, Ms. Shalley. Thank you, Mr. Feldman. So that said, because you and your business seem to continue to provide public services to the city, I think there's potential for, you have time in the loan, is my understanding. There's still a good 6.5 years. And so should there be anything else, I would be in favor of reviewing this down the road, should there be any other public benefit. But today, just because of how the process went and where we stand and how the facts are, I have to approve the motion as it sits. But I wanted to thank you for all of the work you've done for us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I will try to be fairly brief, but I do support the motion as it stands. But I want to thank you, Mr. Coates, as everyone else has, for being a catalyst for change in that neighborhood. I remember when there was some activity in the neighborhood. I had relatives who lived just a block or two away from there, and I kind of watched the neighborhood dip and dip and dip, and lots of empty structures there, including the one that you're in. But with your effort and East End Eatery across the road and the grocery across the road and the Reserve Park, that's a jewel for our city. I mean, that couple of blocks there. And then with the potential of what we could do as a city and as the GCRA, another block or two east and north of there, that's going to be tremendous. I mean, it already is 100%, 200% better than it was 5 years ago. And the potential for what it's going to be is mind-blowing. So what I really wanted to get to there is that's an example. What you have done there is an example of what can be done to turn around empty government buildings like the ones a few blocks south of here at the Power District. All those empty GRU buildings that we have talked about back and forth over the years, colleagues, is something waiting for the promise portrayed by what Mr. Coates has done on 8th Avenue. The potential for what's down across the street from Depot Park is even bigger than the tremendous success that our city has experienced on 8th Avenue. So if anyone out there is looking for inspiration about what's possible, this is the place to look. And I'm sorry that we can't do more today, but the reality is, as has been said here, we want to be careful of setting precedents that we can't live up to.
Please understand that I don't take this as an offense. You guys
Sure.
are amazing people. You guys are working your butts off. I'm James Coates. I have no issue with the ask. This is how you get things accomplished, right? And I will consider consulting on how to get your other buildings in exchange for the rest of the morning.
Very good. Thank you.
We've set the beast loose. Thank you, Mr. Coates. Thank you all. We do have a motion on the floor. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak to this motion? You want to speak to the motion, Mr. Shepherd? Do you want to speak to the motion? Go ahead. Right now.
My name's Donald Shepard, and as everybody knows, some people's representative, and as people that have been following me know where my heart is. This is where my heart is. Here's a person who I didn't know, who represents our city, and these people that step up like this are the people that make the heart of the city beat. I just want to be part of that. So, what I wanted to say is I would have liked to seen the whole amount forgiven and then put on a tax write-off agreement. And city manager can look into that, and our attorney. But that's my opinion, sir. And thank you for the opportunity.
All right, thank you. Adam, you got anybody online?
I do, sir. And Mr. Nathan Scott. Mr. Scott, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Nathan Scott. Despite the passionate, inspirational, lengthy sales pitch by the Phalanx CEO, which was nearly 15 minutes, which is far beyond the normal 3 minutes that citizens are afforded, Mayor and Gainesville City Commission should abide by the terms of the mortgage and promissory note rather than entertain giving away another $100,000 to which the city government and its taxpayers are entitled. Phalanx request was to forgive $300,000 rather than the maximum eligible $200,000. What does the mortgage and promissory notes say regarding debt forgiveness, commissioners? You should follow that. I think that's what the motion is. It's hard to hear because the audio is garbled, but you should follow the agreement. Furthermore, and this is important, furthermore, corporate philanthropy isn't philanthropy when a company asks for a handout in return. That's part of that lengthy sales pitch. Also, the biomass contract was a shady deal. Peoria was a shady deal. The city manager appears to be engaged in shady deals, lacking transparency, and I'm outraged that the city commission approved the last agenda item over the objection to Commissioner Simmons without having the letter of intent available and transparently attached for public review. That's shady. Shady as hell. So again, the last thing taxpayers need, Mayor Poe, is another shady deal. This commission needs to start being transparent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. At this time, I do not believe we have any more callers, Mr. Mayor. Where's yours?
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll move back to the commission for a vote. The commission is to move the recommendation, which is up to $120,000 pending verification of the job creation portion, and $20,000 that will essentially reimburse Phalanx for the donation of the property for the recreational trail. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Coates, for spending the afternoon with us. You are now released. Commission, our getting work done ratio to number of items on the agenda is very poor. I would love to get at least one more item accomplished before our break, but I'm looking at these and I just don't know which ones are gonna take a long discussion and which are not. Mr. A. Santos?
I don't see any items, but I was wondering if you wanted to put the items where we do have kind of outside people, the Grace Marketplace item in the downtown Hyatt at the beginning of the evening, just so there's kind of some certainty, because it could be a very, very long night for us. And
I'd rather
rather
be
only have
fine
staff
with
on
me. Heartwood up? Well, no, that's gonna be a discussion.
It's all.
Yeah, well, we're just gonna go into well, I'd like to think that would be a quick discussion, but I don't know. That's Commissioner Ward's item. Yeah, I think we're just gonna have to, so what we're gonna do is, Madam Clerk, when we come back for the evening, we will take, sorry, let me get there. We'll do proclamations first, and then let's take up the the fire station. Is that, do we have people in? I mean, I'm guessing there's some folks from the ITN respondents that are going to be part of that, Mr. Feldman?
No, no, sir. It should just be me. I'm just
Okay.
seeking some
So then
direction.
the downtown Hyatt development agreement, will that do that first? That's probably it, right? That's the only one we have outside people. The rest are all internal. Okay, so we'll do the Hyatt discussion first after proclamations. Then we'll go through our resolutions and ordinances, and then just take the rest of the afternoon items in the order we did not get to them. All right, with that, we are in recess until 5:30. Whoa. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We're back from our recess. This is our evening portion of the Gainesville City Commission meeting, December 3rd, 2020. Madam Clerk, what is our first order of business this evening?
Our first order is proclamation honoring World AIDS Day, Judge Not, December 1st, 2020.
Okay, here we go. Whereas World AIDS Day, established in 1988, serves to unite people around the world to raise awareness of HIV/AIDS and demonstrate international solidarity, promote advancements in treatment, and whereas HIV can be eliminated through prevention and education, as we recognize that Alachua County ranks 56th out of 67 counties for the highest rate of new HIV cases in Florida, with 1,050 people living with HIV/AIDS and approximately 37 new diagnoses annually. World AIDS Day serves as a reminder to reflect on the people that we have lost and those we hold dear who are living with or infected by HIV/AIDS. And whereas observance of this day provides an opportunity for our community, faith-based organizations, social service agencies, businesses, academic institutions, and community organizations that are critically important to prevention to be part of the fight against the stigma surrounding HIV. And whereas the stigma around HIV impedes testing, the negotiation of safe practices, and the needed support of those living with HIV, we encourage everyone to join in the Judge Not movement to end stigma in our houses of worship and communities. And whereas 1 in 7 people in the U.S. are not aware that they are living with HIV, we acknowledge World AIDS Day as a day to normalize HIV testing as a part of annual preventative care by encouraging people to get tested for HIV, know their status, and get linked to care and treatment. And whereas HIV/AIDS related stigma remains a major barrier to prevention, testing, treatment, and support services locally, we recognize the local efforts of area service organizations. Let's Talk About It, a support and advocacy group of women living with HIV, Gainesville Area AIDS Project, Peers Empowering Peers, Black AIDS Services and Education, Alachua County Health Department, and Well Florida, as well as other local organizations which are united in their efforts to bring together advocates living with HIV and their allies to build a pathway to stigma-free community. Now, therefore, I, Lauren Poe, by the authority vested in me as the mayor of the city of Gainesville, do hereby proclaim December 1st, 2020 as World AIDS Day, Judge Not, in the city of Gainesville, and invite all of our citizens to join me in recognizing these organizations and community members living with HIV/AIDS as they mobilize to reduce the stigma around HIV testing in order to prevent future HIV transmissions, diminishing HIV-related mortality, and improving quality of life for persons living with HIV. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the city of Gainesville, Florida, this 20th day of November, 2020. Thank you all. Is there anybody here to accept this proclamation?
Yes, sir. I believe the.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Please make some comments.
You can share your screens now, folks.
Hi.
Not share.
Well, this is Marvine Edwards, and on behalf of all our organizations, we would like to thank you for recognizing World AIDS Day, Judge Not. We invite our community to join our mission to diminish stigma surrounding HIV. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for all the work that you do, and we appreciate you being with us virtually tonight. Okay, Madam Clerk, our next proclamation, please.
Our next proclamation is 2020 Election Cycle, Alachua County Election Worker Day, December 3rd, 2020.
And we are so honored to have our own Supervisor of Elections, Ms. Kim Barton, with us. Ms. Barton, wow, what an amazing job you and your team did in this election. There was so much pressure, so many rumors and anxiety, and just went incredibly well here in Alachua County. So we're just so proud to have you as our supervisor, and equally proud of everybody that either works permanently on your staff or volunteered and helped make it go so well. So if you want to join us up here, trying to keep our social distance, but I'll read the proclamation and then I'll give it to you and you can say a few words.
Okay.
Whereas more than 600 Alachua County residents volunteered to serve as election workers during the 2020 election cycle. And whereas the 2020 election cycle presented unprecedented challenges for election workers and the supervisors of elections. And whereas under the leadership of Alachua County Supervisor of Elections Kim A. Barton, election workers were able to work to ensure free and fair elections in our county. And whereas the work of these individuals is deserving of appreciation and recognition from fellow citizens and this commission. Now therefore, I, Lauren Poe, by the authority vested in me as the mayor of the city of Gainesville, do hereby proclaim December 3rd, 2020 as 2020 Election Cycle Alachua County Election Worker Day in the city of Gainesville, and invite all of our citizens to join me in acknowledging and recognizing the hard work and service provided by Alachua County election workers. In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the city of Gainesville, Florida, the 16th day of November, 2020. Congratulations, and please say a few words.
Thank you. I just want to thank the commission so very much for all the support you always give my office. This has been a year that with the pandemic, and so our election workers, regardless, you know, they always come through. You're talking about 14 to 16 hour days. And so the poll workers, the election workers, they're your friends, your neighbors, your family, and these are the folks that we train. We put the elections in their hands to follow the laws and the statute. And under the circumstances that we had this year, they did a marvelous, marvelous job. Yes, we lost some poll workers, but we had folks that signed up in groves. We had folks from the state, from the county, from the school board, some city employees. So we were just so thankful. Not only am I so grateful for them, my staff. I mean, I have a staff, they're awesome. Time is nothing to them. Whatever it takes to get the job done, we did it. And I'm so, so very grateful. So election workers are not just those that work on election day. Those are the ones that, we start planning for election, 6 months out. So you're talking about people that vote by mail, you all know, went through the roof. So we had folks working that. We had phone bank operators. So it's just a lot of folks, our operations staff, and they are so committed to Alachua County, to Gainesville, to every municipality. They're so committed in the elections, and I just, I'm just so grateful. I'm so happy for the support that they give my office, and we couldn't put on an election without them. So thank you again for recognizing them. This is so special because let me tell you, Alachua County, we had 2 recounts. We had a machine recount and a manual recount. So you got to think about, even after the election, they still were not done. So they said, whatever it takes, we want to have our election finished. We want, to have it done. And I can tell you, Florida, we did wonderful, and Alachua County exceptional. It's because of our election workers. But thank you all for recognizing them, and I really appreciate each and every one of you and your support. And Mayor Poe, I did get your note, so thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Barton. Stick around. I think some of my colleagues want to shower some love your way. So start with Commissioner Johnson.
Yes, thank you. I do. I am so thrilled that we get a chance to celebrate you and the hard work that you've done and that your office has done. Kim, you are, and this office is the absolute gold standard for the way that elections are run in Florida. And not only does this community recognize it, but I, did some work around the elections and statewide and alliances and coalitions, and I can't tell you how many times people said, "Oh, Alachua County, you're good." So your work is unparalleled across the state. Thank you for all the work that you've done, you continue to do, the integrity that you bring to the process. I know without a doubt, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that every single election that we have, it's a fair process because of the integrity that you and your office and all the poll workers and everyone that's involved in the election does. And this is one office that I have complete and total confidence in this city. So thank you to everybody that worked around the elections. Such important work.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. Where you going, Kim? Echo exactly what Commissioner Johnson said. You are the true gold standard. Just the complete professionalism and what you bring to that office, and just how everyone seems to gravitate towards your leadership and towards the thoughtfulness and the things that you bring, not only as a professional, but the passion that you have for your job and your community. And I just want to say thank you for that. That's you set it the high bar, you set the example. Your staff is wonderful. How you maintain your staff for years. Seems like no one wants to leave. They all want to just stay there with you. And that says a lot. And so I just want to say on behalf of District 1, you really represent our people well. We're extremely proud and grateful that you're here, you're in service, and we love you in District 1. You're very well loved. So thank you so much for what you do and what you bring to the community. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Supervisor Barton. Get some well-deserved rest.
That will be January 1st.
Oh, right, good.
The state reports are due.
Yes, ma'am, yes,
December.
ma'am. And then we'll get ready for our last spring city election.
Yes.
Last time.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Madam Clerk, next proclamation, please.
Our next proclamation is Lung Cancer Awareness Month, November 2020.
Whereas lung cancer is the leading cause of cancer death amongst men and women in the United States and in Florida in 2020, accounting for more deaths than colon cancer, breast cancer, and prostate cancer combined. And whereas, according to the American Cancer Society, there were 63,365 new lung cancer cases and 41,995 deaths because of lung cancer between 2013 and 2017 in Florida. And whereas the 5-year survival rate for localized lung cancer is 59%, yet only 17% of lung cancers are diagnosed at this stage. And whereas screening for lung cancer for high-risk individuals using low-dose computed tomography can lead to the earlier detection of lung cancer and save lives, reducing the mortality by 20% when compared to screening by chest x-ray in the National Lung Screening Trial, and reducing the risk of death at 10 years by 24% in men and 33% in women, as demonstrated by another large randomized trial. And whereas funding for lung cancer research trails far behind funding for research for many other cancers, and additional research is needed in early diagnoses, screening, and treatment for lung cancer, as well as in lung cancer affecting women and lung cancer health disparities. And whereas women diagnosed with lung cancer are more likely to be younger and never smokers, lung cancer incidence and mortality rates in women are rising relative to men. More women die from lung cancer than breast cancer every year, and by 2035, it is expected that more women will die from lung cancer than men. And whereas organizations working in the Gainesville community, such as the American Lung Cancer Screening Initiative and Women's Lung Cancer Forum, are committed to educating about lung cancer and lung cancer screening and working to increase lung cancer screening rates in Gainesville. Now, therefore, I, Lauren Poe, by the authority vested in me as the mayor of the city of Gainesville, do hereby proclaim November 2020 as Lung Cancer Awareness Month in the city of Gainesville, and invite all our citizens to join me, recognizing the need for research in lung cancer affecting women and lung cancer health disparities, and encourage all citizens to learn about lung cancer and early detection through lung cancer screening. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the city of Gainesville, Florida, this second day of November 2020. And with that, Madam Clerk, do we have anybody here to receive this proclamation?
I don't believe so. Let me double check our panelist list to be sure. No, I don't believe so.
Okay, well, thank you for everyone that is helping to bring this to the public's attention and all the work that you're doing to increase testing and treatment. And we especially appreciate all that you're doing during this difficult time during the pandemic. I know you've had to cancel some events and fundraisers like everyone else, but we're still thinking of you. All right, Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Our next item is business discussion item 9 on page 21. Downtown Hyatt Place Development Agreement, with a recommendation that the commission approve the draft development agreement as presented and authorize the city manager to finalize and execute the agreement once approved as to form and legality by the city attorney.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Feldman, I see Ms. Finn on the screen. Did you want to introduce this item?
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. I'm going to let Ms. Vidal Finn introduce the item, and I believe we have representatives from the development project itself.
Okay, Ms. Vidal Finn, welcome. Good to see you.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Sarah Vidal at Gainesville Community Reinvestment Area Department. So we are here today to discuss an opportunity to improve downtown infrastructure as part of a mixed-use development project that's already been approved and permitted by the City of Gainesville and will start construction next month. The recommendation before you today is not whether or not this project is happening, but rather whether or not the city would like to utilize GCRA dollars to reinvest in and improve the public right-of-way in downtown. So first, I will start by going over the history of some of the CRA's development agreements and focusing on some more recent ones, then get into the project itself and the proposed right-of-way improvements, and then we'll end with some next steps. And we also have the owners available who will speak as well. So recent development agreements. You may remember now the Sunset Transformational Incentive Program. So under that program, the CRA funded a proven but-for gap. The incentive programs helped the CRA to incentivize new development, especially in the CRA's beginnings, because it didn't have the cash on hand. And so what those agreements did was give developers a TIF recapture that is paid out over the life of the agreement on an annual basis. A few examples of this, in 2008, a transformational incentive agreement was approved for University House in the former Fifth Avenue district. And in 2007, I believe the Palms was approved in downtown. So within the last decade, there has been a real shift from incentives to developers based on that but-for gap to focusing on public-private partnerships, or P3s, and opportunities to improve, connect, or extend the GCRA's redevelopment work. So the marked difference is that these agreements that you see listed on this slide and the one before you today are not incentives to a developer. Rather, they provide for reimbursement for building public improvements within the scope and timeline of their respective projects. The standard was the first, where initially there was a $34 million request in TIF recapture, and instead the CRA identified and negotiated 10 public improvement projects with a not to exceed amount of $3.1 million. And you'll see from this slide, the developer received $2.03 million of reimbursement based on their submittals at the end of the project and the GCRA's third-party review. Two more recent development agreements approved by this body were part of extending the CRA's work of building Southwest 9th Street and Innovation Square in the College Park University Heights district, and extending that work through private development for enhanced public spaces to the north and the south. The proposed development agreement is a vehicle to invest CRA funds in the public right-of-way, amenities that benefit everyone and are not required by the approved development order. In each of these agreements, the CRA funds go directly to reimbursing the completion of these public works and utility projects according to the city's specifications, and adjacent neighbors don't have to deal with the city coming back later and doing the right-of-way work. It all gets done at the same time. The benefit to the city is that the GCRA ED funds right-of-way improvements that are typically not budgeted for, and the work gets completed within the owner's overall project timeline. And then all work contained in these agreements promotes safety, multimodal transportation, accessibility, and aesthetics, all areas that the city wishes to address as part of the downtown master planning process. So now we'll get into more specifics about the project itself. So this project fronts all four roadways around it. You can see from this bird's eye view, there's Second Avenue, Southeast 2nd Avenue, Southeast 1st Street, Southeast 2nd Place, which runs in front of the Hippodrome, and then South Main Street. What's being built is a 6-story, what they call green, clean, and tech-focused building, totaling approximately 134,000 square feet. And the primary component of the project is a Hyatt Place hotel with 145 rooms that includes about 1,600 square feet of meeting space, a second floor elevated pool, market lounge, restaurant, and business center. In addition, the entire ground floor of 16,000 square feet will be devoted to leased retail, with the exception of the main hotel entrance, which is a lobby and a vestibule, which serves as a gateway to the second floor main lobby. The final components of the project include 5 stories with about 27,000 square feet, 3 floors for office space for lease, as well as 2 floors of loft studios for workforce housing. And then also the parking agreement that they have has been signed with the downtown garage as indicated in the upper right-hand corner of your slide. has been executed for spaces that cover the entirety of the project. So in total, this is a $32.8 million investment into downtown and a game changer for downtown. I believe the first of its size since the Hampton Inn. So the project was approved with existing conditions as is. No changes were required to the public right-of-way. Last spring, the owners requested a meeting with the GCRA and the city manager's office to discuss the potential of the city potentially remedying some existing issues adjacent to the project. The manager requested GCRA engage in an interdepartmental team, including Public Works Department, Mobility, Planning, and the GCRA, to look at the public right-of-way issues identified and see if they could be addressed either within the department's normal scope of work or via planned projects. Each department agreed that they were needed improvements. Some small issues were addressed immediately, and others, the larger opportunities, could not be taken care of in normal business due to time and funding availability. So we returned to leadership to discuss an appropriate way forward. Given that the GCRA department and the city of Gainesville have both committed to downtown master planning in their respective 10-year consolidated plans and strategic plans, the internal group worked together to discern what the cost would be of the desired right-of-way improvements and worked with the city attorney's office on a draft development agreement. The costs are included as Exhibit B to your draft agreement and your backup, and this is a way to utilize the opportunity for addressing right-of-way conditions while the project is under construction. So the major piece of the proposed right-of-way projects will be along Southeast 2nd Place. This roadway is prone to stormwater issues, and a portion would be reconstructed if this is approved. There is also a request to one-way the segment from South Main to Southeast 1st. If you remember, starting at Starbucks, it's already one-way from 1st Street, basically eastbound. And this segment would also add on-street parking on the north side of the street. The cost estimates listed on each slide are not to exceed amounts, and I wanted to mention too that bricks will be reused if possible. So this is the side of South Main Street, and I did want to mention that I believe there are updated conceptual renderings as well. This was submitted way back when, so maybe we have those tonight. On South Main, this is an opportunity to change the existing bus bay that's no longer utilized by mobility to a pickup drop-off zone to support deliveries and ride shares, along with sidewalk improvements and preservation of the existing tree canopy. And then along Southeast 1st Street, improvements here will include parking, curbing, sidewalks, and tree and lighting conflicts. So next steps. As I mentioned earlier, will start construction next month on the site work. Next steps will include a return to the commission for approvals on the one-way possibility of 2nd Place and air rights for the project. Again, site work will begin next month, and the opening of the project is slated for July 2022. At this time, I would like to invite Mike Warren, who is the managing member of Magnolia Street Magnolia Street Hospitalities and president of the AMJ Group, to speak to the project. And afterwards, I'll return with the recommendation, and we'll all be available for questions.
Great, thank you, Ms. Vidal. Mr. Warren, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to be there. I want to thank the staff who's been great to work with on this project so far. And I haven't been in front of the commission for quite a number of years. There have been new members on the commission, and so if just take a couple of minutes to talk about my background in town, how I'm wedded to this town, and also AMJ and what we've done here. And then we'll segue off to some other things. I've been here, my family's lived in Gainesville since 1974. I came here to teach electrical engineering at the University of Florida. I remember it well because my salary was $1,500 a month, and I was guaranteed 9 months salary. So the first 2 summers we were here, my wife and I and our 2 children, I had no jobs. I had to go out of town the first year to get a job in Eglin Air Force Base. Second year, my wife said, forget that, she's not going with me. So I was up back and forth to Huntsville, Alabama all the time. It became clear to me that this was not something I wanted to maintain. I had to find some way to go ahead and create a little more income for my family. So I started to buy some older, small homes, fix them up, and rent them out for workforce housing. Eventually, I realized that if you build them better, you have less in the long term, you have less maintenance. So I went ahead and got my contractor's license and started building some houses from ground up, primarily in the Ridgeview area to begin. And we still own those houses, and they are still rented out workforce housing. I left the University of Florida in 1980. I learned the lesson that I hadn't learned beforehand. There's a lot of politics in any big organization, and certainly University of Florida is a big organization, and actually started doing some consulting work for the government in my field, electrical engineering. And that opened up some more opportunities to do more workforce housing, primarily some duplexes and some quadruplexes. I continued with the company, the consulting company, but again, I was traveling every other week, California, St. Louis. It was tough, and I really didn't, the traveling became hard for my family. So I decided to do full-time, devote myself to the building of more workforce housing, and we did that in all around in western part of the county and around, and we still own most of those properties. In the mid-1980s, we started doing some commercial and retail buildings on Northwest 43rd Street, and a little shopping center called the Pavillon, some other office buildings there. We still own them too. Because we're not merchant developers. We don't go in and find a piece of property, build something, build it as cheaply as you can, sell it off to somebody else, let them worry about the problems. We keep what we've done. We're local owners, and we've been here, as I said, since 1974. In the 2000s, we started on some larger projects. One of them is right next to City Hall, Commerce Building, just to the east. And then there's Regents Park, 46 really nice condominiums there that I think have really helped the downtown because they brought people in who appreciated living in the downtown community. We eventually ended up building Plaza Royale, which was just an old Scotty's, vacant lot, Scotty's on it that had gone dark. In the early 2000s on Newberry Road, about the 3800 block, and then later on Madison Park, which is a very nice office building on 43rd Street, about 48,000 square feet. We still own all of those. In 2007, just before the recession, we decided we wanted to get involved with a little bit of workforce housing again, so we developed Oakgate. And we ended up building 32 nice condominiums. We couldn't rent them, we couldn't sell them because when the Great Recession hit, so we've leased them out, and again too, workforce housing on Northwest 6th Street. We're still proud of those. And after the recession started, quite honestly, we had an opportunity to go ahead and to start to pick up some properties, and we were buying things outside of Gainesville, pretty much a lot of in Florida, but also outside of Florida. But we didn't do anything in Gainesville for at least 8 years. And then in 2016, we were approached by someone, Dr. Innocent Atocha, who had a small medical office on 13th Street, wanted to enlarge. We were able to buy the old Howard Hall building on Northeast 1st Street, and working with Dr. Atocha, open up what I was told is the only private medical clinic east of Main Street now. We're very happy with that. And also too, in 2016, we had an opportunity to purchase a bankrupt apartment complex called Ventura Apartments on Southwest 20th Avenue. And we've renovated over 190 of the 208 units there, and again, workforce housing. But really very little had been done, and we continued to have opportunities outside of town in places literally in the Southeast, up in the DC metropolitan area, and all over the country. And then in 2020, early this year, we had an opportunity brought to us to take over a project that another team had started, and they continue to work with us on this, but to bring a Hyatt Place hotel to Gainesville. We're really excited about that. There is no Hyatt now existing in basically the 200-mile stretch between Jacksonville to Tampa. And the Hyatt would be the centerpiece of a mixed-use project, as Sarah mentioned, involving both retail and apartments. Well, we're really happy about it, really excited, and especially after having done things in, almost, 15, 16 years ago downtown with Commerce Building and the Regent's Park, we were happy to see if we could go ahead and do something downtown. Because quite honestly, I think it's been about 15 years since anybody's put any money, any private investment in downtown Gainesville. And we believe in downtown Gainesville. We go to the Hippodrome often. We like to come down there. And we think you need a vibrant center to have a quality and a vibrant town. Now, one of the things that we have done as in a lot of our buildings is we have embraced solar systems and sustainable projects. So one of the things we wanted to do is we wanted to build this hotel a little bit better. We know that higher quality construction in the long term will pay off. Okay? We are, again, we're not just developers, merchant developers who sell, we hold this. We are owners of this hotel. Indeed, we have committed to own this for at least 7 years in a contract with Hyatt. And we expect to own it longer than that. So we want to do a couple of different things. I'm going to just point them out. Energy efficiency. So many of you probably stayed in hotels where you have those window air conditioning units. When they turn on, wakes you up, or probably wakes everybody up in the hallway. They're ugly. They have louvers out in the front. We're doing away with that. We have, it's called VRF, variable refrigerant flow. It's a central air conditioning system. There are no louvers on this. There are no nasty window units in the rooms. We're also going to tankless water heaters, which are, again, higher cost, but much more efficient, energy efficient. We do that because we know if we build it better, in the long term, we end up having fewer maintenance problems. And although we've been invested in hotels all along the East Coast, actually as far away as Indianapolis, we're not hotel managers, and none of the people involved in this are. So we wanted to have the best team that we could find to manage our hotel. There are plenty of them out there, but I can tell you nobody can beat the Hyatt. So we have a contract with Hyatt for them to manage this project and manage this hotel in the long term. We're very happy. In fact, it's been the more we work with Hyatt, the more we learn about them, the better we feel about this. My wife and I and some of the other partners in this deal have been make long-term commitments to the arts in Gainesville. The Hippodrome, Dance Alive, and for the past 2 years, I was chairperson of UF Performing Arts. We wanted this hotel to be special for Gainesville, not just a standard Hyatt place anywhere else. We wanted to say something about Gainesville. We wanted to celebrate the creativity and the diversity of the Gainesville artistic talent. Hyatt agreed allowed us to showcase community art in the hotel. That's not something we normally do. Most of the stuff is what they call prototypical, but we have the ability to show community art as the centerpiece here, and not just artwork. Okay, I'm talking about everything from Bo Diddley to Lauren Groff. Okay, so I just want to say that Hyatt, as I mentioned earlier, Hyatt is a great partner. We found that they're very committed to the communities that they serve, and they have values of diversity, inclusion, and opportunity, values that the Gainesville community shares. And Hyatt's not a latecomer to this. They didn't throw some money at it and go away. We've learned it's in their DNA as an organization. So I want to ask, just to have a moment to have some of the key decision makers at Hyatt speak now, because they're going to be managing this hotel for the next 7 years after we complete it. And they're going to be the ones operating it. And they're going to be the ones who are hiring the people and making sure that the suppliers and everybody else, okay, are appropriate for our community. So if I can ask Connor Wilgus, who's the Regional Vice President of Development, to introduce the Hyatt team and let them just tell you a little bit about the way in which we are so happy that they will be handling this management.
Thank you so much, Mike. I appreciate that for the very generous comments and remarks. Good evening, commissioners and Mayor Poe. I've got a presentation which I'd like to put up on the screen share if possible. Would that be okay, Mike, for
Yeah,
you to
I
drive
think
control
I
here?
think Ms. Vidal needs to take hers down.
Yes.
Terrific. Can you all see the screen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Well, good evening. On behalf of Hyatt, thank you all very much for the opportunity to be here today and support this exciting project with Magnolia Street Hospitality and AMJ Group. As Mike mentioned, I'm Connor Wilgus. I'm the Regional Vice President of Real Estate Development for Hyatt in the Greater Southeast. We've been working on this project for over 3 years now, and we remain committed to its success for the Magnolia team, the city, its residents, and future residents. Joining me today to discuss Hyatt's diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, as well as our hiring and operational strategy, are some of my colleagues, Tyrone Studemeyer, our Vice President of Diversity and Inclusion, Tim Obert, our Vice President of Operations, and Ann Hanch, our Senior Vice President of Global Procurement. Before discussing some prepared material by our team, I want to provide everybody with a brief overview of our organization. Hyatt's a 60-plus-year-old company. We're headquartered in Chicago, Illinois, with regional offices and hotel operations all around the country and the world. Currently, we have a portfolio of 21 brands encompassing nearly 1,000 hotels, all-inclusive resorts, and wellness resort properties in 65 countries. Our purpose is to care for others so they can be their best. That purpose has guided all of our decision-making, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. We are focused on intentional growth to expand our footprint in places that matter most to our guests, our customers, and our owners. This project absolutely aligns with our strategy. As a local developer, AMJ Group has deep-rooted knowledge and experience in the Gainesville community, and we look forward to collaborating with them to introduce the first Hyatt hotel to your wonderful city. As Mike mentioned, we don't have a hotel within several hundred miles of this project, so we are absolutely thrilled about it. We believe the Hyatt Place project will bring a new and dynamic product to your important marketplace. And with that, I will turn it over to Tyrone to discuss our Change Starts Here initiative and our approach to some very important aspects of this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Connor. And good evening, and thank you to the Mayor and Commissioner for inviting us to be a part of this session today. As I mentioned, I'm Tyrone Studemeyer, Global Vice President of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion for Hyatt. Diversity, equity, and inclusion is not new to Hyatt. It has been a part of Hyatt's DNA since the 60s when we opened up our first hotel downtown Atlanta, Georgia. And this is during the height of civil rights, where at this particular time that hotels were not allowing Dr. Martin Luther King to convene his meetings, combined luncheons in the hotels. And as they were digging a hole for Hyatt, he sat outside and says, I hope that hotel does right by us. And he named that hotel Hotel of Hope, and we kept that promise. He came in, Mrs. Nola Clayton, who was his assistant, met with our general manager, and we were the first hotel to allow Martin Luther King to come in and to celebrate and have combined lunches with Blacks and whites. And we still celebrate that today and celebrate his birthday and the legacy of his assassination at our hotel. This has been a part of who we are since its conception. Diversity and inclusion is the way that we manifestation of our purpose to care for people to be their best. And I thought it would be important today to share with you our commitments after the murder of George Floyd and how we wanted not to react, but to respond to the community and to the murder of George Floyd. And we have our program, Change Starts Here. And it is our goals for 2020 now to 2025. And it's in 3 different areas. First, who we employ, develop and advance, who we support, and who we buy from and who we partner with. When we talk about representation of our colleagues globally, it is our goal over the next 5 years to double representation of women around the globe, VP levels and above, and to general manager roles. It is our goal in Commitment 2025 is that we would double the representation of people of color within the United States, and a special doubling representation of Blacks. When we talk about who we're going to support and how we're going to do that, is that one of our tactics is to make sure that we have a diverse slate of candidates, that 80% of our diverse slates have to be women and people of color, at least 50% have to be Black. We're also now working with our general managers to identify earlier on our talent to make sure that we're mentoring and developing that next generation of leaders within an organization. We have true success stories where we've seen women and people of color to go from doormen to general managers, from housekeepers to general managers. We have the best succession planning on the planet. Being one of the oldest institutions in our history, I think it's imperative that we lead in this regard to ensure that we're doing right and find a fair and equitable opportunity for all. Moving on to who we support, and this is one of the things I'm truly so proud of with what we're doing this year, and this has been a part we've done for the last 6 years, is that we have a program called Rise High. And our Rise High program is designed and dedicated to reach youth between the ages of 16 and 24 who are not working, who are not destined for college and university, but we can meet them and employ them. We want to increase the representation of Black youth between the ages of 16 and 24 by 45% within the next 5 years. We're committed to hiring 100,000 youth around the globe as it relates to that. Can we go back kind of to before we get to that, we'll go down the next one, the slide. And then we want to be able to, that's what we're doing for the youth. That will be a part of what's happening in your city, is that we want to be able to reach out and employ individuals who may not feel that college is the right place, who may not have the funds or the resources to do that. And then we want to make sure that we're dedicating $1 million to identify community-based organizations that will help us to reach and our goal by identifying those youth in those respective cities. Last but not least, this is what I'm really proud of as well, is that during the pandemic and the riots, many of the small business owners lost their leases to their properties. They've lost their opportunities to grow their own businesses. As we build, because COVID-19 has hit the hotel and hospitality industry very hard. There's more than 100 million people who've been impacted in the hotel industry alone. As we build, we want to help small business owners to rebuild. And I want to give a good example is that we provided 1,000 pro bono hours to give back to the communities to ensure that they're able to build. I want to give you a couple of examples. First and foremost, we had a general manager in Baltimore who was out with her daily walk with her husband, and they walked by their favorite cupcake store only to find out it was closed. And they reached out to the owner, who happened to be an African-American female, only to find out she lost her lease due to the pandemic. We've invited them to come into our hotel to bake their baked goods and to sell them out of our hotels. That similar scenario played out in DC, where a young woman actually lost her lease due to the pandemic who sold lobster rolls. We invited her to come into hotels to prepare her lobster rolls and to sell that. And then last but not least, an example of that, of giving back and helping the community, is that Tim, who's on the call, who will be presenting next, he and a group of our leaders from Hyatt Regency Chicago and Hyatt Regency McCormick, which is owned by the city of Chicago, got together and met with Reverend Jesse Jackson at their Operation Push at corporate headquarters. In celebration of his 79th birthday, we did a day of service to help clean the facility and organize the facility, but they did an assessment of the building, the roofing, the plumbing, the lights, the basement, to ensure that they had right blueprints to be able to operate the building efficiently and effectively and get prepared for COVID-19 as they reopen. That's something to celebrate. And so as we talk about a legacy to continue to build from a civil and human rights perspective, those are some of the contributions that our colleagues feel is important that we do to give back to our respective communities. And then last but certainly not least is our supplier arm, is that who we partner with and who we buy from. We have made a commitment to support 1% of our total spend to the Black community. And Ann Hanch will give us more details about our spend overall. But I wanted to give you guys an insight on our Change Starts Here in these three different components and how we hire and how we promote, how we develop, how we support the youth, and how we support businesses to grow is our commitment for Change Starts Here. I would like to turn it now over to Tim to talk a little bit more about our operations. Tim, you're on mute.
That's going to be expensive. We have a legacy program here in Hyatt, and every time you do that, you owe $1. So I think it's going to get quite expensive for me tonight. Thank you, Tyrone, Mayor, and honorary chamber members. It's an honor to be with you today to speak regarding our Hyatt Place in Gainesville. We are very proud of this brand and the opportunity to serve your community. As shared early in the presentation, the Hyatt Place is an efficient footprint that traditionally enjoys a relatively stable occupancy, making it a great place to work for our colleagues. It is nice to note that this segment of our business was also the fastest show recovery during the pandemic. Hyatt Places are known for their spacious rooms and a dedicated and separate sitting area. 24-hour food service, and a full suite of amenities. Interestingly, Hyatt Place was recently recognized by J.D. Powers as #1 in customer satisfaction in the category it serves. I can say with confidence, we could not have achieved this accolade without the happy and fully engaged team members. We are proud of our role in the communities we serve and the upward mobility of our workforce, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. We are a good employer that provides a living wage, full health benefits, educational support, and more importantly, up to 12 free nights at any Hyatt worldwide. Great benefit. I know you are proud to be the home of the University of Florida and the Gators. It is worth noting that many of our leaders started out at properties like your Hyatt Place in university towns across the nation. I happen to be one of those leaders who started as an intern while going to college and then transitioned into the management trainee program. And from that role, I was able to work a very successful career with Hyatt across the nation in 14 cities, many different roles, and provided me the platform to be with you here today to talk about this exciting project in your city. With that being said, I will now turn the floor over to Ann Hanch, Senior Vice President of Procurement, to discuss our supplier diversity program. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tom. Good evening. I am Ann Hanch. I oversee global procurement for Hyatt, and I really appreciate the opportunity. As Tyrone and Tim, and I also have one of my colleagues on, Martin, who helps me support supplier diversity. It's a topic that I love to speak to, not only to corporations and to owners, but more importantly to the diverse community, because as I know in your area, you're doing a lot of work with small businesses, and small businesses are where we're growing a lot of our MBE as well as other diverse suppliers. So next slide, please. So just to give you a quick overview, Hyatt Supplier Diversity Program, it is managed by our procurement team. I oversee it, and just a little bit of background. We started in the 90s, in 1997, where it wasn't that popular, and have grown it since then. And I know a lot of other corporations, and we're very grateful, are now supporting supplier diversity. And for us, this has been a journey that we have been on for a long time. We've won awards, but the awards, it's great to win awards and trophies and get the praise, but for me, the praise every day is seeing our suppliers grow and knowing that we've really helped them, not only as their families, the people they employ, but just the community, which is very, very important to us. We do a lot of work with minority and women-owned businesses, and we do it regardless of company size or scale, which is sometimes unusual with big businesses. A lot of big businesses kind of want to do the RFP and take the cheapest vendor and the easiest way out. A lot of categories, we use a lot of businesses to accomplish our goal. We tell people when we send out an RFP, please bid. It doesn't matter your scale or size. And we carve out pieces of businesses and areas and communities for our suppliers to grow as well. So for us, it's never been the easy road. It's been the most rewarding road for us. We also source and encourage diverse business participation within our supply chain, and we support all efforts to expand and grow diverse supplier businesses. We have increased our supplier diversity spend since the beginning, but over the last 15 years, on average, we are growing anywhere from 2 to 4% a year, which for us, it's a nice impact, and we nurture the health of our diverse businesses and community growth. Now, I will say before I move on, I just want to give a couple of other quick examples. 2020 is not a good year for the hospitality business, and as Tyrone has said, A lot of our businesses are struggling, and we're keeping in touch and seeing where we can help. So today, a Black amenity business happens to be in Chicago. Martin, who's on the call with me today, we spent quite a bit of time trying to figure out, maybe we don't need a lot of shampoo and conditioner in our properties today, but we need a lot of hand sanitizer. So they were flipping, you know, what they were doing in order to not only help what they were needing, which is business, to keep their company growing, but it's something we needed, you know, to support our hotels and the cleanliness and make sure all of our colleagues and guests were safe. Another example is a business in Chicago that does a lot of clothing, uniforms, that type of thing. And Tyrone and I spent quite a bit of time, you know, where can we help this business? And happens to be a special face mask. There's another business actually in the Miami, Florida area, another minority business that we're working with that's also doing face masks. So for us, again, it's never the easy way. It's where we can help our suppliers and you know, gain as much business as we can for them.
And thank you so much for that context. Mayor and everybody, I understand we're short on time, so we're so grateful for the opportunity to discuss some of our initiatives and strategy and our overall excitement about this project. We appreciate your consideration, and I will turn it back over to Mike for some closing remarks. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it, Hyatt. Thank you. I think everybody can see why we chose Hyatt. That's all I have right now.
Okay, thank you all. Appreciate it, you all being with us tonight. Certainly enjoyed learning a little bit more about the Hyatt organization and some of your commitments to you know, your procurement, your hiring, your community support. But at the end of the day, we are here to decide on something very specific, which is whether or not the city wants to participate in improving some public infrastructure around your proposed project. So with that, let's go back to Ms. Vidal. And do you have anything you want to add before the commission begins deliberation?
Yes. So I did the
don't
last
stand in
two
the door.
slides of the presentation. Thank you very much. Just to include the recommendation, which is, and I want to let you know that the agreement is a draft agreement in your backup. And with the recommendation, you would be authorizing the city manager to finalize and execute the agreement once approved as to form and legality by the city attorney. And that's all I have. Thank you so much, and we're here for any questions.
All right, thank you very much. So let's turn to the commission for deliberation. We'll start with Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we needed to discuss also the board's discussions will be addressed during the presentation, and we hadn't heard that. That's in the backup. Regarding the
GCRA discussion?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, Ms. Vidal, can you speak to the nature of that discussion?
Sure. Sarah Vidal-Finn, GCRA. So the discussion was really around small businesses and also downtown issues in general. There was someone who brought up the homeless population and how to help with that or assist with that. And then also just questions around small businesses and will the retail engage with small businesses as well. I hope it's in the backup, but the vote was split, I think, about half and half of the people that were there, with just, you know, one extra vote. I can't remember the numbers. I apologize for that, but it is in the record. So it was a lively discussion. It ended up getting passed, but there were concerns about those things that I mentioned.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, because I know it was very close. It was 6-5. And so I just wanted to know what was the concern. And you're just saying that's just a major hotel coming downtown, and there were concerns about small businesses. and how that would impact their business? Was that the concern of the board members?
Yes.
Okay. Well, for me, I really like this project. I think this is something that's needed downtown. I think it would definitely be a game changer. Also, the Hampton Inn that currently is there, it's one of our, the property tax, the money, the resources, the revenue that the Hampton Inn bring in downtown is, if not one of the main indicators here in town. I think this would also help for additional revenue for the city. So I like this idea. And I have a couple of questions on the slides. If you could just explain to me, when we look at the scope of several of the requests, you have the mobilization and MOT. What's MOT? What does that stand for? And that may be a public works question.
It's maintenance of traffic.
What is that?
So that's when you, it's basically the barricades, the detours, all the, everything that the developer will have to do to continue to maintain a good traffic flow.
Did we look for other additional revenue stream opportunities, like in the Public Works Department or Mobility Department, other than the GCRA?
In terms
funding?
of paying for the project?
For assisting with the funding of this project.
So the only other revenue sources that would be available that I'm aware of would be the general fund of the city.
I noticed too on the slides that they will be requesting air rights. Are you trying to, in the future, maybe build a passage or bridge or something to connect? What's the future, and why are we looking for air rights?
If I can speak, Sarah Godolphin, GCRA, I believe that's for an overhang on the first floor that comes out over the sidewalk. I believe the engineer of record is on the call. If I'm incorrect, he can correct me.
Like a weather awning?
What?
Correct.
Yes. Yes, Sarah's correct. That will provide in rain to allow people stopping off in front of the hotel to come into the hotel without getting soaked.
Okay.
So just a little bit into the public right of way.
Okay, thank you for that. And so like I said, again, I think this is a great project for downtown. This would be a phenomenal, just a phenomenal project. One of the concerns that I have again is, and it's I guess it's because we do not currently offer incentives in the GCRA as a program. And I guess I would like to know, when will we as a GCRA start looking at opportunities for developers like these, or business owners that want to come into our community, and we can offer some type of incentives, because this is just like, there's nothing currently in place for someone to come in and invest in our in our areas that are in this GCRA district. And so you're kind of in a sense, you're kind of dang if you do, dang if you don't, because this is a project that's really needed and warranted, I think. And so when can we, as a commission, look forward to seeing some type of incentives that in a process that these developers and businesses can start partaking in? Is that in the works? Where are we on that?
Sarah Godolphin, GCRA staff. So part of your strategic plan includes what the city manager calls the East Gainesville incentivized development plan. And so with that, when you get the Perform GNV update, I believe that's part of it. And I don't have it in front of me, but we do have deadlines for that. I would say early next year would be the first time that we start coming forward as part of our consolidated planning process and community outreach. The community really identified specific types of businesses they'd like to see in Eastern Gainesville. Of course, these incentives would be available for the entire district, but the focus is Eastern Gainesville. The three things that they would like to incentivize would be food-related businesses, healthcare, and banking were kind of the three big ones. And so we are taking a closer look at that, and also working with Eric Redfeld and kind of an interagency economic development group to see currently what's offered in the city and what is missing. The county's also doing that study, which we've asked for them to include in that study a real hard look at Eastern Gainesville and kind of what's the missing ingredient, what will it take to get people to develop in Eastern Gainesville, and what incentives could we offer. So that is underway, and I just wanted to let you know that. And then this, just to correct the record, is not an incentive program. It's just a specific development agreement to pay for improvements in the public right-of-way.
Okay, so, and I can see, so this is a specific special agreement. How can other businesses get a specific special agreement if there's nothing in place? I mean, so is that like on a case-by-case scenario? If someone comes in with a project they want to just go through the permitting phases or what have you, and they look at the infrastructure in a certain area, and it's located in the GCRA district, is this something we can offer to other folks as well? You're open to that?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you can see this is the fourth one of this kind that we've brought forward, and specifically we look for developments in the district where the owners would like to see the public right-of-way improved, but it's not part of their project. So if you think about it this way, if there are things that can be done that are above and beyond the approved project that help carry out the goals of the GCRA, then we're definitely interested in speaking with them.
And the funding sources for this particular project, it comes out of 2 different funds or 3 different funds?
I believe 2. I don't have the fiscal note in front of me, but the majority of it we're proposing taking from the downtown tax increment fund. So that's funding that can only be spent in the former downtown redevelopment area, and then the balance of it would come from the new GCRA funds.
And how much would come from the new GCRA funds? Is that the 129?
It's in the fiscal note. I'm sorry, I'm trying to bring it up right now. Okay, so the total cost estimate was $385,000, and then
plus a contingency.
Plus, I'm not there yet. And then the downtown trust fund would be $256,154 of that amount. From the new funding would be the $129,573 balance plus the 10% contingency.
So the 256, 154 downtown fund, those are monies. Tell me about that particular fund. Is that in this year, next year's cycle? Tell me more about that fund.
The downtown trust fund is a balance that's left over from the old district.
Yeah. So what projects are we leaving off the table with the downtown fund if we're using that balance?
None. These are economic development funds.
Okay. So the ongoing projects, the model block housing, none of that would be, this doesn't have any effect on those particular projects that were in the works?
No, Commissioner.
Okay. And the 129, 573, that plus an additional 38,000, which is for the new fund, has any of that at any time been earmarked for anything, or that's just something that was in the pot and it was just hanging out and we decided to get it? Tell me about that amount.
It's budgeted for economic development.
Okay. So that 129, 573 is in the pot in the new makeup of the GCRA. And we can't get any other funding other than general fund. I don't have a problem with using the downtown fund for this, the 256, if any of the other projects, ongoing projects, will not be impacted by this. But I am kind of concerned when we go looking at the 129, 573 as it relates to the whole big picture of the new constructed GCRA and that amount that will be taken from additional projects throughout the district. So I'm concerned about that amount. Again, I don't have I'm not too concerned about the 256 that's already earmarked in the downtown pot. So can we, has there been conversations about if you do not get the whole amount, and I guess Mr. Mike, you can answer this, if you do not get the whole amount, are there any other recourse that you can take? You're on mute.
Thank you. This is Mike Warren. No, we've had no discussions on that.
Okay. Will this impact you at all, Mr. Warren?
Yes, it would.
If you don't get the whole amount? This
Yes,
would
ma'am.
significantly impact your deal?
It would impact us. Yes, it would.
Okay. Have we, far as the mobility and transportation, when we looked at, when that group came together, the mobility transportation, the public works, and the CRA, did you guys discuss looking at not just this particular block, but now that we have an opportunity, we can look at additional areas and improve in additional areas in this downtown corridor, versus just stopping right here with this project? Now that we have a general interest, we have someone that's want to bring this this wonderful hotel, just look at the whole downtown and focus on just doing infrastructure in that area, such as lighting and ADA requirements. Is that up for discussion? Or have you guys talked about that at all?
Sarah Vidolphin, no, we did not. We did not look kind of outside the public right-of-way on all four sides. As I mentioned earlier, there is a downtown master planning effort that's just beginning. And I believe that one of the purposes of that is to really identify the city's priorities for downtown and how to move forward on downtown improvements. And
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see we take this opportunity and really look at the infrastructure while we're doing this, while we're having this discussion. We already have public works to the table. We have mobility. We have the CRA. Take this opportunity to look at everything downtown as it relates to infrastructure and make this a project while we're working with this potential developer. I don't know how my colleagues feel about that, but I think that's something to think about while this is being brought to us. Let's go ahead and look at it and let's work towards it. Not just stopping right here. Let's take it all away. So those are my comments for right now.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm excited to see this project move forward and replace a dirt surface parking lot in the core of our downtown. This is the type of project I think we want. It's a local developer who does quality construction, and we're building a truly mixed-use project. It's retail, office, residential, and a hotel. This strongly supports one of our top strategic plan goals of creating a vibrant downtown. And this project, I think, will do that. It will bring thousands of people to our downtown, and those are people who are looking to spend money. So they will be going to the businesses downtown as well. Commissioner Simmons mentioned that this project will bring hundreds of thousands of dollars in local property taxes a year. That's a significant amount of money that can be spent on in schools to all sorts of different things that the money's going towards. As for another hotel downtown, the Hampton Inn is, I mean, it's got pre-COVID, but the Hampton Inn is one of the most filled hotels in the city every night. And we need another hotel downtown. It can be tough to even book hotel rooms in the Hampton Inn, and it's pretty expensive too because of the high occupancy rates there. This proposal fits to fix up the sidewalk and right of way, fits in, needs to be done. This is property that's owned by the city, and it's not, the developer's not required to fix it. This sidewalk area is in poor condition. There's holes in it, there's dirt. It's not, I think, reflective of our downtown. And I think this is a great opportunity for us to actually get cost savings. So we will be able to use, since the developer's always doing construction at the same time, it'll be cheaper for us to just do our sidewalk improvements at that time. So I'm excited. I think we should move forward on this. And I support this proposal. Commissioner Simmons, you're talking about doing the rest of the downtown. I 100% agree with you. I just don't know. They're trying to start construction in January, and I don't think we can get it all in on this, but I 100% agree with you on lighting and sidewalks. We have a lot to do, and we need to get it done. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I think if there's any place for a hotel to go in Alachua County, this is the place for it to be. I do have some questions about the funding. Just following along the same lines as what Commissioner Simmons was asking about the 256-154 that's in the downtown trust. Why can't that money be used anywhere else? If you can explain it to me simply.
Sarah Vidal. It could. It is budgeted for purposes of economic development in the downtown area.
Okay.
But it could be used for other things.
Okay, can it be used for other things outside of downtown?
It cannot.
It cannot. Okay. And if we use all of this money, does that mean that it depletes this fund completely?
I believe we're close, but not yet. And those funds do have kind of a time limit attached to them as well.
Okay, do you know what that time limit is for the downtown or any of the funds, any of the money that need to be used in the specific area funds?
Yeah, the goal for the statutes is to spend the money within 3 years of being received.
Did you say 2 or 3?
3.
3? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I think about, can you just take me down 2 paths? I think one is very clear, is if this is approved. Can you take me down the path if it's not approved, or if there is less money that is allocated towards this? With the project, what would be the impact on the project?
So the impact for the city would be that these improvements would not be completed and the right-of-way would remain as is. As for the future of the project, I will let Mike Warren speak to that.
Okay. So if this is not approved, the improvements do not get made?
It's Mike Warren. The major cost of the improvements is fixing the drainage fixing the road on Southeast Second Place, and fix the drainage. Right now, we have to raise the road up a little bit and replace that. Right now, in rain, that road gets flooded, There's erosion that comes from the property we own down into the road. It affects the hippodrome. It affects the businesses across the way. So it would be difficult.
I'm sorry, what would be difficult?
It would be difficult if that were not fixed.
Okay, so would this project still move forward in the way that it is proposed right now if the money were not to be approved?
We'd have to reevaluate that. We don't have the ability to go in and fix the road on our own. It's not our property. That's it, city infrastructure.
So this is where I am with this, is that I always wonder about the opportunity cost of these projects. So what are we not doing if we choose to do this? And I am in favor of the 256-154 out of the downtown trust fund. But I also know that as a commission, we have been very dedicated to using funds. We consolidated it to be used as much as possible on the east side of town. And I wonder what we would be doing with that one, I'll say $130,000 if we didn't do this. I have a feeling it's gonna pass the way it is, because I feel like I know my colleagues. But I will say that I always am concerned, and I think about what we could be doing with promises that we've made on the east side of town when opportunities like this come our way. So that is where I stand with that. Thank you.
Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm pleased with what's in front of us. It's a good proposal. I want to walk through a few numbers and ask a few questions. But first I want to say I love what Commissioner Simmons brought up. I love the idea of doing more while we're there taking the street up. You know, while the work is going on. I'm sympathetic to what Commissioner Santos brought up, that, you know, without a plan in place, it's going to be hard for us to tack a lot else on at the same time, because this is pretty much ready to roll. But anything that we can do in addition while we're in the process of doing the work, we should do. If it means we do a little extra sidewalk work in one block direction or another, whether it's, you know, Main Street or Second Avenue or Second Place or First Street. Second Place particularly, I know there are stretches of sidewalk going east on Second Place that are not in great shape, beyond just in front of this property. And if there's opportunity, Mr. Manager, to go further east on that particularly, I think that this is a great opportunity. I will tell you that I have had to sit in line in my car waiting for to pick someone up at the Hippodrome many times in the summer rain, and it turns into a big river of mud in a hurry on Southeast Second Place. A big hurry. When the rain comes and the dirt starts to wash out of the parking lot and you're parked there, you're going to be, you know, several inches up on your tires because there's nowhere for the water to go. We very much need stormwater improvements there. So this is something that benefits not only Magnolia Street and the Hyatt Corporation, it benefits everybody else who's trying to do business within that block or two. It benefits everybody who is patronizing those businesses or trying to enjoy being downtown in that area when we do these improvements. I think this is an investment in everybody who's trying to do something in that area of downtown. When I asked the question a few days ago, what the tax revenue would look like for the city of Gainesville, specifically the property tax, the answer I got was about $125,000 a year going forward. Now, there's more to other government entities, to the school board, to the county, more property tax coming in for them. But for the city of Gainesville, it's about $125,000. And since we're talking about the city of Gainesville doing the investing, that's that's what we need to know. I'm not too concerned with how much the county's gonna get out of it, but frankly, their money is a part of the CRA as well. So, it's important for all of us to talk about those numbers. I asked and do not remember, how many jobs we're talking about, but if someone from the project would enlighten us on that, about how many people are gonna be employed in this building?
Yes, Mike Warren here. Hyatt has estimated 39 full-time equivalent jobs in the hotel. Depending upon the type of retail we use, we believe there could be as many as 60 more jobs generated there. Obviously, restaurants would generate a little bit more than other retails. So we think approximately about 100 jobs.
Wow, that's incredible. And the Hyatt folks had said that they're committed to living wage jobs for their permanent full-time positions, correct?
Committed that to us as well, sir. Yes, thank you.
Excellent. All right. So we're not talking about, just throwing money at this. We're talking about throwing money. We're talking about investing money that is beneficial to everybody who, moves and acts and works downtown, in that area of downtown. But we're talking about adding, 35 to 40 full-time positions, jobs at a living wage, and then a potential of another 60 jobs. That's pretty significant for what is now a dirt parking lot. And we have seen, if we take, get back in the time machine, we have seen what dirt parking lots can turn into, because as I recall, and I could be wrong, but as I recall, Union Street Station used to be a dirt parking lot. And at that time, of course, there were actually buildings in the dirt parking lot we're talking about now. So it's funny how things change and move, but generally speaking, when they improve for a longer term and for the better. And I think that's what we're seeing here. I certainly am sensitive to chipping away at the $70 million that we committed for the CRA for the next decade. But we're talking about 155 of that, 155,000 of that 70 million, or whatever that $100 and some $1,000 number is here, out of that 70 million over the next decade. So I feel pretty good about this. It seems like a good return on investment to me, not only again for the Hyatt Corporation and Magnolia Street, but for a whole lot of other people who are going to work there and enjoy the benefits of the work being done. But again, Mr. Manager, I would enjoin on you to think really hard, and Ms. Vidal as well, about any work that we can do adjacent to this while we have the street ripped up and while we are doing sidewalk work. Let's take advantage of that opportunity. And I very much look forward to the downtown master plan, because we've been talking about this the whole time I've been on the commission, and gosh, I want to see some things happen. So this is a big deal. I'm proud to be part of it. So, thank you.
Commissioner Saka.
Ms. Vidal-Finn, could you explain the contingency? Just a question. After the contingency, would the developer be able to apply for further funds? Or would that be the last stop of any funds that we can offer?
Correct. And the contingency is just there. If you'll notice, a lot of public works projects come through with contingency included, and it's really for unforeseen conditions. So say they get into the roadway and it's a little more intensive than what Public Works Department budgeted for in their, or costed out in their cost estimating. So these numbers that are in your backup were provided by us, by the Public Works Department, as a not to exceed amount.
And do we know how much money will still be left in that GCRA fund after, let's say you do the 129 and also the contingency? Do we know how much money will be left over?
I don't at the moment, but I could probably find out fairly quickly.
Okay, thank you. In the meantime, I have a question for Mr. Warren, is it? I read in the backup that's not related to the sidewalks or the development, but more of a curiosity for what it'll look like, that the retail will be vanilla shells. Is that they won't be built out, or that they will be?
It's Mike Warren here. we will not be building out the retail until we go ahead and finalize leases with people. Obviously, the size of the space, the type of use we would want would determine what we have to do there. So initially, we know what we're gonna do in the hotel. We know pretty much what we're gonna do in the apartments. We will begin, once we start the project, to look at a lot of local potential users here, and then decide what they want. And then, when we come to lease agreements with them, then we will go ahead and start building out the space.
Okay.
So,
Thank you, sir. And I will let Ms. Vidalfin eventually get back to us with that number when she has it. But those are my concerns. Otherwise, I think it's a good project by good people who are trying to bring some development and revenue to our community. So I'm in favor as it is. I am curious to see how much money would be left in that GCRA fund, but if we invest $129,000 this one time and we're getting $125,000 back in tax revenue, I kind of sit here going, it's worth that investment. But otherwise, those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Thank you, everybody that's made their comments and shared their thoughts. So first thing for me, that I want to just make sure that folks that might be watching are clear on, we are not giving the developer anything. The developer is doing the city's work for us because there's an economy of scale and efficiency that we're going to pay them back for, so we don't have to do it on our own or later. So we're going to have to do this one way or the other. It's just cheaper and more efficient to do it now while everything else around it is going on. So that is a primary reason I support it. It is true, we need to do this kind of work in the majority of the rest of our downtown. I don't want to speak for Mr. Warren, but I don't think he's going to do that with this project. I think that he wants to get his project built, and the stuff in the adjacent areas he's willing, maybe not enthusiastic, but willing to do because he'll have everything there. But he's not going to sort of expand the scope of his project beyond that because it's convenient for the city. So we're going to have to work on a more coordinated plan for the rest of downtown, and that's what that master plan I think aims to do. As far as the money, this is really the purpose of economic development funds. Spend some to generate a lot more in the future. And so spending a little bit right now to generate, so spending $159,000 one-time funds to get $125,000 minimum, because every year it's going to be reassessed and the value is going to go up in perpetuity, is an excellent return on investment. And so, that is a good, benefit as well. However, I think we should make an ask, and this is what I would hope would make. I agree with the recommendation and would certainly support a motion to move forward with this infrastructure reimbursement plan. I believe there's an opportunity here to test a pilot program that would include some affordable housing and some incentive for small minority women-owned and or local businesses to be part of this project. They're not going to do that on their own. There's no incentive for them to put affordable housing in the otherwise sort of scope of this project. But there could be a public-private partnership that would make it interesting, make it attractive for them to put in 4 or 5 affordable housing units along with the rest of the apartments, to set aside a certain amount of square space or a certain amount of sort of reserved frontage to specifically, I hate saying this because it's too general, but non-chain, local and targeted businesses. again, that's probably going to have to be incentivized, but going back to Commissioner Simmons' point, let's use this. We know this is going to be a successful project. It's already being built. Like nothing that we do one way or another with that will determine whether this gets built, and I'm confident it will be successful. I have no question that the private sort of living, the hotel, the retail will be successful. How do we make this a test case for what could evolve into an inclusionary zoning policy on this one little project? So we're not memorializing anything in our code, but what would it take to get a few units in there that would be attainable at 80% AMI or whatever the number is? And so what I would like for our staff to do is sit down with Mr. Warren and team over the next couple months here as they're starting to develop, the final sort of, plan and renderings and start to, work with signing leases to build out the space. What would it take to do those things? We might not get there. And that would be valuable information as well. If we can't get there, why not? What are the barriers? How do we overcome those the next time? But I think it is a really beautiful opportunity to try to see if we can do that. And how awesome would that be to be able to live right in the center of downtown? If you're, someone that's working on the landscaping crew or a radiology tech at Chance. That would just be, I think a really excellent test case for what we're trying to do writ large. So, I don't want to put specifics on that, but I think both for the private affordable housing and the business side, let's look and see if there's not something there, and then come back to us, after, I don't know, February or some time frame like that, to let us know what we would need to do and whether that's palatable to us, whether that, maybe we're not willing to do it for what it would take, but let's try. So that's where I am, and I'll go back to Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll add that to a motion. I move two-part motion. First portion is to move staff's recommendation. The second portion of the motion is to have staff reach out to the developer on discussing a private-public partnership on the creation of affordable housing as part of this development, and for having local retail as part of it as well.
Okay, that's second. Seconded by Simmons. Small business, yeah.
Small business for retail.
Okay, Madam Clerk, the motion was made by Commissioner Santos and seconded by Commissioner Simmons. Let's see, back to Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a question. In the Public Works summary, will any of this include GRU? Maybe, because I know we talked about drainage. Is drainage an issue here? And will that be included at any point in this project? Because I don't know if that's the original drainage system from early on, and is that really the ask here, is to look at the drainage and overhaul the drainage? Because I'm looking at the sidewalks and bricks and mortar and all the pretty stuff, the concrete, but I'm not seeing the drainage. So does this cost or scale or scope, will it include the drainage?
Commissioner, I think, yes, I think Mr. Warren talked to that, but that's stormwater, so that's through Public Works Utility, not GRU. But
okay, so because it's not here, it's not listed as proposed improvements. It just have mobilization, MOT, removal of concrete brick pavers with concrete base, and there's nothing about drainage.
Mr. Warren, Mr. Philman, can you clarify that? It's my understanding from your comments earlier, Mr. Warren, that was the sort of major issue.
Mike Warren here. Yes, the rationale for fixing the street is certainly partly to correct the drainage there.
Okay. So, yeah, moving forward, I would like to have that type of information available because you are gonna hopefully get more developers and people coming downtown and they need to know what's underneath the bricks and the sidewalks. And this is kind of deceptive a little bit because it doesn't talk about drainage, and I think this reflects the true cost of this project. Because you have 200 just on South Main Street, on Southeast Second Avenue and Second Place, estimated almost $80,000 for bricks and concrete and paving. Does that include the drainage? That's included with.
Commissioner, if I could let Mr. Mann or Mr. Singleton or Mr. Reyes, who's the engineer of record.
Yeah, Mr. Reyes is on, Mr. Feldman. Mr. Reyes, can you answer that?
What's the true scale or scope of this
Mr. Mayor, Sergio Reyes, CDA, the engineer of record. If I might, let me share my screen. Second. Hopefully you guys can see my screen. This is how this second place, a picture that we took not long ago. As you can see, there is drainage problems. The road is failing right now, considered failing. And that's part of the drainage that we're gonna fix with these improvements. The sidewalk and everything inside the sidewalk will be removed and reconstructed. If we get this approved today, the second avenue, second place from Main Street to First Street will be reconstructed, and these problems that you guys see in here, puddles and broken sidewalk, all of that will be repaired. Give you a kind of an idea, this is the project area. That's what we're doing. The developer, Mr. Warren, is doing. Second place, this is Main Street. That's what we're gonna also re-stripe and improve a little bit. You guys can see a little bit in here. If we can look at this picture, it's not that good, but you can see there are some drainage problems and the handicap ramp in there. All of that will be fixed as if this project get approved. And here is this First Street, which also got some issues with broken sidewalks and the trees and the bike racks. They are in very bad shape at this time. So all of that is the part of the proposed improvements in this part.
Thank you, and I think that's what I was trying, I think Commissioner Ward and I were talking about, well, I was really talking about let's go in and let's look at the drainage. That's what I was hoping, not just look at the sidewalk and the curbs, but if the drainage is an issue in this area, I think it's up to us while this is happening to really look at our drainage system downtown, because we're going to get more people wanting to come downtown and develop. And that's just a big cost to those developers, an upfront cost. So I think we need to either have an incentive in place where we can assist, like in this particular instance, or we need to just go in and just start looking at replacing everything. So thank you for that. I just wanted to make sure that drainage was included as the scale and the scope of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. After hearing everyone's thoughts and that wonderful presentation, I really find myself intrigued by your ask, Mr. Mayor, and I was wondering if the maker of the motion would maybe be willing to amend and ask that this agreement come back with those stipulations, rather than authorizing the agreement and then going forth with the ask.
Since it's mine, can I comment to that? So the agreements for the infrastructure improvements, whether we get this or not, I still approve of the infrastructure improvements. Like, I don't want those held up because there's not a deal on affordable housing or small business. I think they're just parallel things, and I don't want this project conditional on those things, but I think that we have a willing partner to talk about them, and they just need to know the city is committed and interested. to those conversations. So that's where I mean, that's where I am with that.
Okay, I just wanted to ask because it seems as though, you know, once this is approved, it's just gonna go straight ahead. Which is fine. You know, it's going to do what it does. It's a great location for a project of this. I think the reason why I'm so intrigued by the ask is because what makes downtown Gainesville so successful is that balance between the types of local small businesses and the sort of major national names, and that balance is really what makes downtown Gainesville great. And so I think you all, from the development side, would be really wise to listen to this ask, because it will ultimately make your project that much more successful. This is not, this is a very, very special corner you're moving into. And it's a really, really generous developers agreement for public works improvements, in my view at least, because you are building next to, in my opinion, the architectural jewel of our city, the Hippodrome, and its beautiful Corinthian columns. So this project has to not just be a success, but it has to be an architectural beauty, and the work around it has to be top-notch, which is really, this agreement is really dependent on that, because of the aforementioned Mud River and whatnot. So I hope you all hear what we're saying. We're trying to help your project really weave into the fabric of downtown, and it seems like you all are committed to that. So that is exactly what we are expecting. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Once again, I really like the project. I wanted to give away a thing that I was planning on doing this evening, but you all beat me to the punch. I was going to try to tie this to living wage promises and a number of jobs, but you got there before I did, so congratulations.
Okay, thank you. Got a motion on the floor. Let's turn it over to any members of the public that would wish to speak to the motion. We'll start with anybody in the chamber.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, my name is Don Shepard. I want to, as a people's representative, I want to take and state that this is a project that even Rodney Long brought to the city to take and do in this area. And I haven't heard what the outlook of his project compared to this project. I'm saying that that this is an excellent opportunity for Gainesville to take and have this enormous opportunity and achievement to be done here in our city. I thank this Mr. Warner. I thank his people that are connected to the project. I want to take and ask a question. Is there underground utility been considered in this area? And if so, that'd be another great entity towards the future. The other things I wanted to take and state is that is this a project that was developed and blueprinted yet and has been brought before the city? I'm hearing like a letter of intent. I'm not hearing of an actual agreement. And I think that we should move forward with an actual agreement upon this at this time. That I realize that there are people haven't been here to survey the property and that, but if somebody who is a local man who would jump on this in a minute, like our ex-commissioner Rodney Long, then I think this Mr. Warner, Mike Warner, is thinking in the same line, and the revenue from games and from our racetrack is going to be a tremendous help towards our people that come from out of state. And once that gets out, I think we should have a flyer developed in behalf of that, so that the development also gets enhanced more. So that's what I had to say, and I look forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Wait, 1 sec.
I gotta wait, right? Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Armando Grundy. As a member of the GCRA board, I want to commend, this was a project that was brought to us last week. It is a phenomenal project. Status to GCRA staff, Ms. Vidal. I believe it's Ms. Vidal now, not Ms. Vidal Finn anymore. I know I don't want to, it's hard to breathe, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I hear you, man, but it's
Okay,
fine, we really need it.
I'll be safe, sorry.
We can understand you good.
Okay, I want to follow the rules. This is a project that is a development by right. It's a little awkward. It's a development by right project. And as a development by right project, I think it is amazing that the developer doesn't have to do anything, yet they're choosing to improve a lot of the infrastructure when they came before us. And I think, I heard one of the commissioners say that it's 125,000. I don't think we got any final numbers, because I actually asked that question to the developer and to staff. We didn't get final numbers of what the what the return on investment would be, but if we look at it, to some of you all's credit, we have the Hampton Inn that is 98, 99% full, very successful. One of the #1 developmental projects we have in the city now. This should supersede that. And I think while this is important for not only the GCRA board, because it sets a precedent of where we want development. We want our urban core. We want our downtown to have good quality development. This is a step in that direction, as well as what we as a board said to staff and to the city manager, is that we also want development. So to Commissioner Johnson's point of wanting development, we don't want to just have small nickel and dime projects. But to the credit of Mr. Warren, Mr. Lyons and staff, as well as the GCRA staff, this is a good quality project. We asked a lot of questions. It was a very divided vote, but I want to be very clear. The questions that they were asking about, no developer, when a developer has a right to develop by right, is going to try to solve every social inequity that we have in the city. It's just not happening. But when somebody's coming forward and within good faith saying, I'm going to improve your infrastructure and I'm simply asking for reimbursement, they're doing us a favor. We've not fixed it. And if we could have done it, I mean, staff spent a lot of money on a strategic plan some of you could have looked at. That strategic plan that was laid out by staff, it was clearly there, we'll tell you. So if we have a strategic plan that is laid out and a $30 million investment in our downtown, this is a no-brainer. And I think the majority of you get that. And I think this is what we need for our small businesses, our residents downtown. And I appreciate Ms. Vidal, her staff, as well as Mr. Warren, Mr. Lyons, and everybody else. This is a good quality project, and it deserves your unanimous support. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam, turn it over to you.
Thank you, sir. We have several people who've been waiting patiently. The first is Ms. Teresa Callan. Ms. Callan, that is it. Ms. Callan, are you out there? You have 3 minutes.
Hello?
Yep, there you go.
Oh, yes. Thank you so much. My name is Teresa Callan. I am a small commercial investor and also a commercial leasing agent and property specialist with Portal Realty and a sales agent. Portal is based downtown, and we actually are really proud to be a part of the downtown community. In the downtown community, in the past, Portal has represented local business owners, minority business owners, and local entrepreneurs and nonprofits in acquiring different venues retail venues where they could showcase what they do and what makes them original. And it's I think it's a great credit to our community. Honestly, I've been working with AMJ now for a while, and I'm very familiar with Mike Warren and all of his projects. And I have to say that he is someone who is dedicated to investing in Gainesville when it is difficult to invest in Gainesville. Speaking from someone who has invested here, we don't, our properties here in Gainesville don't appreciate at the rate of large cities. And I think that when you do invest in Gainesville, you invest for a lifetime, and you invest as a part of the community. And certainly I have been very impressed with the conversations that I've had with Mr. Warren and the sort of curation that we are doing in procuring tenancy for the retail spaces for that Hyatt project. I am speaking to a number of local businesses that I think would really make that area significantly more interesting, that we're not looking at putting more national tenants in and making things generic. We want to make sure to highlight the fact that this is an innovative city. This is a city where entrepreneurship can grow and thrive. Certainly, AMJ is an example of that entrepreneurship, and because of that sensitivity, because of that history of the company, there is a specific sensitivity to promoting local entrepreneurship and local business owners, whether they, local business owners, period. So I love the association with this project. I love that our city is associated with this project. The revitalization of our downtown is critical to the growth of our tax revenue and the money that we can in turn provide for public housing, public education, and the public infrastructure. It's such a great balance and a symbiosis that has to exist, that should absolutely exist in our city. Yes?
Yeah, our 3 minutes are up. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, well, I just wanted to reiterate that I'm really proud of this project, and I'm really proud of the city, and for giving the right
thank you, Adam. Can we have the
to
next
such a
caller,
great
please?
organization to be able to.
Yes, thank you. We need to move to the next caller, I'm afraid. I'm sorry. Thank you, Ms. Cullen. Mr. Mark Sexton, you're up next.
Good evening, Mayor Poe. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Okay. My name is Mark Sexton. I'm commenting as a private citizen who has lived and worked downtown for 4 decades. I'm the former president of the Gainesville Downtown Owners and Tenants Association and a former member of the Downtown Redevelopment Advisory Board. I'm also the former general manager of the Hippodrome Theater, and in that capacity, I got to know Mike and Phyllis Warren because they were incredibly generous sponsors of the Hippodrome. They are exceptional people. They care deeply about our community. We're all aware of the reputation and the quality of Hyatt hotels, but what intrigues me about this project is the involvement of Mike Warren and AMJ. You need look no further than the Chamber Building and the Regent Park condos downtown to understand Mike's commitment to quality and aesthetics. Between the hotel, the condos, the restaurant, the retail, this is a perfect textbook mixed-use project. It's much needed to move downtown forward. I'm so happy that Mike Warren has kind of picked up the torch that was of redevelopment downtown that was started by Ken and Linda McGurn. And Mike is continuing to shepherd and care about and support the downtown. And I would urge all of the city commissioners to support this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sexton. Next up, we have Mr. Nathan Scott. Mr. Scott, you're up. 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. Nathan Scott. As a Hyatt loyalty member, I'd like to thank Hyatt, AMJ, and Mr. Warren for the willingness to make additional economic investment in downtown Gainesville. Some commissioners describe downtown as being vibrant. Based on the most recent shooting across from the top last weekend, however, and other instances of violent crime, I would describe downtown as being dangerous and unsafe at night. For this project to be successful, the mayor and the city commission are going to have to stop virtue signaling and start addressing public safety. Personally, I could not recommend staying downtown to Friends until the mayor and city commission start prioritizing public safety, because there are better locations close to restaurants and safer within the city of Gainesville. Another concern for the Hyatt and the success of this project should be the excessive GRU commercial electric rates and the willingness of the mayor and Gainesville City Commission to keep increasing our electric rates. I would encourage the Hyatt and AMJ to utilize every inch of rooftop space to install solar PV and net meter to mitigate your GRU electric rates. There's been discussion about flooding and drainage. Commissioner Ward specifically mentioned that flooding occurs downtown in front of the Hippodrome, and he's experienced that himself waiting in line to pick people up. And that this project will solve this problem. Well, the fact of the matter, commissioners and mayor, that flooding has occurred downtown for years, but the city commission doesn't seem to prioritize addressing these matters and prefers to spend its time elsewhere. My question is, why wasn't this flooding and drainage problem that the city commission is feigning such concern about now and looking at this project as solving this problem, why wasn't the commission addressing this problem previously? That's a good question. But again, your attention is elsewhere, not on core issues and public works projects facing the city, because you virtue signal and write letters to federal immigration judges asking people to be released that were lawfully detained. So again, finally, I would want to thank the Hyatt, AMJ, and Mr. Warren, again, for the willingness to make economic investment downtown. I wish you the best for this project, and I hope it will be successful. But success works both ways, and the city commission and mayor need to make a commitment, a strong commitment, to public safety, so we can have a vibrant downtown where people feel safe and they're not at risk of being shot. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. We have another speaker, Ms. Savannah Gribbins. Ms. Gribbins, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm not a Hyatt loyalty member, but hopefully I can still have something to add to the conversation. I spent the summer working for a development firm in Miami, and I can tell you that there is no reason the development company here needs to be reimbursed for this project. Like, this is a beautification project. This is about their curbside appeal. This is basically an extension of the mixed-use development, which, like, I will say, I don't have a problem with the mixed-use development. Like, I think that we need to build densely and build upwards downtown, and that's what this is. But there's no reason the city commission needs to spend the entire downtown trust fund on basically making the sidewalk look better for this hotel that's going to build anyways. Please be strategic with this vote, commissioners, especially Commissioner Sacco. Like, you took contracts, you know that this can be contracted around. Like, when Mr. Warner, excuse me, said, oh, well, if this doesn't go through, we're not gonna have the ability to fix up the sidewalk in front of to fix up our sidewalks. They still have the ability to fix up the sidewalks. They just don't need to be reimbursed by the city for it. I just think that this is a huge waste of money. I think that when Commissioner Johnson was asking, like, could we spend this money better elsewhere? Yes, we could. Like, she was asking the right questions. So yeah, I would just please urge you to think strategically, especially considering like the state of the city's budget. We would not be paying to renovate the sidewalks if this development weren't happening. Like, this is not something that we would be doing if the developers weren't bringing it to us. So yeah, just please don't waste $300,000 on this. Thanks, bye.
Thank you, Ms. Gribbins. We have one more caller, Ms. Stephanie Lingy. Ms. Lingy, you're up. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Stephanie Lingy. Good evening, Commissioners. Good evening, Mr. Mayor. I am the Artistic Director of the Hippodrome, and I am calling to speak about the Hyatt project. We are actually very excited to meet our new neighbors. It is a very exciting venture for us, and hearing the talk about fixing the infrastructure downtown with the streets at the Hippodrome will be sharing on the opposite side, of course, with the Hyatt is music to our ears. As Commissioner Ward said earlier, it is often trying to cross a river to get into the theater, and we don't want to put any barriers in the way of our patrons. We are excited about Hyatt's appreciation and investment in local art, and we are excited about exploring opportunities with them. We're excited about a new project, the first new project downtown in a long time, and we too have a close relationship with Mike and Phyllis Warren, and I know them as people, and I trust them as people, and they are connoisseurs of art. They care about the art in our Gainesville, in our town, in our area, and I believe them, and I know they will make sure that the Hyatt supports what keeps Gainesville, Gainesville. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lingy. Mr. Mayor, that's all the public comment we have on the lines. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. We do have a motion on the floor to approve the recommendation, as well as add a component to negotiate the possibility of some inclusionary affordable housing and local business in the development. Commissioner Sacco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was wondering if Ms. Vidal could come back with that number, if she's been able to look for it. On what remained.
CRA, excuse me, the balance left in the downtown trust fund will actually be $3.77 million.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, let's move to a vote then. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed?
No.
Was that you, Commissioner Ariola? That motion passes 5-1, Ariola in dissent, and Johnson absent. Mr. Feldman, it was my understanding that we also had some outside participation for the Heartwood item. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. And Ms. Vidal could confirm that we have our outside real estate.
Okay, Madam Clerk, can we take up the Heartwood item next, please?
Okay, let me find it here. It's actually on page 23, BD 10, Heartwood update with the recommendation that the commission hear an update from GCRA staff and consider the recommendation from the GCRA advisory board. Their recommendation was to allow homeowners as the HOA to decide who's going to provide them with internet service and recommend not moving forward with the GRUCOM contract at this time.
All right, Ms. Vidal, are you still there?
Can everyone hear me? This is Dan Gill.
Yeah, Mr. Gill, we can.
All right, can you all see the screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good evening, Commissioners and Mayor. Dan Gill, GCRA Project Manager for the Heartwood neighborhood. Glad to see everyone. I need to apologize. I had last-minute technical difficulties. I needed to use a laptop without a camera, so my apologies. But to try and avoid a longer night, I'll get right to it. 1 second. Tonight will be a joint presentation where you will hear from not only GCRA staff, but from the project's realtor, Craig Wilburn of Keller Williams, Team Dynamo, and Helen Harris of the City of Gainesville's Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD. We also have Ben Howard from the Office of Equity and Inclusion, EOI, that will be presenting the Equity Toolkit and how we applied it to the Heartwood project. On tonight's agenda, along with the Equity Toolkit, we will be discussing the neighborhood's HOA dues and GRUCOM. At the end, I will briefly touch on next steps and where we are with the status of the model home. Mr. Wilburn from Team Dynamo will speak to the listing prices of the market rate and affordable models, as well as the sales strategy. Ms. Harris from HCD will speak to the sales process for the affordable models. At the June 16, 2020 GCRA Advisory Board meeting, the Advisory Board made a request for staff to look into different options on how to minimize HOA fees in the Heartwood neighborhood with a focus effort on the 11 affordable lots. Currently, the projected monthly dues per home in the Heartwood neighborhood is $119.59. And this price includes neighborhood maintenance, administration expense, insurance, reserves, and GRUCOM internet. The GRUCOM internet fee is a result from a motion passed in November of 2018, where the commission voted to have GRUCOM internet service be available in the Heartwood neighborhood. With that decision came a mandatory $62.48 to be included in every homeowner's monthly HOA dues. And as you can see in this pie chart, the GRUCOM fee is more than half of the projected monthly HOA dues. We discussed our HOA numbers with the project realtor, Team Dynamo, and they recommended that for Heartwood to be in a competitive HOA market, we should have a goal of $250 per quarter per home. And that comes out to be about $83 and change per month. We did some research and found other HOA dues for neighborhoods in Gainesville. Grand Oaks, with 126 homes, an amenity center, and common areas, their quarterly dues are $180, and that's about $60 per month. Abington Oaks, with 30 homes, streetlights, underground utilities, were at $50 per quarter. Hale Plantation on the west side, with 850 homes, trails, parks, and playgrounds, were about $120 a quarter. And so when we look at Heartwood, with only 34 homes, a nature trail, stormwater pond, and common areas, we are at $358 per quarter. And so what we're seeing is an economies of scales with the size of neighborhoods and their amenities in proportion to their HOA dues, where Heartwood is at $358 in HOA dues per quarter per home, with 187 of that being GRUCOM. With the projected HOA dues based on landscape maintenance costs, administration fees, insurance, and GRUCOM, staff determined that there wasn't much wiggle room to lower the HOA dues. It became apparent that the GRUCOM service was not only more than half of the overall fee, but was a fixed cost being assessed for the next 7 years. And so it is important to note, as we are discussing GRUCOM, that AT&T is in the ground at Heartwood and ready for service requests, and that Cox on a non-contracted property can provide their typical range of services. Leadership recommended for staff to partner with the Office of Equity and Inclusion to conduct an equity toolkit analysis of this issue in order to provide context and understanding around if providing GRUCOM internet within the Heartwood neighborhood is an equitable decision for the overall Heartwood project and potential home buyers. We understand that this is a difficult and sensitive issue to address. The advisory board has expressed some hesitation with Heartwood moving forward with the cost of the HOA dues, specifically in how they would affect the homeowners of the 11 affordable homes. And so this was an opportunity for the EOI to pilot the equity toolkit and apply it to this issue. The goal was for the results of the equity toolkit analysis to help inform the policy-making process and try to resolve the unintended consequences of the GRUCOM decision on the future homeowners of the Heartwood neighborhood. To speak more about the equity toolkit is Ben Howard, equity specialist from EOI, to walk us through the toolkit. Ben?
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I want to start my presentation tonight just by appreciating the GCRA staff and GCRA board for kind of running through this new process with us with this racial equity toolkit. This is the first time we've used this in the city since we started with it. And it was a really helpful process for us to kind of run through and get a sense of how it works, and it's kind of informative for how we'll tweak it in the future and make it even more successful. That being said, I'm going to jump in to kind of going over the process. The Racial Equity Toolkit asks 8 questions, and for the purpose of brevity tonight, I'm going to talk about questions 1, 2, 4, and 7, which will give you a good overview of what the core questions are and what the outcome of it was. But the full, questions and all the answers that we came up with are in the backup. So I'll start with question 1. So this question asks, what are the conditions of well-being you're trying to get your neighbors to experience? And what is the outcome that you're trying to achieve? And so related to this project, the condition of well-being was for residents on the east side of Gainesville to have access to attainable new construction housing. And then the strategy that we're using for that is to provide market rate and affordable housing within East Gainesville. These are communities that need this reinvestment the most, and to reintegrate underutilized city property into the fabric of the adjacent well-established neighborhoods. most specifically by creating 11 affordable homes with down payment assistance, as well as 23 market rate homes in this newly constructed, economically integrated neighborhood. And so starting from those outcomes, the next thing that we ask is, what existing data do we have to rely on the neighborhoods themselves related to those outcomes? Dan, if you would advance the slides. I'm gonna show us a few different maps. These first ones are side-by-side maps that show population by racial demographics of white population and Black population throughout the city of Gainesville. For anyone on the call who may not be familiar, looking at the map, the Hartwood area is sort of in the bottom right-hand side of this map. And yeah, thanks. And so we'll start with the map on the left-hand side. This is the white population in Gainesville. And in this map, the darker the color red, the higher the population by percentage of white folks that live in this area. On the right-hand side, we have the same thing, except the darker the color blue, the higher the population by percentage of Black people that live in this area. And so just looking at these quickly side by side, we can really see this disparity that exists, this difference between East and West of white population and Black population. And Dan, if you could go to the next slide. So this slide shows side by side on the left-hand side that same map of the white population, and then on the right-hand side, the median household income. And so as we get into the yellows, the oranges, and the reds, that's the lower end of the spectrum. As we get into the lighter yellows and the greens, the darker greens, that is the higher end of the spectrum in terms of household income. And so what we can see, again, we're gonna kind of focus on this right-hand side of the map, bottom right-hand side, because that's sort of the area that we're working within with this Hartwood property. We can see that most of this is sort of in the orangey spectrum here. So we know that this area is a lower median household income. And if Dan, if you could go to the next slide, please. And so this is probably a better side-by-side because we're looking at the population that is in the area that this development is in, which is predominantly Black. And then we're looking at the median household income there, side by side with that. And Dan, if you could just go to the next slide. So this is the last bit of sort of data that we had to rely on. This is showing property value, growth in property value. And so where you see on the left-hand side, and by the way, this is not the entire Gainesville map, this is the GCRA border. So that's why the map doesn't look the same as the last maps that you've seen. But we can see on the left-hand side where we're getting closer to the university and west, those really high peaks of purple are where property values have increased, right? And then we can see on the right-hand side, just looking at the green and the size of the peaks, that they have not increased in the same way there. And so going back to this question of what existing data do we have to rely on, what we kind of boiled this down to is that East Gainesville has not seen growth in their tax base. Meaning there's been a lack of investment for several decades, and that East Gainesville is predominantly Black, and that the folks who live there are on the lower income scale of the spectrum. And so then we turn, knowing this data and knowing the outcome that we're looking for, we turn to this question. Question number 4 is, who will experience benefits, who will experience burdens of this idea of having GRUCOM, this GRUCOM contract. And so when we talk about benefits first, we're looking at residents who are looking for the best internet, who can afford this fixed monthly assessment. They will benefit, right? GRUCOM is another beneficiary that we identified because they're increasing their profit base, and it also gives them an opportunity to test how they might provide retail services in their business model. And then the higher HOA costs will increase the likelihood that home buyers are middle and upper middle class, which, as we saw in those maps, demographically is more likely to be white people in Gainesville. And so that's another population that's potentially benefited. The burdens will be prospective homeowners who can't afford the high monthly assessments. And so now I'm going to kind of skip down to question 7, which asks, basically knowing all of this information, knowing what the goals are, knowing the demographic information, the data, the population that lives there, as well as who we anticipate there will be benefits and burdens for, what is the plan? And so going through this toolkit, the conclusion that the toolkit came to was that we would recommend preserving homeowner choice to the GCRA board by allowing the HOA to vote whether to approve the GNV contract once the HOA is active and able to make their own decision. And then I'll pass it back to Dan to kind of tell you where the process went from there with GNV, with the GCRA board. And that's pretty much it for me. I'll stay on for questions, but just want to say thank you again to everyone in the GCRA for just being open to the process and working this through with us. It was a really great experience for our office.
Thank you, Mr. Howard.
Thanks, Ben. And so next steps with the finish line in sight, our next steps are to move the advisory board's recommendation to the city commission to finalize the HOA dues, along with confirming the sales strategy that will be presented before you today. Once we finalize these pieces, we will be moving forward with our marketing and communications campaign, followed by our virtual homebuyer information session. One of those major pieces was finalizing the listing prices for not only the 23 market rate homes, but the 11 affordable homes as well, and striving to provide the very best product and opportunity for the future homeowners in the neighborhood. And here to speak to the listing prices and sales strategy is Craig Wilburn of Team Dynamo, the project realtor. I'll go ahead and pass the floor over to Craig.
Okay, thank you guys so much for the opportunity to be a part of this. This is a, what I would say is a revolutionary thing for our city. And, we're extremely grateful to be a part of it. I love the term that Ben used before. It's the economically integrated neighborhood. It's pretty neat because I know that there's not been a neighborhood in Gainesville. I've been selling real estate in the city for, almost 19 years. And we've never had an intentional neighborhood built for home sales where you have an actually integration of different economical statuses in our city all in the same neighborhood. I think it's very exciting to be a part of that. I was telling people on another call recently that I've had the opportunity, because I do serve on several boards for the National Association of Realtors, and also I work with our company, Keller Williams, on a national level with some diversity and equity inclusion things that we're working on as a company. And I was sharing with them what we're doing in Gainesville, Florida, little old Gainesville, Florida, what we're doing with this Heartwood project. And I see Heartwood as like a catalyst that we can share around the state and around the country of how we can show integration in a community all at the same time, depending on no matter what the economic levels are. So it's pretty neat. So this is exciting times for us right now in Gainesville, Florida. Go ahead and pick that next slide up there. I'm going to go over the just kind of the overview of the different homes. In Heartwood, we have 34 homes. There are going to be several different models that we have. We have 12 different models there. And what you see on the right side is what we're calling, and we're not going to call it affordable homes. We're going to have somebody that's very creative come up with a better term for it, because it's not the intention to call it an affordable home project. It's assisted financing that we have for these 11, for these six models that are on that chart right there. So what you see, what we did, we named the different models based on, Heartwood, being a, with different trees that are native to Gainesville. And we picked these different names for these different different homes. So on the right side, you have the 6 affordable homes, and you can see the pricing that we put there. What we did when it came to pricing, we looked at all the different new construction neighborhoods that are in Gainesville. Many that of course, there's none on the east side of town, but we had to go out to the west side of Gainesville, We went out to Alachua, to High Springs, and looked at a different Newberry even. What we did was new construction right now is just, it's at an all-time high as far as cost. Most new construction projects right now that are being built in the entry-level neighborhoods of Gainesville, they're basically priced square foot between about $100 and $180 and $200 a square foot. When you get into the higher end neighborhoods in Gainesville, like the Oakmonts and places like that, we're seeing homes selling for in those areas in the 250 to 350 a square foot range for new construction. To get into the $140 to $160 a square foot range, you got to go to the outside of town, into Alachua, into High Springs and Newberry, to find new construction homes. You have companies like Miranda, D.R. Horton that are building, high tract level type homes, and they're pricing them, very, very low. So this is a very unique opportunity for our city, for people to be able to get into new construction at a price point that I'm actually selling right now, resale homes that are 50, 60, 70 years old in some Northwest neighborhoods. I'm selling those homes right now for more than these homes are selling for in Parkwood. And these are going to be brand new construction in a brand new community, so it's pretty neat. So just for clarity, the 6 affordable homes, and Helen's going to do a great job of explaining to you guys how we are financing those homes for the folks that are going to be buying those 11 affordable homes. They're the same product as the ones that are on the left side, which we're calling market rate homes. Same exact product. It's just the pricing is going to be a little bit lower, and there's going to be some grant funds associated with that to help close the gap for the financing. On the left side, we have our 23 market rate homes, 12 different models there, and all different sizes and shapes and everything, and it's going to be really neat. We actually had an opportunity to design the elevations of these homes as well, so it's going to be a new style of home that I'm very excited to present to our city, because we have the elevations of these homes are unlike any other in our city. I travel a lot in the real estate business, and so I tend to see a lot of neighborhoods around the country that I'm always going into different neighborhoods, looking at neighborhoods when I travel different places. And this style is so popular, but we don't have it in Gainesville yet. So I'm very excited to be able to bring this style of home to Gainesville, Florida. You can go to the next slide. All right, so our sales process right now, one of the biggest concerns that we have is that, we only have 34 homes. I wish we had, much more to sell. And hopefully when this goes well, we can do this again somewhere else. And so it's going to be a little tricky to figure out how do we get, the people into these homes without anybody feeling slighted in the process. And so we're going to do like an online application platform where people will, we're going to market the property. The property will be marketed everywhere. So we're going to use all of the resources and tools that we use for our real estate business to get homes out there through social media, through MLS, through direct mail marketing, through marketing campaigns, through events that we do. So it's going to be a lot of people knowing about it. We've already built a list of people who have expressed interest in Heartwood, and that list is up to over 1,000 people that have expressed some kind of wanting information about the neighborhood. And so we know, having only 34 homes, we have to have a first come, first serve process. So once an applicant presents their interest and they are approved with one of our preferred lenders with Heartwood, then we will take them through that process of the home buying and lot selections and selection of the actual housing type and everything else. For anyone that comes through our system that would qualify for an HCD program, then what we would do at that point in time is direct that person to HCD, who will then take them through a process and of getting approved to buy the homes. And I'll pass the mic to Helen so she can go ahead and tell you about how that's going to work.
Good evening, Mayor Poe and members of the City Commission. Helen Harris, Housing and Community Development. And I will share with you the process for the 11 affordable homes. So as Craig has went through that process for the market rate homes. We at Housing and Community Development will have the application cycle will be a continuous cycle. However, there will be a submission deadline, which will be to be determined for the 11 affordable homes. And once we determine that date, and the reason why, I just want to let you know, the reason why there will be a submission deadline for the 11 affordable homes is because we will be working with the city auditor's office, and I'll tell you a little bit about that in just a moment. But HCD will receive the submitted applications from GCRA and Team Dynamo, and then we will review the applications to determine eligibility criteria, and we will forward those applications to the city auditor. And what we will be doing with the city auditor's office is that the auditor's office, we've already met with them and we discussed with them, they will be applying the randomization tool. So the reason why we will have a randomization tool is because we know and recognize we only have funding for 11 affordable homes. So the auditor's office will help us with selecting those 11 applicants. And they're gonna work with us to determine those 11 applicants. Once we receive that spreadsheet from the auditor's office, then HCD will apply the city's maximum subsidy award for those final applicants. Then we will work with those applicants. We will forward that list to GCRA and Team Dynamo, along with their maximum affordable mortgage. And then we will coordinate with GCRA and Team Dynamo on each of the 11 homes purchase closings. So we will work with those applicants from start to finish to the closing. And that's pretty much our process. It seems kind of simple, but it will be a long process, and HCD will work hand in hand with those applicants. And if by chance someone falls out of that process, so there will be, 11 applicants, but if one of those applicants fall out, then we will move to the next person on the list based on the randomization tool. And that's the process for the 11 affordable homes. I'll turn it back over to Dan, and if there are any questions, then I'm here to answer those questions.
Thank you, Ms. Harris.
Thank you, Helen and Craig. And so with that, we would like to end with some inspiring news. Since the last Heartwood update, the model home has reached nearly 90% completion. The roof has been fully installed, allowing the structure to dry and begin the interior finishes. The stucco facade finish will be applied this week, as well as the rock wall finish as shown in the rendering. The red maple is just shy of 1,400 square feet with a 3-bed, 2-bath, and 1-car garage layout. All exterior doors, windows, and siding has been installed. And once that final stucco layer is applied on the facade, the driveway and landscaping will follow suit. Once construction is complete, the home will be staged and used as a sales office by Team Dynamo, and the walls will showcase local artist artwork to really set the tone for visitors. As staff worked through the different possible scenarios to reduce HOA costs, there was an opportunity to apply the Gainesville Racial Equity Toolkit to the Heartwood project. And in an effort to respond to the advisory board's request and meet the city's equity goals for the Heartwood neighborhood, staff returned to the board on August 19, 2020 to discuss the results from the Racial Equity Toolkit analysis. The board reviewed the analysis and provided a recommendation to the City Commission to not move forward with the GNV contract at this time. The concerns highlighted in the Equity Toolkit were the same concerns that were expressed at the November 2018 CRA Advisory Board meeting. Concerns about choice, fixed cost, and what the City of Gainesville is willing to offer at the Heartwood neighborhood. These are real concerns. And down the road, the GNV contract could be renegotiated by the HOA once 90% of the lots are sold and the HOA is officially in the hands of the homeowners. We have two recommendations, one from the city manager to the City Commission and the other from the GCRA Advisory Board to the City Commission. This concludes our presentation tonight. I want to take a moment to thank the entire Heartwood team, GCRA staff, the Housing Department, Team Dynamo, leadership staff, and the City Manager. Everyone has really come together to provide the best product possible for the future homeowners in Hartwood. I'm very proud of everyone and how far we have brought this project together in the last year with how unpredictable everything has been. And so just thank you, everyone. And the Hartwood team is here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to thank the staff for working so hard on this. Hartwood project has been in the making for a long time. I particularly want to thank our housing department for coming in and taking the 11 affordable lots and trying to get people that can afford it to have a home. So I have several questions. And Mr. Wilburn, first of all, I would like to know, are the listing prices that we're looking at, is that set in stone? Is that something that it's a goal? This is what we're gonna go with for the listing prices of these homes?
Until we get a final approval, nothing's set in stone.
Okay.
So, was there anything specific about the price that you wanted to ask about?
Yeah, Mr. Wilburn, first of all, how did you come up with the listing price? Based on the square footage, based on comparables? Just tell us, how did you come up with the price?
Great. I really appreciate that question. I got that same question the other night at the advisory board too. So it's a great question. I didn't address that. It was all of those things. Okay, so it was a very comprehensive overview and look at the market, because again, what we're doing is unprecedented. So in our business, when it comes to determining price, so here's what price really is. It's what something is worth is what somebody's willing to pay for it. And so when we are trying to figure that out, when you have an unprecedented product, unfortunately, what we typically do to develop prices is we look at what we call comps, right? And so the comps would say if there's other, comparable houses in that area that were similar, that you can look at those things and determine what it should probably sell for. Well, in this instance, I didn't have that, that opportunity because there are no comps. So I had to go and just really look at my knowledge of 18 years of doing real estate in this city, and just knowing the current state of the economy, the current state of the real estate market, the current state of, our listing shortage. Right now, many of you may be very, very much aware that we have a severe shortage of inventory. It is the #1 challenge that's facing our industry nationally, and we're feeling that no different here in Gainesville, Florida. So, so looking at new construction specifically and what people are paying for new construction, understanding that Southeast Gainesville has historically not been a place where we've had a tremendous amount of new construction, but I don't think it's because of anything else, but there's been nobody willing to invest their money and time in East Gainesville. So to this degree, so I had to go outside the area and say, okay, looking at comparable product in Newberry, High Springs, very far out, what are people and who are those people that are buying those properties? What are they paying? What is their perception of value? So anyway, so I looked at all of those things. I looked at resale homes that are around different parts of the city, and what are we selling? And we're right now, we move a lot of real estate every single year, even through COVID. And so we looked at what are people that we're working with paying for properties that are much older right now, or properties that have been renovated. What are they paying for those properties? So, in looking at all those things, I was able to come up with what I believe to be very strong numbers on the pricing for the market rate pricing, and also for the affordable homes as well. The affordable homes is really great because these are going to give people the opportunity to really build equity. So here's the thing. Right now, a 200, for example, like the Dogwood, a 1,400 square foot house, $203,000. Well, with the financing assistance that's going to be on that program, if a person buys that house now, that house right now in a comparable neighborhood than Hartwood is, in a different part of town, would easily be a 220, 230, 250 house right now, or even more than that. And so for a person buying that house, they're going to have built-in equity just in the listing price of the house. Well, with the grant program also, once they sell that house, if they choose to sell the house within 10 years, they're going to have significant equity once that loan is forgiven, the grant is forgiven over that course of time. So we're going to literally have an opportunity to change people's family trees through this neighborhood, which is why I'm so excited about it, because a lot of folks don't have the time, didn't have the opportunities to build up legacies for their families, and we're going to be a part of doing that for 11 people in that neighborhood for sure. And then for the other ones on the 23 market rate homes, those are going to be great too, because again, comparable homes right now in Gainesville, not on the outskirts, but in Gainesville, you can't find new construction anywhere near these prices right now, not even close.
So what's the average cost per square foot?
We're running about 140. Well, I have it written down somewhere and I can't find my notes. Got to do a calculation there. I don't have let me do my calculation real quick. It's about 135 to 145, I believe, for the affordable homes, and we're about 150 to 165 a square foot right now for the market rate homes.
So I'm trying to understand the list price based on the cost of the square footage. That's what that comes with. So let's just, for instance, let's look at the list price on in the market rate home. Let's just take the least amount of square footage, the Juniper, which has over 1,100 square foot. And market rate, that's $197,707. And you take that same model, same square footage, and you sell it for an affordable house at $159,936. How did you come up with 159?
Oh, that was a
comparables. You just looked at similar homes at that square footage and came up with a.
Yeah, no, actually what we did is we did the math on those. We took a discount of the houses. I believe it's 20%. 10%, sorry, 10%. So we just took all the market rate prices, that's right, 10%. We took all the market rate prices and then we just, lowered them by 10%.
Why 10%? Why not 20%?
Because we have grant money available that's going to, so I'll do it backwards. I'll work it backwards. So the people the income ranges that would allow for the approval of the HCD grant money would, in general, those folks could get approved from a lender. These are solid, hardworking people that just don't have big incomes. Okay, responsible, hardworking people that don't have big incomes. They can get approved for a loan to finance, let's say, $120,000 or $130,000. Okay, somewhere in that range. Well, unfortunately, in our market right now in Gainesville, Florida, if you can qualify for a mortgage of $120,000 to $130,000, you're not buying houses anymore. Okay, that ship has sailed. Okay, we're barely able to get you into a condo right now because that's changing also. So, with a person in that qualification range at $120,000, we have enough assistance in the grant program that closes that gap of that $50 or $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 difference, plus the closing costs, because you got to account for all the closing costs as well. So when we looked at what it's going to cost for, closing costs, sales price, everything else, we have enough resources available that we can get everybody into a home at that price point. And it's very, very, very fair.
Okay, Mr. Wilburn.
Does that make any sense?
Let's just go to the topic at hand. I was just trying to get a feel for how the prices were being,
Hold on one second.
but I think we're here to talk about the HOA, the group home. And I just want to thank Tanisha Marshall's office for the equity toolkit. This is so enlightful, and it really showed me the inequity in this process as it relates to the group home. I was really amazed at how this toolkit shows the unintended consequences. And I think that's something that we've been talking about a while now, about the unintended consequences when we do something and to have consequences behind it. And so as I looked at the recommendation, it states that let's have the homeowners association board look at if this person or this homeowner should have the group home. I know I'm not phrasing it correctly, but the homeowners association is the city staff, right? The board.
That is correct. Right now, several members of the city staff serve as the board of the HOA. And as units will be bought, that HOA control will be transferred to the new owners of the property.
Okay, and in the equity toolkit recommendation, if I'm not mistaken, we recommended that, and I'm not looking which sheet it was on, but it stated that you had other services providers like AT&T and Cox that were already in the ground, that if the homeowner wanted to just call and get hooked up, they could at a lesser rate. One thing I'm concerned about is the fixed cost of the group home for the homeowner. Just like COVID hit us, the pandemic came, which is something that's unusual to all of us during these times, and you have that tied in, that fixed cost tied in. Someone couldn't just call up and say, hey, I don't want group home anymore. They're still going to be responsible for that fee, and things happen in life. And so I just think that cost, and looking at the comparable homes and the comparable data, like Hale Plantation and other areas with fewer homes but more amenities, or more options for a lesser cost in homeowners association fees, I just think that's too costly for our residents at this time. I think the fixed cost may cause a burden to some of our residents, and that should be a choice that they should have. So, I think we need to really look at how we approach the homeowners association with the group home. I personally think that our homeowners should have options, and I know group home, they would benefit from this, which is great. But at the same token, I want to make sure that the homeowners have an option and not be tied down to a fixed rate cost associated with this homeowners association. I just think that's a heavy burden for some of our people, unless we're going to subsidize group home for the affordable units. And I don't know if that was something discussed at the GCRA advisory board. The young man that's with that did the equity toolkit, is he still on the call?
Mr. Howard, you still with us?
What's his name?
Howard.
Yes, I'm still here.
What's your name?
Ben?
Ben. Okay, hey Ben. Heard a lot about you. Ben, so was it discussed if the cost was deferred for the homeowners for the group home? How would that work? How would that toolkit work if it was subsidized or deferred or anything like that? Was that brought up in the toolkit?
It wasn't brought up in the toolkit to my memory, and maybe Dan can also chime in here. We were really running the toolkit to see about whether or not the cost or whether or not it was equitable to proceed with the group comp contract.
Okay.
In terms of other ways to subsidize it, that sort of gets into the details of, you know, the larger Heartwood project, if there's funding available for that. And I think folks on the GCRA side would be more able to speak to that.
So your assessment on the toolkit, what was your recommendation? Because I don't have it in front of me, but what did you guys recommend?
So the recommendation of the toolkit is to, at this time, not move forward with the with the group comp contract, and wait until once 90% of the homes have been purchased, then the ownership of the homeowners association transfers to the homeowners. And at that time, they can make a decision. They can add it in at that time. And so the only recommendation right now is just to wait, to not have the city impose that decision without having those homeowners in first, and then they can make the choice that they want.
Okay, and I think that's a very reasonable request. I would like to make a motion, but I would like to also hear what everyone else says, Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sutton.
Mayor, so I just have one question. I see that there's the charge of it, the price of group comp service is dependent on how many years of service they contract for. Will that price still be available once the new HOA is on board? Will they have to recontract all over again? Or will the same option still be available and on the table for the new HOA?
Ms. Brolarski or Mr. Walton, are you with us? Both of you.
I am.
So you hear the question?
I can repeat it.
Please.
Okay, so will these price options still be available for the HOA? I don't know how long it'll take for 90% of the homes to be sold, maybe a year, maybe less. Will the new HOA have to recontract or renegotiate with GroupCom in order to get these prices, or will they be off the table? Or still be on the table?
Yeah, the pricing is based on cost. So as cost changes, because this is mostly the installation of facilities that we're talking about here. So yeah, it's even probably changed from when we did this a year or two ago, the cost basis. But at this point, we would do a recheck if we needed to.
Okay.
But for the most part, yes, the costs are going to continue to change over time, and that would be a different discussion at that time.
Okay, thank you, sir. Yeah, I think given the equity lens that the best option is to let the HOA make their own choices. I will say, from my own perspective, my HOA charges an exorbitant amount of money, but it also includes some of the services that I need for everyday life, and I think we've discovered that internet is one of those, especially given how we work nowadays, mostly on the internet or from home. So I just wanted to make sure that option would still be on the table for the new HOA, and it will be. So I have no problem moving forward with the recommendation of the GCRA. Thank you.
Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank staff, both GCRA staff and housing staff and GRU staff and the GCRA advisory board for all the work that has gone into this over the years. And I do mean over the years. We were talking about Heartwood when I first came on the commission 3.5 years ago. That was when we made some of our first votes on this. And actually, we may have made them before I was even on the commission 3.5 years ago. It's changed significantly. The goals of it have changed significantly. The way it was explained to me to begin with was that one of the primary goals for Heartwood was to create some comps in the Southeast. for the city of Gainesville to put the money and the sweat equity into creating a development in southeast Gainesville for the first time in anybody's memory that would create mid-scale, not upscale, but mid-scale comparable sales so that other folks could come in and do similar developments and people could qualify for those. It's changed significantly, and that's fine. I will say that that we should be really clear about what our goal is with Heartwood. If our goal is creating affordability, there are other ways to go about it than the direction we're headed. We have 11 homes, 11 potential homes that 3.5 years ago would not have been thought of as affordable, frankly. But as we dither on it, prices have gone up. The price per square foot on the most affordable homes here are about mid-range was 3.5 years ago. So I've got concerns about some of that. I wonder, and I don't want anybody to specifically answer it, but I want everybody to consider the idea that somebody's going to pay $210,000 for a home and not buy internet with it, not end up contracting with somebody for internet service. And if they do, I can tell you that prices for internet at your house at a high speed are going to be more than $62 a month. They will be. They will be. Call Cox right now if you don't believe me. And I'm talking about the speed we're offering here, that 3 or 4 kids can be doing what they do for school and for the entertainment the kids are going to do, and parent can do work from home, as we've learned is a real thing. Maybe I'm totally wrong and these 33 homeowners are going to go without internet. Maybe they're going to get it all off their phone. That's entirely possible. I sure don't think somebody's going to pay $400,000 for a home and not buy internet. So yes, the HOA fees that we've put forward are more, but when you add the cost of internet, which people are almost certainly going to pay for as new homeowners at these prices, it's not more. Again, maybe I'm wrong, and there are people out there buying $200,000, $250,000, $300,000, $400,000 homes and not buying internet. But I would love to see a market survey showing me that. We left that piece out of the equation. I'm okay with whatever we want to do, but if we're going to try to, if affordability is our number one goal, we need to rethink some of this stuff and not just the internet piece. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of questions. Mr. Wilburn, can you tell me how much you would need to make in order to afford both the most expensive and least expensive house in the affordable section category on average?
Well, yeah, so I'm not a lender, so I can't go there, and there's other factors that go into play as far as, what you can afford, based on your credit. You have your, how much cash you have available, things of that nature. So, but, I would say the general rule of thumb is that typically take your household income and you can multiply it by 4. So if you have a household income of $40,000 a year, you should be able to get approved for around $150,000 or $160,000 mortgage. Okay, mortgage. That's not necessarily always the home sale price either. So if you have a mortgage of $120,000 or $100,000, so let's just take for an example's sake, if we took on, that 160, let's call it 160, that 160 house that we talked about, That's the sales price of the house, but it's not what the mortgage amount would be. So for someone in that instance, because we have the grant funding, well, they might could get $50,000 of assistance in grant assistance for their down payment and closing costs and everything else. And so they might mortgage $100,000. So they may be in a situation where they have a household income of $30,000 household income, hardworking, full-time people, maybe one works and one is home, but they have a $30,000 household income. We can get them approved to buy a house, a brand new house. Can't do that anywhere else in Gainesville. Nowhere else. You can't even do that. You can't even do that outside of Gainesville.
Okay.
So, yeah. So that then on the higher end, I guess it'd be a similar thing. If you had a household income of, $80,000 or $90,000, you can get approved for a $400,000 house. So it's a rough estimate. Can I also, and again, it's okay if I can. I wanted to address the previous comments a little bit.
Can we just keep it in your hat? I'd like to get around the commission at least once here, Mr.
All right, fair enough.
Thanks.
Okay, so just so that I understand, you can, for the lower end, I don't have it. I don't have it in front of me, unfortunately, but I think it was about $160,000. So you're saying that there is additional grant funding available from the city to be able to afford that house.
Right on. Yeah, that wasn't in the presentation, but yes, and I'm not the one to talk about that because I'm not over that part of it, but the HCD has funding available, and if somebody else wants to discuss that, I'll let them kind of go into more detail. Helen, do you want to tackle that?
Yes. Helen Harris, Housing and Community Development. So we do have funding available. We've identified funding for the 11 affordable homes. Up to $70,000 has been identified for funding for each home.
For each home, 70,000? So you're
Up
saying,
to 70.
huh?
Up to 70,000.
Up to 70,000. So we'll just say, I'll just use 70,000 for now. So the least the least expensive house on this is $160,000, and there could be up to $70,000 available within that to be able to afford that house. Am I saying that correctly?
I think the least expensive is 190. I think it was more than 160. I think it was around 190 was the least expensive. And up to 70,000 would be available in grant funds. Yes.
Oh, I am getting so confused right now because I don't have it in front of me. My internet's not working.
Well, 160 is the lowest.
We had one at 160. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so a person would have to get a mortgage for 160. Yes?
No. Say, I couldn't hear it. I couldn't hear what you said, yeah.
The mortgage amount that people would be responsible for getting. So this is what I'm getting at, is that I was deeply concerned that this would not be affordable for, teachers, cashiers, office assistants, people that are making in the 30s or less. But it seems that with this, with the funding available, that it will be. So somebody making $30,000 to $50,000 will be able to afford these homes.
Better believe it. It's beautiful.
That is what I want to hear, and that's what makes me excited, because I've been literally sitting here stressing out about these homes not being affordable, and like, what are we doing as a city? But apparently it is, so I'm thrilled. I could get up and jump around and run around the room. Hallelujah.
That's what I've been doing that for 2 years on this thing here.
Okay.
I've been working on this thing
now
for
I'm excited.
10. So
Now I'm excited. I was like, $160,000 affordable for who? Okay. Well, with the funding, it seems like it will be. So this makes me so happy because yes, like you said, Craig, there is an opportunity to change 11 people's, trajectories in life, through generational home, through generational wealth building. This is exciting. I'm so thrilled that we're doing this. Okay. Now I'm going to calm down and then ask my second question. What is the cost that to GRU of running the fiber that we already committed to? Because I think that the ship has sailed. but I need to get some more information about that. There was a cost at the very beginning to running, because we had this discussion already. What was the cost to the city?
Mr. Walton?
I think there's two different questions there. So the cost to GRU at this point, or GRUCOM, has been just the time that we took to design the conduit for the CRA. The CRA put the conduit in as a cost savings measure on the rates. I don't want to put words in their mouth, but that's typically what's done. So the cost was actually borne by the developer, which in this case is the CRA.
Okay, and how much was that?
That I don't know.
Sarah?
That was about 45,000 and some.
Okay, were there any other costs that were incurred to?
Hello, sorry, Gail, sorry, Commissioner. That was about 45,000 and some change.
Okay. Were there any other costs that I'm not thinking of that were involved in building this out to the CRA, hence the taxpayers, to build out the GRUCOM?
I believe there's another 7,000 and change to run the actual conduit, or to run the actual fiber through the conduits.
Okay, per home or just overall cost?
That's the overall cost.
Overall cost. Okay, so that's been laid already. So what other groups if that was not laid already, then would other groups have access to it? AT&T, Cox, etc.
I can get back to you on that. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, maybe GRUCOM, can you answer?
It's in the association's hands effectively. We are not in there yet. It's only empty conduit that's sitting there. So we haven't put any expense forward or put any fiber in the ground, anything like that.
But there was nothing there, right? There was nothing there. So this is my concern, is that it feels like, I feel like this decision has already been made. Like the commission, most of the commission, I did not, but most of the commission voted to go the next step to have GRUCOM be a part of this, to be a part of Heartwood. So that decision was made. We already spent the money, and now it feels like, well, AT&T, Cox, any other groups can have access to that. So this whole like public-private benefit, it feels like it's getting a little bit too mixed to me. Like we are spending money for other people, private entities to benefit from. So I am in favor of, for the lower income homeowners, if there can be some type of program to assist, if they need it, to assist them with their internet fees. But like Commissioner Ward said, if you're buying a $300,000 house, you certainly are, have a line item in your budget to pay for internet. And the benefits back to the city are far greater than if we gave people the choice. Like, we talked about this already. I really am hoping that we can stick with what the plan was, which is what we decided months and months ago. And then, if need be, come up with a program to help people pay for their internet. The 11 homeowners. Thank you.
Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think as COVID has shown that internet is definitely essential. And I think one of the also other things is people are working from home, both now during COVID, but also jobs are moving to home. I mean, nationwide, closed 1,200 jobs in our city and said, you all go work from home. So having good internet is essential to getting jobs and to keeping jobs. I love the idea, Commissioner Simmons and Johnson, of doing a subsidy. I think that is for those 11 homeowners. I don't know what exactly that subsidy is, but dropping by $10-15 is, even if you carried it over 7 years for those 11 homes, I think it's like $9,000 or $10,000. Not a whole lot of money. And what we are creating, to Commissioner Ward's point, is a showcase development. And I think that is what we can do by showing this has internet here. We're investing in creating some of the best internet in the city. It would be the best internet in the city. It also doesn't have data caps and other things that other private providers have. So I think moving forward with what we have now, and then I think we should give direction to create a subsidy for those 11 affordable homes to bring the price down for them and to make the internet cheaper for them. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Ariella.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm in agreement. Internet is in Gainesville roughly going to be more than $60 a month, no matter who you go with. And if memory serves, the last time we had this discussion, it was true that GRUCOM had the best offer in terms of service. The other companies weren't going to lay the same type of competitive fiber that GRUCOM is going to lay. And really what we're trying to offer here is the best possible service. I'm not going to try and argue that things like choice and homeowners' fees being low are not true and not appealing when trying to sell a home. But I think that the other arguments about having a better service is more important. And if you've got 1,000 people on the wait list, I really don't think that we're going to run into problems with selling these homes. It sounds like it's actually going to be quite a luck of the draw for a lot of people who got in first. I'm in agreement. Let's go with some type of an assistance program for people who, they're just on the line there, and that month-to-month cost. Maybe they are thinking of going without broadband internet. Maybe they don't need it. Those types of things. We can go that way. If I could just add one suggestion, I would not show that pie chart at your sales meetings. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I was surprised by the recommendation, especially after it went through the equity toolkit, because what was suggested is the opposite of equity. It wasn't anything close to equity. What equity looks like is guaranteeing GRUCOM to those 11 homes, regardless of any cost to the homeowner. We would never want a family to have to decide between paying for internet for another month or putting food in the fridge, which is what a lot of families have had to do over the last 9 months. So what equity looks like is guaranteeing GRUCOM for those 11 homes. What I initially thought was you provide 100% of the cost the first year and decline it by 10% every year after that for 10 years. We asked the city manager to include an increment in next year's budget that would account for that delta, whatever that is. Because the other thing, you allow this to go to a vote of the full homeowners association where 2/3 of the homeowners are not income constrained. So I don't want to put those 11 families in that situation. Let's just provide what is frankly the highest value, best product on the market, and doesn't have the we're going to raise your rates this year and it's the because we can fee. Let's just lock them in with the best product in town. That's what equity looks like. That family does not have to worry about that essential service at their home for the next 10 years because it will be built in, and every year you're going to have to pay a couple more bucks towards your HOA, but a family can afford $6 a month if they can plan for it over the course of a year. So that's what I think we need to do. That's what equity looks like to me. Move forward with the plan that we've had, as Commissioner Johnson pointed out, for not months, but over a year now, and get this thing built. I mean, we've got to get this thing built, and we got to get people in these homes. And I'm just like bumfuzzled that we're talking about the same issue again here tonight. But anyway, I think that's the path forward. Fully subsidize it. for the first year, 10% reduction every year for 10 years, and ask for it to be included in increment in next year's budget by the city manager. Commissioner Simmons.
As bumfuzzled a word.
Bumfuzzled. It's now in the lexicon. I think it's a clean word.
Okay.
I think it's a clean word. Yeah.
Sounds cool though. I like your idea, Mayor. I think that's the right way to go. So what I'd like to do is make a motion or to move what you just suggested, that we do the increments for those 11 homes for over a 10-year period. Have staff come back with some type of increments for those 11 homes, and also move forward with the GRUCOM as the provider, because it's already there. I'm thrilled. I did not know that you had that additional $70,000. That's great. That's fantastic. So that makes me feel a lot better, and I feel great with this recommendation in this motion. So that's my motion.
Okay, is there a second? Seconded by Ariola, moved by Simmons, to move forward with GRUCOM Internet for the neighborhood for the 11 affordable homes. Start out in year one, 100% subsidized, and decline 10% each year over the course of 10 years. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I was doing the math, and I would ask if you would consider removing that to 8 years instead of 10, because that's the length of the contract we're talking about. I think, and I may have that off a little bit. But
7 years.
7 years, pardon me.
Okay.
So.
Are you okay with that modification, Commissioner?
And then at the
modifications
end
made.
of that term, the homeowners association can have the conversation themselves. I would even be okay with not declining it by year. Just pay the subsidy. You're talking a little over $50,000 total. Not even by year. So I feel like this is an important thing. I'll vote for this for the length of the contract, but I'd be very comfortable with just subsidizing the entire thing for the full length. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. The modification was accepted by the maker of the motion, the seconder. So we'll turn over to public comment, first starting with anybody here in the chamber.
Mr. Mayor, as a member of the GCRA board, Armando Grundy Gomez. First, I want to give credit. I want you to know a couple of things. Your housing department has done phenomenal work. Helen Harris, Teresa Silva, you all need to give them due credit in working together. It has been a good team effort between the housing department, Sarah Vidal, Mr. Wilburn, Daniel Gill. It has been a collaborative effort. And I also want to let you know that I think you all, your motion, I get you all got hung up on one thing about internet. Understand, we don't disagree. I agree with you but we're getting hung up on one thing. The problem is we're not having a discussion about another part of this. And it's, you all are focused on housing and equitable housing and affordable housing. We wanted this to be a 21st century neighborhood. We wanted it to be a blended neighborhood, because you can't spend other people's money. I can't tell Commissioner Johnson what's affordable. What's affordable for Commissioner Johnson and Armando is something different. Our price points are probably different. And she may not want a home that's 1,200 square feet, 2-bedroom, 1 bath, that's built in 1951, it's concrete block. People should live and be able to have choice. And we had market-based housing. And the other thing that I appreciate about Mr. Wilburn, and Mr. Wilburn, I think, is still on here, is he is marketing. If you go to the other side of our community and the other side of our city, and you look at the same types of housing we're marketing it, they are not marketing it as affordable housing, number one. You cannot spend other people's money. What I am concerned about when it comes to internet is I wish we would have had a more robust discussion with Mr. Bilarski, Mr. Walton, because for months I asked them these same questions. And it's kind of like, yeah, maybe. And so I think what the racial toolkit is not harping in on is what the goal was. The goal was to provide mixed blended housing, not just cherry pick one section of it. Not all black people are poor. Not all white people are wealthy. We wanted to have a blended community, everybody to be able to partake in this. We wanted to get it right. We wanted to have a, whether it could be a green community, have internet, but GrewCom did not necessarily come in as the best option. Now, you and I know, we know that GrewCom has great technology, but for people to be able to afford this, they have another thing that they have to answer to, which is an HOA. And if they can't pay their HOA, they get liens on their home and they get put out. I don't think that's any of your goal up there. And then you have to look your constituents in the eye. We need to get this right. Us as an advisory board, we worked together collaboratively, and we got a good product. I hope you support this. Understand Helen and them did a great job. Everybody did. Give them a shout out. And I know, Mr. Mayor, I'm digressing.
Thank you.
I just want you to give them a shout out. They did a great job.
Thank you. Mr. Shepherd, would you like to speak to the item? No? Okay, thank you. We'll turn it over to Adam for anybody that wants to call in.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We do have Nathan Scott on the line. Mr. Scott, you have 3 minutes.
Yes. Good evening, Nathan Scott. So I wanted to echo some of the concerns that this developed housing, being Hartward, is not affordable housing for the people that you are truly trying to help in the city of Gainesville. What is more concerning is that this city commission has just entertained giving free internet, people buying $300,000 houses for 10 years. That's not equitable. It's not equitable to GrewCom, that's nearly insolvent. It's not equitable to current GrewCom customers. It's not equitable to anyone. It's wealth redistribution, Mayor Poe. And you made, basically your actions are right for a legal challenge. Mayor Poe, you're making it easy. What equity looks like is guaranteeing GrewCom to those 11 homes, like they have some fundamental right. That's not true. If you want affordable housing, a development should not include HOA. There's no need for that. But that's what's going on. That's what's adding these costs. If you look at the quarterly cost to the on top of the mortgage, and comparing that to my own HOA, I'm just shaking my head. I don't understand how this can be affordable, but for wealthy people. I do believe in consumer choice. I think that the homeowners association should, as a matter of right, be able to choose their own provider. GRU did put the conduits in for fiber. That's an issue in itself. What concerns me even more, and this will invoke a legal challenge, as a matter of law, I would like GRU to comment on this. I would like the city attorney to comment on this. As stated in the recommendation, the GCRA advisory board under number 2 directs staff to seek transfer of HOA costs associated with streetlights to the city or GRU. Transferring those costs of streetlights to GRU is discriminatory rate making. It's illegal, commissioners. I'm telling you this as a former state utility regulator. It's discriminatory rate making. GRU would tell you this. The city attorney would tell you this. If the city wants to bear those costs, it's just a subsidy. Putting that onto GRU is discriminatory rate making. You already have enough of that in your rate structure, which is subject to jurisdiction by the PSP. So again, I don't know what's going on here. You guys are making this up as you go. And it's sad. I'm all for helping people in need and lending a helping hand. But if you can buy a $300,000 house, is that really affordable? It might be in Hawaii, it might be in California, in Gainesville. I'm not so sure. There seems to be pretty high-end affordable housing. And people should have choices. I'm not denying that. But people that can afford that high-end housing that's deemed affordable don't need subsidized internet for 10 years. That's ridiculous and it's subject to legal challenge. And Mayor Poe, I want to answer on the streetlights.
Mr. Scott.
That's discriminatory rate making. I think before,
Mr. Scott.
Listen, before you act, the city attorney.
Thank you. Can we have the next caller, please?
And GRU need to respond to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. We do have one more caller. The caller has not been pre-screened. The caller ending in 9480. Are you here to talk about the Heartland issue?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what number you gave.
I think it's yours. Are you talking about the Heartland issue tonight?
Yes.
All righty. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name.
Okay. Nancy Darren, good evening. I really appreciate that you are staying with GRUCOM. All the public funding and interest that has gone into making this development possible and the subsidies. I think it's really important that, I'm sorry, losing my train of thought. Anyway, that it's really important that the public investment be looked at. I really appreciate what Mayor Poe and Commissioner Ward and the other commissioners said to keep GRUCOM. And none of these other homeowners associations are including internet. And if you can find an internet that'll lock in for 7 years at $62 a month, I mean, that's an incredible bargain for the quality. I wish we could get GRUCOM all over the city. I would take it in a heartbeat and get rid of AT&T and Cox. So anyway, I'm relieved about that part. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dara. Mr. Mayor, that is our last caller on this issue. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you much. Mr. Bolarski, Ms. Shalley, did you have anything to, in response to Mr. Scott said? Ms. Shalley, welcome.
Hi, Mayor. Thank you. Yes, it's true that you cannot charge different GRUCOM rates or different HOA fees to different homeowners. I didn't take from your discussion that that's what you're doing. I think you're directing staff to go and look at how you could pay the GRUCOM charges on behalf of certain property owners, assuming that there is a public purpose that's articulated and developed in those program documents that would allow you to do that.
Yeah,
And
thank
it
you,
would
Ms.
have
Shelley.
to come
I think his
from a
question-
different source of funding than, obviously, than from GRUCOM.
Thank you,
Or
Ms. Shelley, but I think his question was about streetlights.
Oh, I'm not familiar with the streetlight issue. I'm sorry, I thought it was about subsidizing.
Mr. Bolarski, did you pick up on what he was talking about?
No, I apologize, I did not.
Okay, well, if you'll reach out to Mr. Scott and see what his specific question was and give an answer at some point.
We'll do that.
All right, thank you.
And by the way, I agree with the city attorney. It's a function of funding.
Right. I don't think the question was about that. It was something different.
Okay.
Commissioner, thank you both. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to clarify for anyone listening at home, no one is calling the $300,000 homes affordable. The highest of the 6 projected listing prices for the affordable category is $210,336. The lowest is $159,936. Thank you.
And that's before up to a $70,000 subsidy. So it's, yeah. Okay, let's move to a vote. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Commission, we've almost made it 2/3 of the way through our afternoon agenda. And I say that not completely tongue-in-cheek. Either we're going to continue these items until our January meeting, or we're going to become a little bit more expeditious with our deliberations. So, Madam Clerk, if we will please move to resolutions.
Okay, we will move there. Just one moment. Resolution 200526, resolution for public transportation grant agreement, public transit block grant program for RTS operating assistance for fiscal year 2020-2021, with a recommendation that the commission adopt the resolution.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Feldman or I don't know, Ms. McCready or Mr. Gomez, just a quick summary. I know this is a routine grant of that we go out for every year, but Mr. Feldman, go ahead.
Yes, these are, the next 3 items are routine grants that we receive for the operation of RTS, and we would recommend approval.
Yeah, thanks. These are FDOT grants, and they just have to be approved by the City Commission to be realized. Okay, Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move resolution 200526.
Second. Okay, I think Commissioner Sacco seconded. Commissioner Hayes Santos made the motion. Commissioner Ariola.
It was for the motion.
Okay, any members of the public will speak to the motion? Okay, none in the chamber. Adam, do you have anybody?
We're just getting clarification of the one caller now. Please hold on. Nope, we've got confirmation. The one person on the line is not speaking on this topic. The floor is yours.
Okay, this is a roll call vote.
Commissioner Sacco,
Aye.
Commissioner Ward,
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola,
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes, sorry, Commissioner Hayes Santos,
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons,
Aye.
and Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Next item is Resolution 200527, Resolution for 5310 Grant Application with the recommendation that the Commission adopt the resolution.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Johnson.
I move resolution 200527.
The motion and a second. The motion was by Commissioner Johnson, the second by Commissioner Ward. Commissioner Simmons. Okay, thank you. Any members of the public wish to speak to this motion in the chamber?
Mr.
No.
Mayor, not on.
Adam, go ahead.
No, Mr. Mayor, we don't have any on the lines either.
Okay, thank you. Roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola,
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco,
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons,
Aye.
Commissioner Ward, Commissioner Hayes Santos,
Aye.
and Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Next item is Resolution 3200528, Resolution for 5311 Grant Application with the recommendation that the Commission adopt the resolution.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Johnson.
I move resolution 200528.
Motion by Commissioner Johnson, seconded by Ward. Any members of the public will speak to the motion? Okay, Adam, how about you?
No, sir.
Okay, roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola,
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons,
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson, Commissioner Sacco,
Aye.
Commissioner Ward, Commissioner Hayes Santos,
Aye.
and Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. On to ordinances, please, Madam Clerk.
Second reading of ordinance 180115, ordinance regulating micromobility services, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending Chapter 26 of the City Code of Ordinances to create Article 7 micromobility services to regulate micromobility services within the City of Gainesville, Florida, establishing permit requirements, establishing operational requirements, establishing revocation, appeals, and suspension processes, amending Appendix A, Schedule of Fees, Rates, and Charges to establish regulatory fees, providing direction to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Johnson.
I move ordinance number 180115 upon second reading by title only.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Johnson, seconded by Commissioner Ward to adopt the proposed ordinances. Any members of the public? Adam?
No, we have no public comment at this time, sir.
Okay, this is roll call vote.
Commissioner Hayes Santos,
Aye.
Commissioner Ward, Commissioner Sacco,
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons,
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola,
Aye.
and Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Next item, second reading of ordinance 180999, living wage requirements for contractors. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending Article 9 of Chapter 2 of the Code of Ordinances relating to living wage requirements, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Johnson.
Move ordinance 180999 upon second reading by title only.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Johnson, seconded by Commissioner Ward to adopt the proposed ordinance. Commissioner, was that for the motion, or you want to speak? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very briefly, I just want to point out that this is something we should celebrate. This is something we've been working on as a commission since before I was on the commission. Very pleased to be moving it forward.
All right, thank you. Members of the public wish to speak to the motion? Adam?
Yes, sir, we have no comments at this time.
Okay, move to roll call vote.
Commissioner Simmons,
Aye.
Commissioner Ward,
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco,
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola,
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos,
Aye.
and Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Next item is second reading of ordinance 190986, land use change north of Southwest Archer Road between Southwest 50th Street and Southwest 47th Street. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the future land use map of the comprehensive plan by changing the land use categories of certain property from Alachua County low density to City of Gainesville residential low density with an overlay of planned use district, which property is specifically described in this ordinance and is generally located north of Southwest Archer Road between Southwest 50th Street and Southwest 47th Street, amending ordinance number 090741 to include the subject property within that existing PUD and to increase the allowance for assisted living facility beds, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Johnson?
Move ordinance 190986 upon second reading by title only.
Okay, there's a motion by Commissioner Johnson, second by Commissioner Ward to adopt the proposed ordinance. Any members of the public in the chamber wish to speak to the motion? Okay, Adam?
No, sir. No comment at this time.
Okay, back to the commission for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Next item is second reading of ordinance 190987, quasi-judicial rezoning north of Southwest Archer Road between Southwest 50th Street and Southwest 47th Street. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the zoning map atlas by rezoning certain property from Alachua County R-1A Single-Family Residential District, Alachua County R-1C Single-Family Residential District, and Alachua County Agricultural District to City of Gainesville Plant Development District, which property is specifically described in this ordinance and is generally located north of Southwest Archer Road between Southwest 50th Street and Southwest 47th Street, amending ordinance number 100604 to include the subject property within that existing PD and to increase the allowance for assisted living facility beds and to amend existing PD conditions, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Johnson?
I move ordinance 190987 upon second reading by title only.
Okay, motion and a second. Any members of the public in the chamber wish to speak to the motion? Adam?
No, sir. No comment at this time.
Okay, back to the commission for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Second reading of ordinance 160937, ordinance relating to non-motorized vehicles for hire, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending and creating new sections within Chapter 28, Article 2 of the Code of Ordinances relating to non-motorized vehicles for hire, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an immediate effective date.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was wondering if staff could briefly go over what changes they made to the criminal section that we requested changes to.
All right, thank you. Is that most properly addressed by Ms. Shalley? Oh, I see we have our GPD affiliate as well, who looks frozen.
Yep, he appears to be frozen.
Mike Barnes from the Gainesville Police Department. Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, the changes that were made were as requested. In section 28-40, we deleted subsection I, which was allowing passengers, forbidding to allow passengers to have any alcoholic beverages so that they may have them on the pedicabs. The second section, the commission requested that we review the requirements for the background investigation checks, and after staff did a short study, it was determined that we would reduce the background requirements from 7 years down to 5 years. And additionally, we deleted any felony offense involving the possession or sale of controlled substance so that no drug offenses were looked at. For the last subsection of C, there were some small changes to just clarify the fact that we want to ensure that the driver is not on any form of community control, probation as a sex offender, or under the status as a sex offender in any state.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move ordinance 160937 with the revised draft ordinance presented on first reading by title only.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hayes Santos, seconded by Commissioner Ariola. Any members of the public would speak to that in the chamber? Adam?
No, sir, there is no comments at this time.
Okay, back to the commission for a roll call vote.
Wait.
Oh, sorry.
Actually,
hold on.
sorry to interrupt. We do have one caller on the line.
Thank you, who's the lead caller. And whoever that caller is, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. So with respect to, I guess we just heard from GPD in terms of background checks. I think that, those are important. Also think that people running for city commission, including commissioners that choose to run again for city commission, and this has been expressed by other people in our community, including people from East Gainesville, should be subject to background checks. Again, you guys are asked to make decisions on behalf of the people of Gainesville, and your conduct is equally important. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. My apologies, Mr. Mayor. The floor is yours again.
Okay, back to the commission for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward is absent. Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Commissioner Ward absent. Okay, on to ordinances on first reading.
First reading of ordinance 200254, land use change, 8.33 acres of property located at 6224 Southwest 20th Avenue. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the future land use map of the comprehensive plan by changing the land use category of approximately 8.33 acres of property generally located at 6224 Southwest 20th Avenue, as more specifically described in this ordinance, from residential low density to residential medium density, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Persons.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Commission, Andrew Persons, Interim Director, Department of Sustainable Development. I am not giving the presentation tonight. I have the distinct pleasure of introducing Nathaniel Chan, who will be the planner giving the presentation. Nathaniel, this is his first presentation before the commission, so go easy on him. Nathaniel came to us in February, right before the pandemic. He's been a wonderful addition to the department, and I'm really excited to have him present to you tonight. So with that, I'll turn it over to Nathaniel.
All right, Mr. Chan, welcome. We're happy to meet you, happy you're with us, and I know you're going to blow us away, so take it away.
Thank you. Thanks for the introduction, Andrew. Good evening, Mayor and City Commission. Again, my name is Nathaniel Chan. I'm a planner for the City of Gainesville Department of Sustainable Development. And let me see if I can share my screen. Can you all see that?
Yes, thank you.
Awesome. All right, so this is petition PB-20-67 LUC, a small-scale land use amendment of the subject property on Southwest 20th Avenue. This petition is privately initiated by Dave Duncan and EDA. The subject property is located at 6224 Southwest 20th Avenue and is currently vacant. The current future land use designation is residential low, RL, and the current zoning is RMF5. The property is approximately 8.33 acres. The subject property was annexed into the city in November of 2017, and in 2018 it was given RL land use and RMF5 zoning, the designations that exist today. This land use change petition proposes residential medium, RM, future land use, which is 8 to 30 units per acre. The surrounding properties are mainly multifamily residential developments, save for the single-family residential zoning to the south, which is vacant. So to the north and east of the property
has the future land use designation of Alachua County High Density Residential, and that is the Sugarfoot Oaks property. To the south, again, is vacant City of Gainesville single-family residential up to 8 dwelling units per acre, and to the west is Tribeca Park Apartments, and that has the future land use designation of residential medium, RM, which is the proposed future land use designation for the subject property. With that being said, staff recommends approval of petition PB-20-67 LUC. The proposal meets the review criteria for land use change outlined in section 30-3.13 of the Land Development Code. The proposed future land use category is consistent with the goals, policies, and objectives of the comprehensive plan. Regarding criteria 8, the need for additional acreage and the proposed future land use category, there are approximately 1,872 acres of land within the city that have residential medium RM land use, and only 121 or 6.4% of that is vacant. This small percentage of vacant land within the RM future land use category shows the need for additional acreage. More details on the petition meeting the review criteria can be found in the staff report. And on August 27th, 2020, the City Plan Board voted to recommend approval of this land use change. And with that, that is the end of my presentation. Thank you. I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chan. Ms. Lazari, we'll go ahead and turn it over to you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. Onelia Lazari with EDA Consultants, Inc. In the interest of time, I know you've had a long day. We agree with everything in Mr. Chan's presentation and want to praise him for being so great to work with in this process, and also Mr. Persons. I am happy to go through my presentation if you wish me to, or answer any questions that you may have. Our request is that you approve petition PB 20-67 LUC and the accompanying ordinance 200254 for the small scale land use amendment.
Okay, thank you, and it's good to see you again, if only virtually, Ms. Lazari.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, I don't think we need the presentation. If you'll just hang out, if there are any questions, I'd be available to answer those. And we will go to Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the first presentation, very memorable. I would like to move ordinance number 200254 on first reading by title only.
Second. And I'm assuming the accompanying petition PB 2067?
Yes, okay. The attendant petition, yes.
Okay, second, okay with that. All right, Commissioner Johnson. I'm sorry, Commissioner Johnson. Madam Clerk, that was Commissioner Ariola with the motion and Commissioner Hayes Santos with the second. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mayor. I have routinely voted against upzoning, and I'm going to do it again. I believe that we, as a commission, pretty routinely upzone properties at for the benefit of the developer, with there being no public benefit for us. And I know that many other cities handle this differently. Over a year now, we had a joint meeting with the City Plan Board to address this, because I think we all thought that, at least most of us thought that this was something that needed to be addressed, and still here we are over a year later, and there have been no suggestions about how to move forward with these types of upzoning requests so that the city at least can negotiate or get something out of it. So I am not in support of this rezoning, and I will continue to be voting against upzoning without any public benefit to the city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Simmons?
Yes, Mr. Chan, thank you so much. You did a wonderful presentation. I think it was your recommendation page. Can you go back to that slide? I guess it's like a checklist.
Yes, I can share that with you.
So can you go, well, no, because for the sake of time, Commissioner Johnson brought up a very good statement, made a very good statement, and I think the criteria, impacts on affordable housing, urban infill and redevelopment, impacts on transportation systems 4, 5, and 6, and just, can you briefly tell us that criteria, how was that criteria met? How do you guys look at those 11 questions, and the petitioner, how do they respond, and what's the threshold? If you could just give us some insight.
Sure, I can. So these 11 criteria that we have here are outlined in the Land Development Code per a land use change, and that is in section 30-3.13. And whenever a land use change comes through, we as staff review these petitions against these criteria. And if you'd like me to go through each of the criteria, I can. All of that is found in the staff report, and I don't have my staff report with me copied. I have it on my computer. So if you want me to go through each of those, I can. Is that what you'd like me to do?
Well, if you just want to touch on maybe 2 or 3, just to give us a brief overview, or just what does the question look like? How did the petitioner answer? Just something that we can look at as a commission to say, okay, well, the petitioner met these certain criteria, and maybe as we move forward, like Commissioner Johnson said, with the plan board, when we initially met, maybe we can start actually putting something together, or maybe this criteria from the Land Development Code can tie into some suggestions that the plan board and the commission may have as a combined body. I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out this certain criteria. How did the petition answer on several of these questions, and maybe that can satisfy some of your.
So maybe, Mr. Chan, if you could I think,
Yeah.
Commissioner, you mentioned 4, 5, and 6, how it supports urban infill and development, how it supports affordable housing, how it supports impacts on the transportation system.
Yeah.
Okay, so for criteria 4, support for urban infill and redevelopment, currently the property is vacant, so any sort of encouragement for development on the property is favored, as this is an urban area and a lot of the development surrounding this property is already residential multifamily use, and so any sort of encouragement of development on the property through these types of petitions would support urban infill and redevelopment. For criteria 5, just to go back, sorry, I want to clarify that each of the review criteria are addressed in a justification report that the applicant does submit to us, and we review that against our own, interpretation of that, and that is how each of these are reviewed. So going back to criteria 5, impacts on affordable housing, if we were to, in essence, increase the density on the subject property, there could be opportunities to have those extra units be affordable housing units, if that were something that the developer was interested in. But as far as right now, again, this isn't a petition for a development. This is just purely again, a land use change. So there wouldn't be any necessarily impacts on affordable housing as far as that goes. And for criteria 6, impacts on the transportation system, the applicant is required to submit a traffic study of sorts to see, based on the highest level of development that can occur on the site. They're required to submit that, and according to their calculations, there shouldn't be a large impact on the transportation system. We look at what transportation mobility program area this parcel is in, and we look at all of that, and again, a lot of that information is found in the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Chan. And I think, Commissioner Johnson, once this applicant come back with a development proposal, then you would talk about at that time. We can say, hey, let's look at affordable housing. Let's look at those type of the things that we're wanting to see, at that time.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Kate, thank you, Mr. Chan. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes, thank you for going through that. I want to mention that there was another upzoning that happened with the assisted living facility, and that I voted for because there's a very clear need in our community for assisted living facilities, and I could understand what the public benefit and the impact is of that. But if we're doing it after the fact, there is nothing to negotiate. So it's something that I really want us to start taking a hard look at, which I really want us to start doing over a year ago. And I think we'd be in a much different place, but it's something that I want to continue to keep at the forefront as we have these discussions, especially with our upcoming meeting with the City Plan Board. Thank you.
Commissioner Simmons?
You're absolutely right, and I'm glad you brought this up so it can stay in our foresight. But yeah, we need to have this conversation. I don't know if we need to have staff revisit this, but I think it needs to be. We need to say something, and we need to act on it now because we're getting these type of.
Yeah, from what I remember, we asked the city manager to come back to the joint city plan board and city commission meeting with the recommendations that we asked for from the last meeting. So I'm hoping with that update, we are going to have suggestions about how to move forward with that specific ask that was passed by both boards.
Commissioner Persons, did you want to get in here? Commissioner, sorry about the pay cut. Mr. Persons?
Thank you. Yeah, I did want to address the sort of question about upzoning and negotiation. If you recall, the city commission already gave direction as part of your equitable development framework, which was directing the city to begin working on an inclusionary zoning proposal. And that is exactly what Commissioner Johnson is describing, where the city has certain triggers like land use amendments, where with a policy in place, there can be a provision of affordable housing as part of any upzonings or any large developments. It's all based on the sort of contours of the policy, but that is absolutely a hallmark of an inclusionary housing policy. And that's what the commission's given direction on as far as the equitable development framework.
Okay, thank you. Okay, do we have yeah, we have a motion, correct? Yes. Okay, members of the public will speak to the motion. The chamber, Adam, got anybody?
No, sir, nobody here.
Okay, we'll turn back to the commission. Mr. Chan, you did a great job. First of many, many great presentations. I appreciate it. I don't know whether it was you or Mr. Persons who did not get the memo about the dress code tonight. I'll let you work that out between the two of you. But one of you looks fantastic and the other, you look fine. You look fine. You look fine. Look great, Andrew. Look great. All right, we'll move to roll call vote at City Commission.
Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
No.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes 6-1 with Johnson in dissent. Next item, please.
Next item, first reading of ordinance 200253, quasi-judicial rezoning of 8.33 acres of property located at 6224 Southwest 20th Avenue. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the zoning map atlas by rezoning approximately 8.33 acres of property generally located at 6224 Southwest 20th Avenue is more specifically describing this ordinance from single multifamily to multifamily, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Shalley, did you want to get in here? Oh, yeah, I see your hand. Okay. I am paying attention.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to remind you all, since this is quasi-judicial and I didn't see a request for a formal hearing, so in accordance with your rules, you'll just need to, if any of you had inadvertent ex parte communications, you'll need to disclose those. If not, you'll hear a staff presentation. Then if the petitioner or applicant would like to make a presentation, then public comment, and then you can deliberate and vote.
Okay, thank you very much for that reminder, Ms. Shalley. I will, unless you did have ex parte, and just hit your light. If not, we'll assume that you did not. And with that, Mr. Chan, are you making this presentation as well?
Yes, I am making this presentation and the one after, so
Okay, very good.
you haven't had the last of me. Okay, so let me share my screen again. So good evening, Mayor and City Commission. My name is Nathaniel Chan. I'm a planner for the City of Gainesville Department of Sustainable Development. This is petition PB-20-66 ZON, a rezoning of the subject property on Southwest 20th Avenue. This petition is privately initiated by Dave Duncan and EDA. The subject property is located at 6224 Southwest 20th Avenue and is currently vacant. The current zoning is residential single/multifamily RMF5, and the current land use category is residential low density RL. The property is approximately 8.33 acres, and this petition is related to petition PB-20-67 land use amendment. The subject property was annexed into the city in November of 2017, and in 2018 it was given RL land use and RMF5 zoning, these designations that exist today. This petition proposes residential multifamily RMF8 zoning for 8 to 20 units per acre. The surrounding properties are mainly multifamily residential developments, and I'll save you the going through each of those, but because it's the same property. And with that being said, staff recommends approval of petition PB-20-66 ZON. The proposal meets the review criteria for rezoning outlined in 30-3.14 of the Land Development Code. The surrounding permitted uses and allowed intensity and density are compatible with the proposed zoning. With the surrounding properties being mainly multifamily residential developments, the most appropriate use of land on the subject property is multifamily residential to allow for a continuity of existing uses surrounding the site. Based on staff review, the proposed rezoning also meets the goals, policies, and objectives of the comprehensive plan. More details on the petition meeting the review criteria can be found in the staff report. And on August 27th, 2020, the City Plan Board voted to recommend approval of this rezoning. And with that, that is the end of my presentation. Thank you. I'm here to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Lazari, turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, Mr. Chan has done an excellent job on this. We would ask you to approve petition PB-20-66 ZON and ordinance 200253. If I may make one comment about the transportation issues, this particular property is located in Zone D of the Transportation Mobility Program area. It will be required to mitigate its transportation impacts through either a payment or some type of project with the city. At the time of development review, it is also within the University of Florida context area, so there will be transit fees associated with any development that's residential on the property. And it is zoned for multifamily residential, so that would be the use. Again, I am happy to answer any questions or go through my presentation if you wish me to.
Thank you. I don't think we need you to go through your presentation, but do stay around if there are any questions. Okay, then we'll open it up for the public. Any public comment from anybody in chamber? No. Adam, from you?
No, sir. No public comment. No, sir. No public comments at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll turn back to the commission for deliberation. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move ordinance number 200253 and the petition as well on first reading by title only.
Okay, motion and a second. Any further discussion by the commission? Okay, Madam Clerk, we'll move to, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, that was Commissioner Ariola on the motion and Commissioner Santos on the second. We'll go to a roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson,
No.
Commissioner Sacco,
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons,
Aye.
Commissioner Ward, Commissioner Hayes Santos,
Aye.
and Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes 6-1 with Johnson in dissent. Next item, please.
First reading of ordinance 200252, text change amending the land development code relating to two-family dwellings. An ordinance of the city of Gainesville, Florida, amending the land development code relating to two-family dwellings by amending section 30-2.1 definitions, by amending section 30-4.16 permitted uses, and by amending section 30-4.17 dimensional standards, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Persons, who do we have for this one? Oh, we have Mr. Chan. You told me that already. Yep. Welcome back.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Commission. For the record, my name is Nathaniel Chan. I'm a planner for the City of Gainesville Department of Sustainable Development. This is petition PB-20-55 TCH, a text amendment regarding two-family dwellings. This petition is privately initiated by EDA. This text amendment adds provisions to regulate vertically configured two-family dwellings, including definitions and dimensional standards. Currently, the Land Development Code allows two-family dwellings as multifamily small scale in RC and RMF5 to RMF8 residential zoning districts. However, there is no definition of two-family dwelling in the LDC. The applicant is interested in the construction of vertically configured two-family dwellings. The current lot width standards in the LDC only recognize the ranch-style two-family dwellings, where dwellings are side by side. Vertically configured two-family dwellings are more land efficient and have the appearance of single-family dwellings. They can also be placed on narrower lots to promote a more urban setting. Here are some example images of vertically configured two-family dwellings, or as they're usually called, stacked duplexes. The proposed text amendment encompasses 3 changes to our Land Development Code. 1, a revised definition of attached dwelling. 2, adding a definition for a two-family dwelling. And 3, amending the dimensional standards table to allow for the construction of vertical two-family dwellings in RMF6, RMF7, and RMF8 zoning districts. And I'm going to take a look at a closer look at the proposed amendments. So 1 is a revised definition of attached dwelling in Article 2, Section 30-2.1 definitions. The red strike through indicates it was removed, and the blue underline indicates an addition. The whole definition reads, attached dwelling means 2 or more dwelling units that are attached. This term includes, but is not limited to, 2-family, 3-family, and 4-family dwellings, townhouses and row houses, and dwelling units that may be on one lot or one combined lot or individual lots. Number 2, adding a definition for two-family dwelling. Currently, the Land Development Code does not specify a definition for two-family dwelling, despite being referenced and used throughout the code. Two-family dwelling means a building containing 2 dwelling units. Two-family dwelling units may be configured horizontally or vertically. Two-family dwellings are considered multiple family dwellings, and the definition excludes accessory dwelling units as defined in the Land Development Code. Number 3, amending the two-family dimensional standards in RMF6, RMF7, and RMF8 zoning districts. This is in Article 4, Section 30-4.17, dimensional standards, specifically Table V5. The proposed amendment to Table V5 includes allowing a 40-foot minimum lot width for vertically configured two-family dwellings. The vertical configuration has the appearance of a 2-story single-family dwelling and thus can utilize the same lot width standards as single-family dwellings. Additionally, there would be reduced side street and side interior setbacks for vertical two-family dwellings. Lastly, there are provisions in the legend that state that these changes only apply to vertical two-family dwellings. Finally, the City Plan Board approved this petition with the condition to Table V4, permitted uses in residential districts, that parcels zoned RSF1 to RSF4 and RC be limited to 1 principal use and any additional accessory uses. With that being said, staff recommends approval of petition PB-20-55 TCH two-family dwellings text amendment. This petition is consistent with the existing definitions in the Land Development Code and is consistent with the goals, policies, and objectives of the comprehensive plan. As part of this petition, staff assessed the potential impacts to the petition on developments in RMF6, RMF7, and RMF8 zoning districts. Staff concluded that this petition will not impact the RMF6 to 8 zoning districts. RMF6 to 8 is a multifamily district, and since two-family dwellings are a type of multifamily development, it would not impact scale or use. Additionally, staff assessed other jurisdictions' regulation of two-family dwellings, both in-state and nationwide. Overall, the proposed text amendments are consistent with other jurisdictions. More detailed information regarding staff assessment is provided in the staff report. On August 27th, 2020, the City Plan Board voted to recommend approval of this text amendment. And with that being said, that is the end of my presentation. Thank you. I'm here to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chan. Would the applicant like to give their presentation, and then we'll turn to the commission for deliberation?
Yes, sir. We would like to just briefly go through some items in our presentation. Can you see the presentation?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Mr. Chan very succinctly went through what is involved in this text change, and it is a revision to the definition of attached dwelling, the new definition for two-family dwelling, and that this really applies only in the RMF 6, 7, and 8 zoning districts. This petition was brought forth by a private entity to facilitate the construction of a type of duplex, which is known as a vertical duplex or vertical two-family dwelling, that has become fairly common out in the Pacific Northwest, Oregon, and Washington State, and is also common up in the Northeast, where they have converted older, larger single-family dwellings into 2- and 3-family type dwellings. So this is what is typically thought of as a duplex, but as Mr. Chan's example showed, you can go vertical, save space in urban land, and provide for additional housing. And so these are all types of examples of the vertical two-family dwellings. The proposed changes, again, were made with this idea of facilitating this construction of this type of unit. And it's very important that we do this given what's known in the literature as the missing middle. It's the type of housing that is missing for the working family type of housing unit needs, affordable for the middle and the lower income folks. The changes really are needed to create an incentive, and that's what we're asking for this evening. Mr. Chan went through the attached dwelling definition and the two-family dwelling definition. We are asking for the reduction in the lot width, again, because this is a more efficient use of urban land. It creates that incentive that we need for the vertical construction, and it allows for density on existing narrow urban lots. The same goes for reducing the side setback requirements, that these have the appearance of single-family dwellings, and it facilitates urban density. These tables match what Mr. Chan presented to you. I'll go through those. The advantages of this proposal are that it will add a new housing type in Gainesville and give new choices for buyers. It's a better use of land for narrower lots in an urban setting. The smaller lot sizes may reduce costs to help with affordability. And it allows for the option of home ownership on one level and rental of the other unit to assist with mortgage costs, thus enhancing affordability. And it has no impact on single family or RMF5 areas. It is consistent with the comprehensive plan. There are goals such as creating new housing type choices for buyers in the main goal in the future land use element, goal 1. It adds the potential for diversity of housing types, which is future land use element policy 1.1.3. And the overall goal in the housing element is to encourage a sufficient and diverse supply of housing, which this will help with. And then objective 1.2 in housing element, vertical dwellings can reduce land costs, which can increase affordability and the opportunity for living, renting on 2 levels for supplemental income. And this is very common in Canada now, that they rent the upper level and family lives on the lower level. We're seeing a lot of affordability issues with the COVID problem. This would be a great solution for a family such that the older parents can live on the bottom level and the younger families can live up above. Again, this is a summary of what we are asking for. That's changing the definition of attached dwelling, adding the new definition of 2-family dwelling, and then amending the dimensional standards for 2-family dwellings. The staff has recommended approval and the plan board unanimously recommended approval. We're asking that you approve the petition and the ordinance. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you both for your presentations. Turn back to the commission. Commissioner Hayes Santos, you're up first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I support portions of this, and I think we should go a little further. One portion I don't support, I don't think we should move forward with the plan board's language they added. I don't think it's needed, and it just really adds in exclusionary zoning language. As for the applicant, what they originally put forward, many of the lots that are zoned RMF 6 and 8, while they allow a triplex or a quadruplex or a horizontal duplex, or I guess they don't allow vertical duplexes really, but to be built, the lot sizes don't actually allow them to happen, which means that even though there's tons of density that allow, because of the lot widths and how they're designed, how the lots were originally platted, you actually can't build a triplex, so you can't build a horizontal duplex. And you can't even get close to the density maxes or even midway to those. Mainly because these lots a lot of them were designed before, they were designed first and then the RMF 8 was added, or RMF 6 was added much later, and they don't match actually what the lots are. These big lot widths and setback limits, they limit the ability of small scale development and filling the missing middle housing, which we're trying to go after. And this forces large scale developments to occur because you can't build a triplex or something like that, so you have to aggregate a bunch of land to be able to meet the setback width. So we're forcing larger developments to happen because we have larger setbacks. If we had smaller setbacks, then you could do these developments on a smaller lot and smaller developers and build a triplex. Instead, when you have the larger lots, larger lot widths that are required, it forces developers to aggregate land, which makes their developments larger. That's why I believe we should make some extra changes. If we could bring up, I think, EDA's presentation. I think that's probably the easiest one.
Yes, I will. Thank you.
And if you don't mind, the first table, you have table V5, about near the end of where you go with the setbacks or lot standards.
Okay. Is my screen shared at this point?
It is, yeah, but you're not at full screen though. Yeah. So
Okay,
yeah, that's it. Thank you very much. I believe that we should do what's proposed for the vertical, which is the 40 for 2-family, but we should also do that for horizontal. Just make it 40 across the board for those. And I believe we should do the same if you go to the next page. Across the board for horizontal housing and really all of the housing. So I think while this ordinance title is 2-family, we can't make changes to the other uses like a triplex or something like that. I believe we should make those changes as well. If you go up to the next slide up again, sorry. We have an 85-foot width for a triplex. That makes it very difficult because a lot of lots that are RMF 8 and 7 and 6 are not 85 feet wide. So you have to aggregate multiple lots together. I would also like for us to just make it 40 feet across the board, and that would allow, and then change the lot setbacks the same as what we're at for duplex, for the proposed duplex, vertical duplexes. This will allow us to meet more of the missing middle and allow some of these redevelopment and be able to take these lots, which are just, you can have higher density, but you can't build it because the lot widths are messed up. So those are proposals I would like for us to make. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner Hayes Santos, so you're wanting for the lot width to just go 40 across the board?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the staff? What's the original? Is it 40? What was it? The original lot size?
75.
75.
Oh, okay, so you want to change from 40 to 7, okay, so that's
Or
what I'm
75
looking
to
at.
40.
75 to 40?
75 down to 40.
Yeah, okay.
I believe that what Commissioner Hayes Santos is asking is that 40-foot lot width not apply just to the vertical two-family dwellings, but to any two-family dwellings.
Is that common? I guess, is that common?
Well, for example, in the transect zones, we have some minimum lot widths down to 18 feet wide. So yes, in some areas of the city that are in the very urban portions, we have much narrower lot widths. So Mr. Persons may want to speak to that.
What Ms. Lazari said.
And you're absolutely right. We do have those jagged parcels where you have to accumulate so many just to reach the width or the setback, you're wanting to go the street side from 15 to 10 and from 10 to 5. Is that the proposal? And you're wanting what, 10 across the board?
Yeah, I would like to just match whatever being proposed, so bringing it to, instead of the 15 for horizontal, for 15 down to 10 and then 10 down to 5.
Okay, just 10 across horizontal and inside?
And the side one would be 5.
Okay.
You're agreeing with what this says?
Yeah, that's.
I'm agreeing with what it says, but I think we should go a step further and not just do it for vertical duplexes. I think we
You
should
want
do
to
it
do
for
the horizontal too?
ones
Oh,
as well.
okay, that's what I'm trying, okay, you want across the board.
I also believe we should do it for the other uses, the next line, which is triplexes and things like that. But we are not able to make that change with the current wording of the title of the ordinance, so that would have to be a separate thing that we would do.
Okay. Yeah, well, for right now, I agree with the changes that we have here for vertical, and I think it's a great idea, and I'm surprised we haven't had we're not doing this already. I think this is great. One question I have is, have you all looked at the impact of parking and how this would impact parking in these RML 5, 6, 7, and 8 zoning? I know we're just here to talk about the language, but what's the actual impact that it will have in parking when you have so many vehicles? Because you're vertical now, so you're gonna have more vehicles. What does that look like, and how can we address that?
Mr. Mayor, let me go back to some of these photos. It just depends on the layout. This is one potential idea where there would be, just like with a single family house, where you would have a garage and then the ability to park cars, behind that. And then along the street, there would be street parking also. I will point out, and Mr. Persons can verify this, that in the transect zones, there's no minimum parking required for most of the transect zones.
Okay. So how, Mr. Parsons, how will we address that? Because that's going to be a problem. That's going to be an issue. If this is passed and this is something we start doing. And I think we need to do something like simultaneously. As we're looking at this, let's also look at our parking requirements or whatever that's going to be able to be not so intrusive in our neighborhoods and have all those cars. I don't know if we've taken a look at that and how that's going to impact our neighborhoods.
Commissioner, I think that Ms. McCready, our Director of Mobility, and some folks were working on a broader parking plan and analysis. Mr. Feldman or Mr. Persons, either, can you speak to that?
I can't, Mr. Mayor, I can't speak to the parking, to the mobility parking study. I can speak, at least in terms of that, I guess how I've kind of been thinking about this is right now, these zoning districts, there is parking that's required in RMF 6, 7, and 8. We have the standard parking code is required for multifamily uses. It's 1 parking space per bedroom, I believe. And you think about duplexes, they're already allowed in this configuration side to side. What this is doing is just the same number of units, they're just being stacked like this. So there's not going to be a net increase in parking because the units are not going up. It's just how those duplexes are configured.
Yeah, and I get that, but I'm looking at that you're losing setback, you're losing footage, so that may have an impact on your ability to park more cars. Maybe I'm looking at it wrong.
Yeah, I think in terms of the setback is applies to the building, like how far the building is away from either the street or from the adjacent properties. Parking can be in that setback. It's just the setback applies to the building. Right. So again, I don't think while parking is always an issue and is always something to that has to be considered. With this particular text change, I don't think parking is the main issue with this one.
Okay, all right. I love it. I think it's an alternative. It gives people choices. So whoever wants to make a motion, I support it.
All right, excellent. I think Commissioner Santos is ready, but we'll go to Commissioner Sacco first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have no problem with how the proposal is presented with the 40-75 split. In fact, my question earlier was going to be to confirm that the 40 was only for vertical. My concern is, and it may be a silly concern, but my concern is developing a ranch-style duplex at only 40 feet, and that not meshing well with any of the neighborhoods, because it's not what we want, but if we make it only the requirement of 40 across the board, my fear is people will develop ranch-style at 40. And I don't know how efficient those would be, but if it's allowed across the board, it's legal. So I'm in favor of the 40-75 split, containing the 40 split only to vertical duplexes, which I love. I think that's a great use of land while keeping with, some character and charm. But I have reservations about doing 40 across the board. That's just something I wouldn't be entirely comfortable with, given that it would be carte blanche across the board for anyone anywhere else in the city thereafter, once we've changed the code. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Santos, and I'm going to point out the time. We're going to need a motion to waive our rules and extend. And just a reminder to the whole commission that a motion to waive requires a 2/3 majority, which in our case is 6 commissioners. So at any time when we do this, if there's 2 nay votes, then we do not waive and we do not extend. Not that I'm trying to suggest anything one way or another, but I just thought it'd be a good time to remind ourselves of the rules. And if there's 2 of us feeling a little bit ornery, ready to go home, then that would be what would happen. But with that, Commissioner Santos.
Yeah, move that we waive our rules and to 11 p.m.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to waive our rules and extend the meeting till 11. This does not require public comment. All in favor say aye. All opposed? Ooh, who said? Okay. That means we have 4 minutes left.
All right, I would move,
That motion fails, by the way.
Yeah, so-
The two nay votes, sorry, Madam Clerk. The two nay votes were Simmons and Ward. Okay, Commissioner A. Santos.
move that we go to 10:30.
Okay, motion to waive our rules and extend till 10:30. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. Democracy in action. That motion passed unanimously, Madam Clerk. Okay, back to you, Commissioner A. Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner Osako, you don't have to do a ranch that's horizontal. You can do one that's deep. So in essence, two kind of shotgun houses that are next to each other. That's what a lot of the lots that we have are, and these things are narrow and they're very deep, is one of the issues. So you could do a duplex and just go deep in a smaller lot width. And that's probably what would get built. So you'd actually have less building in the front, just more going deep. I'd like to make a motion that we move forward with the original petition and not move forward with the plan board's addition text, and that we also don't make a distinction between vertical and horizontal duplex and treat them the same, and go with the proposed lot widths of 40 feet for two families for the lot width, and then the setbacks of 10 for street and 5 for interior.
Okay, motion and a second. We will go to, Commissioner Ward. Old Light, Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to move the original recommendation, and that's where I stand.
Okay, Commissioner Simmons.
Can you repeat the recommendation? I mean the motion, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Thank you. It's to move forward with the original petition that was sent to us from the applicant, and then to treat duplexes the same, both horizontal and vertical, and just go with the proposed. So don't discriminate between vertical and horizontal duplexes, and go with the for two families the 40-foot lot widths they're proposing, and then go with what they're proposing. In the original proposal was 10 feet for setback on a side street and 5 feet for a side interior.
Okay, we will turn it over to the public. Any members in the chamber? Okay, over to you, Adam.
Yes, sir. Nobody commenting on this topic. Back to you.
Okay, then we go back to the commission for roll call vote.
Commissioner Simmons,
Aye.
Commissioner Ward,
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco,
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola,
No.
Commissioner Johnson,
No.
Commissioner Hay Santos,
Aye.
Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes 5-2 with Johnson and Ariola in dissent. Next item, please.
The next item was removed at adoption of the agenda, so I'm assuming you want to start back at the business discussion items. We left off number 3, if we want to start there on page 14.
Yeah, go ahead and read it in. I'm going to make a recommendation that we continue this until our next meeting. The city manager has let me know that it's not time sensitive. But go ahead, Madam Clerk, go ahead and read it in.
Okay, this is a business discussion item 3, City of Gainesville's Urban Forest Management Plan, with the recommendation that the commission adopt the plan as the strategic plan for management of the City of Gainesville's urban forest.
Commissioner Ariola, thank you, Commissioner Ariola.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we take this item up at our next meeting.
Okay, a motion to continue this item until our next meeting. That's administrative, so we'll go right to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk, I'm sorry, that was Ariola with the motion and Hay Santos with the second. Next item, please.
Thank you. We go to page 19, business discussion item 6, Old Fire Station Number 1 rental and adaptive reuse invitation to negotiate with the recommendation that the commission hear an update on the ITN and provide direction to the city manager and or designee on next steps.
All right, Mr. Feldman.
So, Mayor, I will tell you that from a time standpoint, this can wait till your January meeting as well.
I was kind of excited about it. Okay.
Super excited about it.
Commissioner Simmons?
Mayor, I move that we hear this in our January meeting.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion that we continue this item until our January meeting. The motion was by Simmons, the second by Johnson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk? Madam Clerk, we can't hear you.
Just kidding. I read that whole thing on mute. Business, sorry about that. Business discussion item 7, culture audit, with a recommendation that the commission discuss the Oregon Department of Revenue report and take any action deemed appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before I launch into it, I want us to have a good discussion about this and take it very seriously. I would be happy to move this forward to perhaps next Thursday or January. If we think we can have a good discussion, I'm not looking for anything super deep. I would like us to ask the auditor to come back with a full proposal is what I'm looking
Yeah,
for.
next Thursday's pretty packed. What I would like at least to hear from the auditor about what a culture audit means.
Right.
And that will give us something to think about, and we have the Oregon report that we all read, I'm sure. So can we do that? Can we, Ms. Bigby, are you prepared to just kind of go over the Oregon Department of Revenue document that we received, and in general, what are the goals and the methodology of a culture audit? And then we'll just kind of see what we do from there. Okay, Ms. Bigby?
Sure. Mayor and Commissioners, I'm just going to grab this right here so I have it at my fingertips. Here we go. Okay. So the Oregon culture audit, I think, is a great example and will probably follow a simpler methodology. So I just want to be clear, of course, we'll go through ample planning before we come up with a more detailed proposal. But in general, the audit is more a special project and assessment. It's not an employee satisfaction survey. It's an assessment to determine where our culture is now and then to improve our organization's performance so that we can identify factors to help us manage our policies better, resolve conflicts better, improve customer satisfaction. We'll determine those things, those objectives that we all agree that we need to achieve before we embark on the project. The key dimensions of the organizational audit are dominant characteristics of our organization, leadership style, management of employees, organizational glue that holds our organization together, strategic emphasis, and criteria for success. One thing they did in the state of Oregon, the Department of Revenue, is after they did the survey, and they used the tool that I was interested in using as well that I think might be a good choice for us, the Organizational Culture Assessment Instrument. It's a widely accepted tool created by professors from the University of Michigan. So I think that will be a good one for us. So then once you have the assessment of where your organization is at, and it also assesses where you want to be, and you can do it at a granular level, however granular you'd like to go at key functional areas, for example. Then the hard part, I think, is facilitating cross-functional workshops. And groups come together and collaborate, everybody has a say. And you determine, so how do you get from one step A to step B? And then those will be our key takeaways. And they have to be well-defined and manageable steps and a few so that you can actually make some progress, in a short period of time. So that's all I have, unless you'd like to have something more in detail, and keeping in mind we haven't done any research or planning for this yet.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bigby. That's very helpful. I think right now we just want to understand what it is and what it's not. Commissioner Ward, I mean, I'll turn it back to you. But it seems like that we would want to direct the auditor to come back with a sort of more well thought out plan at our January meeting.
I would move exactly that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, motion and second that the auditor come back with a more fully developed culture audit plan to be presented at our first meeting in January. Members of the public?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. That culture audit, when you take a look at it, Armando Grundy, resident East Gainesville, when you take a look at that culture audit from Oregon and you look at it, first and foremost, it talks about the very culture starts at the top. It starts at the very beginning. If you read it from front to back, and I actually read it, this discussion on, is anybody starting the clock?
I'm sorry.
I don't want to cheat.
You're good. You're good.
I don't want to cheat. This discussion starts from the very top. It starts with you all being the top, and then it starts with management. So it starts with the basis of who answers to management. Management, you have people that answer to you. Your charters answer to you. Management and people that work for the charters, and so on and so forth. It starts at the very top. I think my angst with a lot of this cultural assessment is this is a deflection. If we go back to December 13th of 2018, 1, 2, 3, 4 of you were there. No, 5 of you were there. 5 of you were there at that meeting. A commissioner made a motion to have a discussion about culture. 2018. At that meeting, your newest member of the commission was just a spectator, but came up and spoke. There was a problem with culture in 2018. For those of you that forgot, it was in the GRU room, is when you let go of Mr. Lyons. And in that moment, you all had a discussion about, let's discuss the culture. So I guess my question to you all is, what has transpired and what's changed? Wasn't there a problem back then? Because I remember hearing 2 women up here say there was a problem with culture, and indeed there was. And I guess to me, I find it really rich when we hear all the time what people should be believed and how they should be believed. Well, some people should be believed. So if a woman is harassed or harangued or touched or sexually harassed, we don't believe her. It's a culture problem. Black person talks about how they're being treated. Some of you all find that we'll believe them sometimes. We see that in DC a lot. We see it. I believe what you do and not what you say. This wasn't a culture awareness problem. This is leadership at the top. And it starts with you. And I thought the Bible was the greatest story ever told. But the nonsense that happened last week, some of you all said the greatest story ever told was 26 people told the greatest story ever told. And that's a bunch of nonsense. And it's shameful. And the sexism and the bigotry that permeates the culture in this place, right in this room, is unreal. And especially toward 2 black women. Unreal. Good night.
Thank you. Adam, do we have anybody on the line?
We do, but not for this issue, sir. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Turning back to the commission, Commissioner Sacco.
Mr. Mayor, I wanted to say that when I first thought of, a culture audit was upon discussion with the city auditor, and I know I wasn't here 2 years ago, I've barely been here 6 months, but it seemed like a good idea. We had a new auditor who brought forward a good idea after her experiences in the city, and if we hadn't brought it up before, that could be one of those culture failings where we just didn't bring it forward to fruition. But I am more than happy to be where we are right now, that we are taking this step forward. And so I fully support the auditor's plan to come forward with a proposal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm looking very much forward to this. I think this is going to be a great opportunity for all of us. So, Ms. Bigby, I look forward to what you bring back to us in January for sort of an action plan moving forward. With that, all in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Next item is business discussion item 8, allocate additional funding for the transitional campground at the Empowerment Center with a recommendation that the commission allocate the $219,602.41 that staff has identified for the second year of transitional campground services, and request staff to continue to work to identify the remaining $79,533.59 requested by ACCHH for transitional campground services in fiscal year 21.
Okay, Ms. Feldman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll try to be brief on this. As the Mayor and Commission realize, the Dignity Village closure was a 2-year process. This represents the city's share of the second year of the funding that we would be providing to Grace. The additional almost $80,000 that has not been identified, our staff had expected Alachua County to contribute their share. That has not happened as of this moment. This will be on your joint city county commission meeting agenda on the 15th. I would ask this evening that you approve the requested allocation from the city, and we will resolve the balance after your meeting.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Feldman, and you all might remember that the county commission did discuss that additional, what for them would be $40,000, and pretty quickly and pretty decisively decided it was not their responsibility to pay for that additional $40,000. There are now two new members on the county commission that were not part of that discussion. I do not know what their opinion of this is, one way or the other. But I did have a discussion at my meeting with the county commission chair, and we had our city manager there, and an assistant city manager was present for the county, and the chair indicated that he did not believe this is their responsibility, that they made a 1-year commitment, and they fulfilled that obligation. So we will have a discussion and see where they land. But I would encourage any of you that have any relationships with the two new commissioners to just help bring them up to speed on this partnership and this process, and what our original agreement was as far as closing down Dignity Village and transitioning that into Grace proper, because I think that context would be helpful from somebody other than their staff. I think they're going to have a certain perspective, and I think for them to have a well-rounded view on it, it would be helpful if they heard from some of us. We'll go over to Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move staff's recommendation.
Okay, motion and second that we allocate the bulk of the funding for FY21 and withhold any commitment on the remaining almost $80,000 until after the joint meeting with the county. Any members of the public would speak to that motion? Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Simmons.
Mayor, I wanted to know, when are we going to get an update from Mr. DeCarmine? I would like to know just where we are, how we're doing out there.
I think at our joint meeting.
When is that?
The 11th?
Of this month? No, is it in
15th?
January?
Yes, this month, yeah.
This month? Okay.
Yeah, with a couple weeks.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so while we're on it, the big issues, we're gonna have 3 issues sort of dealing with Grace. We're gonna have the pedestrian safety issue, and then, Mr. Manager, help me out, what was the third?
The 3 items are the food,
yeah.
city county food cooperative, the discussion on several issues regarding homelessness, and then pedestrian safety.
Right, yeah, so the food issue is a joint item being prepared by Commissioner Johnson and Commissioner Pritzia. Okay, I'm sorry, did we ask for public comment on that item already?
Yes, we do have somebody on the lines,
Okay.
Mr. Nathan Scott. Mr. Scott, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Commissioner Nathan Scott. So I don't want to diminish the work being done by Grace Marketplace, Mr. Carmine, or staff, but I think we need to do some basic math here, Commissioners. I'm not in favor of the $300,000 that you guys are trying, it's being requested. I guess you funded the majority of that. But if we look at the recent WTF article, let's look at the numbers. So basically closing Dignity Village, 111 people have been referred to housing, 45 are still on the roster, and 27 of those are temporary campgrounds. So for 27 remaining people at the campground, we're going to allocate $300,000. That's a lot of money for campers. So the city already pays approximately $1.5 million per year. Again, everyone's willing to lend a helping hand. But the city commission continues to throw money at this, which serves as a magnet to attract additional people, services by virtue of your generosity, whether you want to believe that or not. All you need to do is look at all the panhandlers and the instructions that they're providing all over the corner. Okay, that's attributable to generosity here. No one disputes trying to help people and lend a helping hand. But this commission needs to hold the line, because what's happening here is for less, as the numbers go down and more people are placed into housing, and this is why the county's rapid rehousing policy is a policy plus, and your policy is a failure. The cost is not going down, commissioners. You keep putting money at something where the number is being reduced incrementally. We funded this for over 10 years. But you guys keep throwing more and more money at less people. And that can't continue. It's unsustainable. You don't have the money to keep doing this. You spend more money at every meeting. You just gave away free internet for 10 years or 7 years. People that are living in up to $200,000, $10,000 houses. More money, more and more money. You're putting additional tax pressure on a budget that's already compromised, because you fail to be fiscally responsible and you fail to constrain your spending. No one is acknowledging that we don't want to lend a helping hand here, commissioners. We ought to give them $1.5 million a year. Now it's another $300,000, and you guys conveniently want to blame the county. That may be fair, but my point is, look at the math. Do the math. You get 27 campers left. It's going to cost $300,000 for that. That just doesn't need to be. There's probably people on unemployment assistance that are getting less money per month per head than that. So my point being, commissioners, is that I don't understand why the funding requirement, if you guys aren't holding the line on this, you guys, every time they come, you guys are just making excuses and giving more money out. And that's not sustainable. The point being here is the head count goes down, funding requirements should go down. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
That is our last caller. Mr. Mayor, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. I think one point is that having fewer people is a good sign, not a bad sign. It means it's working. And this isn't to pay for people to camp. It's to pay to help make sure people are not camping. And it's not a per person thing. It's to pay for the services that are allowing for the transition from homelessness to being housed. It's not a direct cash payment. It's for services being provided. But we'll get an update, commissioners, at our joint meeting, and I think we'll get a lot more detail and a progress report at that point. With that, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. All opposed, motion passes unanimously. All right, Madam Clerk, our last item.
Our next item is business discussion item 11, pedestrian safety, with a recommendation that the commission discuss and take action as deemed necessary.
Okay, I think we asked for an update on some of the questions and items we had last time. Ms. Shelley, I saw that you just came to life. Zoom is wonderful like that. You're in the netherworld, and then all of a sudden you're present. So yeah, did you want to start us off?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'll provide you all a quick update as requested at your November 19th meeting. First of all, staff reviewed the county ordinance regarding driver-pedestrian interactions and spoke to county staff. And they confirmed our understanding that that ordinance applies only in the unincorporated area and therefore is not enforceable by the city. In addition, though, city staff met and we are working on, per part 2 of your motion that you made on November 19th, bringing an ordinance to you in January that would prohibit pedestrians from being in or on any traffic separators. And those are defined as spaces that are 5 feet or less in width and that are designed to separate traffic and not to provide a safe refuge for pedestrians.
Okay, so can you talk a little bit more about that, Ms. Shala? So you're now in the development stage of crafting something that would be enforceable for the traffic separation devices.
That's right. We're working with mobility staff, the city manager's office, GPD, and others, as well as the county staff. They're interested in what ordinance that we will be coming up with.
Okay, thank you. And so we're always expecting miracles from you and senior staff, but do you think that you would be ready for at least some preliminary analysis at the joint meeting? Because this item is on the joint meeting as well.
Yeah, I think our concept is, staff is pretty comfortable with it right now. I know mobility staff is looking to identify which areas that are those traffic separators where pedestrians will be prohibited from. So,
okay. So from a legal perspective, you feel good. Now it's just more about identification.
It's more about identifying which spaces those are.
Okay, and do you all plan on reaching out to county staff before the meeting to sort of brief them on what you're thinking?
I have already done that.
Okay, awesome. That's great. Because yeah, there's a big misunderstanding between them and us on what we're doing and not doing as well. So that would be helpful to share with them. Okay, Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one quick question. Ms. Shelley, what about the objects that we were discussing at the last meeting?
Yes, City Manager Feldman provided in the backup a bulletin that we had done back some years ago because there is a state statute that prohibits obstruction of public streets, but because of litigation and a permanent injunction that the city is under, we are not allowed to enforce that as to panhandlers. So, but we certainly can enforce it as to other obstructions if belongings are left in a road and obstructing it, that type of thing.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I look forward to having that discussion at that meeting. But I want to remind everyone as we move forward with this concept that getting people to not stand in the median or not sit in the median, et cetera, not lie down in the median is a good step. But enforcing this either financially or by taking people to jail is not what we're looking to do. What we want to do is, I think, what I want to do, let me say, is get to a point where we can get social workers to walk up to folks who are doing that and say, you know, this is not something you can do, let me help you. Let me get you to what you need so that they don't need to be standing in the median. This is, maybe 10% of the fix. If we pass some sort of ordinance, that's a piece of the pie and a necessary one. But the bigger piece is that we're going to have to figure out the social work angle of it also. And I just want to leave us with that before we go into that next meeting. So
yeah, thanks. And we're going to get an update from the county on their street outreach program. I guess that is in the county manager's office right now, and Ms. Tuck wasn't able to give a lot of update on that because it's still being mulled over. But anyway, we asked for and I expect to receive an update on that portion of it at that meeting. Okay, so there's no action on this. It was just an update. Madam Clerk, you got 4
Our
minutes
next,
left?
I'm sorry.
I'm
Our
just
next
putting out
item
a-
is commission.
Never mind, sorry.
Are we good to go?
I think so.
Okay, our next item is commission comment. Just a reminder, it's 10:26 p.m. And if you are going to take commission comment, you might want to start with a motion to extend.
Okay. I don't see any lights. I will offer comment in the way of thanking Sergeant Mazurka and Kennedy this afternoon for being with us and ensuring that the People's Chamber is safe. And this evening we have Officer Davis and White. Thank you both for being here with us. We do appreciate it. And the amazing Miss Malden, who keeps us clean, so fresh and so clean and so nice. We very much appreciate you being here. I hope we went late enough for you to have the day off tomorrow. I don't know what the cutoff time was. Okay. And I especially since this is our last regular meeting of the year, want to wish everyone a hopeful Hanukkah, a very happy Christmas, and a contemplative Kwanzaa as we finish out this month and head into the next. With that, we are adjourned.